Chapter 790. After Lei Xiao left, Zhu Wan could not help but pat her chest. Her face was filled with lingering fear. "Were you trying to trick him?" Li Changsheng asked when he saw Zhu Wan's expression. "Yes. If I didn't say that my elder was nearby, with Lei Xiao's temper, I'm afraid both of us would be in trouble. Little brother, you must be careful when you speak and do things in the future. There are countless experts in this boundless ocean. Many of them have strange tempers. If I didn't show up in time, you might be in danger now." "All right." Li Changsheng smiled. He had a good impression of this young lady. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Zhu Wan nodded her head in satisfaction. She descended from the sky and landed on the bow of the ship. She carefully looked at the old yellow bull beside Li Changsheng and could not help but shake her head. Although this old yellow bull is stronger than ordinary livestock, it can't even be considered as a demon beast. You actually said that it will grow to be stronger than Lei Xiao in the future. How dare you say that? No wonder Lei Xiao is angry. After saying that, she raised her hand and summoned a magic item that looked like a cloud. She was about to leave on it. In fact, it was also a magic item ship. However, it was sacrificial refined into the shape of a cloud. It looked very magical. "Wait a minute." Li Changsheng suddenly spoke. "Is there anything?" Zhu Wan turned her head. Her eyes were filled with doubt. "Miss, you said that you are from Penglai Island. I have something to do there. I wonder if you can tell me the exact location of Penglai Island." "You want to go to Penglai Island?" Zhu Wan was slightly surprised. Penglai Island is not a place that anyone can enter. "Do you have any friends on Penglai Island?" Li Changsheng shook his head. "No, I don't. However, I want to meet the island master of Penglai Island. I have some questions to ask." "So that's how it is. Even if I tell you the location of Penglai Island, there is a magic array blocking the outside of Penglai Island. You will definitely not be able to get close. However, if you want to meet the island lord, there is another way. Recently, there will be a grand myriad treasure trade fair on the coast of the East Sea. The island lord of Penglai Island will be there as well." After that, she urged the cloud under her feet to quickly fly away. Obviously, it was very rare for her to give so much useful information to a stranger like Li Changsheng. Looking at Zhu Wan, who was gradually disappearing from his sight, Li Changsheng also drove the magic tool ship in the direction of the sea market. When they arrived at the sea market, it was still as lively as last time. However, unlike last time, they saw many human figures on the island. Li Changsheng led Yellow Ox onto the island. Yellow Ox trembled with every step it took. There were many great demons in human form on this island. To Yellow Ox, they were all ferocious existences. After taking a few steps, he suddenly heard a surprised voice. "Master, you're in Sea City too?" He looked up and saw the giant bone snake king shrouded in a black robe rushing over. When he walked to Li Changsheng and was about to kneel down, he was stopped by Li Changsheng. "You don't need to be so formal outside." "Yes, master." The giant bone snake king hurriedly nodded. "What business do you have in Sea City?" Li Changsheng held Yellow Ox's hand and kept walking. "I'm in Sea City to buy some materials for refining tools. Recently, I'm preparing to refine a set of magic tools." The giant bone snake king respectfully followed beside Li Changsheng. He sized up the Yellow Ox at the same time. He looked at it for a long time, but didn't see anything special about it. However, he didn't dare to ask. He only hid his doubts in his heart. "I want to buy a sea map. You should be familiar with Sea City, right? Take me to have a look." "Okay." The giant bone snake king nodded. They went to a place called Linglong Pavilion and went directly to the 3rd floor. On the left side of the 3rd floor, there were all kinds of sea maps hanging on the wall. Some were very pocket-sized, only the size of a palm, while some covered the entire wall. Those big sea maps were very detailed. After asking, they found out that a sea map could only be exchanged for a high-grade magic tool. And this sea map was like the navigation system in a mobile phone. It could be shrunk or enlarged at will. When one walked on the sea, their specific location would immediately appear on the map. It could be said that it had endless magical uses. I'll take a small one. Li Changsheng pointed at a sea map the size of a table and said. On the third floor, no matter what kind of sea map it was, the location of Penglai Island was not marked. After asking, they found out that Penglai Island was very mysterious. Very few people knew its specific location, and even if they knew, no one dared to publicize it on the sea map. Although a large sea map was good, it was not very useful to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng did not need to pay for the sea map. The giant bone snake king immediately took out a low-grade magic tool and handed it to the demon race salesman. Although Li Changsheng was not handsome, the giant bone snake king's powerful demon chi made the salesman in the shop not dare to neglect it. After receiving the sea map, the giant bone snake king told Li Changsheng that there would be a rare treasure auction in the sea market tomorrow. Li Changsheng decided to stay for another day to see what the rare treasures in the sea market were. Along the way, the giant bone snake king reported the situation of the Verdant Gate. When he learned that the Verdant Gate was operating normally, Li Changsheng was completely relieved. There was an inn for people to stay in on the island. After Li Changsheng got a good room, he stayed. The giant bone snake king stayed next to Li Changsheng, but most of the time, it stood guard for Li Changsheng outside the door. The demon race worshipped the strong. Li Changsheng's strength had completely made the giant bone snake king submit, and it was willing to be his subordinate. Deng deng deng. Just when Li Changsheng had nothing to do and was studying the fire controlling technique he got from Tianxia ancestor, there was a sudden knock on the door. After getting Li Changsheng's permission, the giant bone snake king dared to come in. A group of Silver Shark clansmen came downstairs. They said that they wanted to entertain guests in this inn, and now they are driving the guests away. Is the Silver Shark clan very powerful? Li Changsheng furrowed his brows. He did not have to stay in this inn, but he was a very lazy person. Since he had already stayed here, he did not want to move. The Silver Shark clan is a relatively powerful clan in the sea. They are slightly inferior to the Flood Dragon clan. The giant bone snake king said. Flood Dragon clan? Li Changsheng had a rough understanding of the Silver Shark clan's power. Go down and tell them that we won't disturb them. Okay. The giant bone snake king received the order and went downstairs. At this moment, the first floor was in a mess. Many guests who were originally staying there were unhappy when they heard that someone wanted to drive them away. However, when the other party revealed the identity of the Silver Shark clan, they all obediently shut their mouths. At this moment, the giant bone snake king happened to walk down the stairs. A leader of the Silver Shark clan immediately pointed at the giant bone snake king and said, "Which room are you in? Hurry up and pack your luggage and get lost. My young master will be here soon. He wants to entertain the guests from Penglai Island. If you continue to dawdle, don't blame me for getting angry." Chapter 791. At this time, the inn's manager also came over. Sir, the Silver Shark clan and Penglai Island are both super forces of the sea. It's not worthwhile to offend them. If you leave now, I won't ask you for the room fee. The inn's manager also saw that the giant bone snake king was not to be trifled with. He was afraid that the giant bone snake king would get angry and start a conflict with the other party. If the two sides fought in this small inn, his inn would be torn down. At that time, where would he go to complain? He couldn't afford to offend any of the forces. After reprimanding, the Silver Shark clan's manager went to drive away the other guests, no longer paying attention to the giant bone snake king. In his opinion, as long as he mentioned the name of the Silver Shark clan, no one would dare to obey his orders. However, just as he turned around and took a few steps, the giant bone snake king suddenly turned into a huge bone snake and swallowed the few Silver Shark clan pawns into its stomach. The steward turned around and was immediately scared out of his wits. That powerful aura made his legs tremble. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, he was completely swallowed by the giant bone snake king from head to toe. After that, the giant bone snake king turned back into its human form and rubbed its stomach with a satisfied expression. All the monster clan and human clan's people present were dumbfounded. This was too cruel. The remaining disciples of the Silver Shark clan were all standing there, trembling with fear. They looked at the giant bone snake king in fear, knowing that they had kicked an iron plate. Judging from the aura the giant bone snake king showed just now, it was definitely a super great monster. Go back and tell your young master that my master is resting in this inn. Whoever dares to disturb him, be careful of his dog life. After saying that, the giant bone snake king walked up the stairs unhurriedly. After a long time, the sound on the first floor was restored. Who is that black-robed man? What a terrifying aura. He said that his master is upstairs. Since his strength is so terrifying, how strong must his master be? Terrifying. Too terrifying. I feel like I just walked through the gates of hell. Everyone's face was filled with lingering fear. The remaining Silver Shark Clan's disciples didn't dare to stay any longer and fled one after another. The innkeeper stood on the spot, his scalp numb. He knew that trouble was likely to ensue. After all, the Silver Shark Clan was not to be trifled with. In front of the restaurant in the front yard, a chariot pulled by a 9-headed sea beast arrived in a grandiose manner. A young man with an excellent temperament was sitting in the carriage. He didn't look very old, but he did have a noble aura. Apparently, he was the crown prince of the Silver Shark Clan. After the other party appeared, the people who had gathered around the restaurant to watch the show were immediately driven back. I asked Little Six to clear out all the people in this restaurant. I wonder how it went. As soon as the young master finished speaking, he immediately saw a few subordinates stumbling over. Young master, when the sixth steward was driving away the guests at the back of the inn, he encountered a ferocious man and was swallowed alive. Those subordinates were still trembling as they spoke. They were obviously frightened. The young master's face changed instantly. Knowing that they were from the Silver Shark Clan, they still dared to attack. This meant that the other party was not afraid of the Silver Shark Clan at all. Moreover, the strength of the sixth steward was not bad, yet he was easily swallowed. Obviously, the other party was an expert. Who was it? Tell me in detail. The subordinate hurriedly described the situation in the inn. When he heard that the other party had a master on the second floor, even the Silver Shark Clan's young master felt a little uncertain. Could it be that a monster king is here? It didn't matter if a follower died, but if the Silver Shark Clan provoked a demon king-level existence, then the losses would outweigh the gains. Thinking so, the Silver Shark Clan's crown prince put the matter of the sixth steward's death aside and walked down with a gloomy face. He passed through the front of the restaurant and walked to the backyard. At this time, the innkeeper came up to greet him. Just as he was about to kneel down, the Silver Shark Crown Prince stopped him and said, "No need to be polite. Innkeeper, please report that the Silver Shark Clan's young patriarch, Yu Mo, is here to pay a visit to the senior on the second floor." Yu Mo was a man who knew how to adapt to the circumstances. The innkeeper did not dare to be negligent and hurried to the door of Li Changsheng's room on the second floor. The giant bone snake king was standing guard at the door. Seeing the giant bone snake king, the innkeeper's face showed some fear, but he still said, "The Silver Shark Clan's young patriarch wishes to pay a visit to your master." Hearing the innkeeper's words, the giant bone snake king was about to ask Li Changsheng for permission, but Li Changsheng's indifferent voice came from the room, "No need, I don't like to be disturbed." Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the innkeeper's face was awkward. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. The Silver Shark Clan's young patriarch had come to pay a visit in person, but he was actually refused. Who exactly was the other party? The innkeeper was about to say something. The giant bone snake king's eyes widened. "My master said he won't see you, so he won't see you. Why are you talking nonsense?" The innkeeper was so scared that his body trembled, and he hurriedly took his leave. In the courtyard, the Silver Shark Clan's people were waiting quietly. When they heard that the person inside refused to pay a visit, many of them were immediately enraged. "This is too much. Our Silver Shark Clan's young patriarch came to pay a visit in person, but the other party refused to see him. He simply doesn't put our Silver Shark Clan in his eyes. Who exactly is the person living inside? How dare he? We gave him face, but he doesn't want it. If you ask me, we should just kill our way in and teach him a lesson. Let's see if he still dares to look down on our Silver Shark Clan." Looking at his subordinates who were filled with righteous indignation, The Silver Shark Clan's young patriarch Yu Mo waved his hand. All of you, shut up. The person living inside is an expert. Since the expert doesn't want to see us, we'll just leave. Hearing Yu Mo's words, the others shut up. However, when Yu Mo turned his head, a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. He was the dignified Silver Shark Clan's young patriarch. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He had personally come to pay a visit, but he was refused at the door. This made him very angry. Let's go. Yu Mo led his subordinates to come in a grandiose manner, but they left with their tails between their legs. Only after they left did the innkeeper let out a long sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Yu Mo would have a conflict in his anger. On the second floor of the inn, the giant bone snake king stood at the door and said in a low voice, "Master, that silver shark brat actually dared to show killing intent in his eyes. He simply doesn't know the difference between life and death. Do you want me to annihilate them all?" This giant bone snake king was once the number 2 expert in the Demon Alliance, second only to the gold-armored heavenly monster. He was very savage. Not to mention the Silver Shark Clan's young patriarch, even the Silver Shark Clan's patriarch would have to be polite to him. No need. Don't cause trouble. After Li Changsheng's words, the room fell into silence. At this moment, the inn in front had attracted many people's attention. Several big shots from Penglai Immortal Island had appeared. Chapter 792. There were a total of 4 people from Penglai Island. 2 men and 2 women were dressed in white and were untainted by the mortal world. When their feet landed on the ground, if one observed carefully, they would be able to see that they were floating a few centimeters above the ground. Many of the surrounding people were already staring straight at them. As expected of the immortals of Penglai Island, they were truly as beautiful as flowers. The man was also incomparably handsome. Among the 4, if Li Changsheng was here, he would recognize that one of them was Zhu Wan, whom he had met once before. The one who was slightly taller than Zhu Wan was called Wei Shatong. The other 2 men had a square face and was called Du Guanzhao. He was Zhu Wan's senior brother. The one who held a folding fan in his hand was called Jiyu Shong. The 4 of them were all well-known figures among the younger generation of Penglai Dao. Seeing the 4 of them appear, Yu Mo immediately went up to them. Even though the Silver Shark Clan was a hegemon in the ocean, it paled in comparison to Penglai Island. "I have prepared a banquet inside. Please come in," Yu Mo said with a smile. "Young clan head Yu Mo is too polite." Du Guanzhao smiled faintly. The 3 of them walked into the restaurant together. Originally, there were still some customers eating in the restaurant. However, they were all cleared out. Tomorrow is the day of the auction for that treasure. I'm afraid that we will have to stay on this island. Young clan head Yu Mo, I wonder if the inn that I asked you to book has been booked. After taking a seat, Wei Shatong casually asked. Because there was a rumor that a treasure was going to be auctioned in the ocean market, many people came to join in the fun. Accommodation on the island had to be booked in advance. However, with the power of the Silver Shark Clan's young clan head, finding a few rooms to stay in was a piece of cake. Fairy Wei, don't worry. Behind this restaurant is the inn. I have already cleared out most of the people. Only one cultivator refused to leave. I am a reasonable person, so I did not force him to leave. Yu Mo naturally would not tell them about the time when he personally went to visit but was rejected at the door. That would be too embarrassing. However, when he said that, the people of Penglai Dao did not feel that he was kind. Instead, they frowned. The people of Penglai Island considered themselves to be immortals, not stepping into the mortal world. The reason why they asked Yu Mo to help them find an inn was because they wanted to find a quiet place. They didn't like to stay in the same place as others. When they heard that there were still people who hadn't left, they felt somewhat unhappy. I wonder what kind of cultivators they are. Since young clan head Yu Mo doesn't have the heart to chase them away, I'll go talk to them. Before the dishes were served, Wei Shatong stood up and walked to the backyard. This, Yu Mo originally wanted to dissuade him. However, when he thought about how he had lost face to that person, wouldn't it be better if the people from Penglai Island taught him a lesson? Thus, he decided not to speak anymore. Sister Yu Mo, I think we should just forget about it. It's not a big deal to have one or two more people staying in such a big inn. Ju Wan was well aware of her companion's temper and hurriedly tried to persuade her. I know what to do. Wait for me for a moment. How can I, a person from Penglai Island, squeeze into a building with these ordinary people? After saying that, he walked down the stairs. Her two companions beside her couldn't help but shake their heads. This Wei Shitong was famous for her arrogance on Penglai Island. When Yumo saw that Wei Shitong was about to leave, he wanted to say something but hesitated. Young clan head Yumo, if you have something to say, you can just say it. The person staying in the inn isn't ordinary. If Miss Wei Shitong goes over, wouldn't there be any conflict? Don't worry. Shitong is at the Vaja realm. Unless it's a demonic king-class expert, the one in danger would only be others. Is that so? When Yumo heard this, a smile appeared on his face. If Wei Shitong's strength was too low, she wouldn't be able to test the strength of the master and servant in the inn. At this moment, on the second floor of the inn, Wei Shitong saw the giant bone snake king standing at the entrance. She couldn't help but frown. Penglai Island considered itself as an overseas immortal mountain. Their sect was also like an immortal home. Thus, when she saw the sinister appearance of the giant bone snake king, she immediately frowned. She originally wanted to use peaceful means before resorting to force. Now, she was no longer in the mood to do so. She directly said coldly, "So you are the one who is staying in this inn and not leaving? My Penglai Island's people want to stay in this inn. Please leave immediately. As for the room fees, I can reimburse you." Who knew that even though she was arrogant, the giant bone snake king was even more arrogant than her. He immediately shook his head coldly and said, "Impossible. My master is resting here. It is impossible for us to move out. Also, do not disturb my master again. Otherwise, I will not be polite to you." What did you say? Because Wei Shitong's father was an elder of Penglai Island, she had been pampered since she was young. She could get whatever she wanted. When had she ever been talked back to like this? The giant bone snake king's attitude immediately infuriated her. Just at this moment, Li Changsheng, who heard the commotion outside, walked out. With his hearing ability, he naturally heard what was happening outside. He said to Wei Shitong, "Young lady, we are not going to affect you by staying here. Why do you insist on making us leave?" Li Changsheng tried to persuade her, but Wei Shitong was already infuriated by the giant bone snake king. How could she listen to him? She raised her hand and slapped at Li Changsheng. "Just move when I ask you to. Why are you spouting so much nonsense?" Slap her. It might seem like a casual slap, but Wei Shitong's strength was extraordinary. If the slap was real, even an innate realm martial artist's face would be smashed. If it was someone below the innate realm, their head would probably be smashed by this slap. It was obvious that she didn't care about human lives. Li Changsheng's eyes flashed with chilling light. He stood still while the giant bone snake king took a step forward and blasted a fist over. Wei Shitong didn't take the giant bone snake king's fist seriously at first. After all, she was a Vaja realm martial expert. In the entire sea, only those demonic king-class martial experts could make her apprehensive. The giant bone snake king might look sinister, but she didn't take it seriously. She didn't even care about the giant bone snake king's fist. She just changed the direction at the last moment and slapped the giant bone snake king instead of Li Changsheng. Suddenly, the giant bone snake king's fist emitted a cloud of black mist, and a sinister bone snake condensed from the black mist. The giant bone snake king was a finger-profound realm martial expert with terrifying strength. It might just be a casual punch, but the power that burst out was terrifying. In an instant, a sinister and ice-cold aura pervaded the air. Wei Shitong's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly withdrew her palm and turned it into a defense, wanting to block the giant bone snake king's attack. However, no matter how she changed her palm, the giant bone snake king just blasted a fist over. That black bone snake let out a strange sound, which made Wei Shitong's mind waver. She felt impatient and frustrated, and a kind of despair rose in her heart. She had broken through to the Vaja realm not long ago and was insufferably arrogant. She felt that there were very few people in the world who could compare with her. But now, under the giant bone snake king's fist, she completely felt how insignificant she was. She was as powerless as a small boat in front of a storm. It's over. Just as this thought arose in her mind, she felt an intense pain coming from her chest. She crashed through 2 walls and flew out of the inn. Chapter 793. A mournful scream reverberated in the sky. In the restaurant ahead, the dishes were already on the table, waiting for Wei Shitong's return. But at this moment, there was a sudden scream. It's a woman's voice, and it sounds like Wei Shitong's voice. Du Guanzhao, Ji Yushong, and Zhu Wan's expressions changed at the same time. Then, they quickly rushed to the backyard. Yu Mo was also shocked. Wei Shitong was already a Vajra realm martial expert. If she still couldn't defeat that existence in the backyard, then his previous decision was obviously the right one. They quickly rushed to the back and saw Wei Shitong lying on the ground with blood spurting out of her mouth. Shitong, how are you? Zhu Wan and the other 2 hurriedly went over to help Wei Shitong up. Then, they saw a human-shaped hole in the ground. Who was it that injured you? I'll avenge you. Ji Yushong said angrily. His face was filled with murderous intent. He and Wei Shitong had grown up as childhood sweethearts. When he saw Wei Shitong injured like this, he was instantly enraged. It's the follower of the person who lives on the 2nd floor. He should already be at the Finger Profound realm. Wei Shitong said with difficulty. Although she really hoped that Ji Yushong would be able to avenge her, the moment she thought of the other party's strength, her heart turned cold. So what if he is at the Finger Profound realm? My Penglai Island has Finger Profound realm experts. Could it be that we are afraid of him? Although Ji Yushong said so, he stopped in his tracks. He was only at the Vajra realm. If he encountered a Finger Profound realm martial artist, he would definitely die. Although he was a disciple of Penglai Island and was usually high and mighty, he wouldn't foolishly send himself to his death. Hearing that the giant bone snake king was actually at the mysterious realm, Yu Mo immediately rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he had restrained the killing intent in his heart at that time. Otherwise, if a conflict had really occurred, he might have already lost his life. Then what should we do now? Could it be that Shitong was beaten up for nothing? Du Guanzhao said angrily. My Penglai Island's elder by CHA will also be coming tomorrow. It won't be too late to teach him a lesson then. Zhu Wan said. However, there are 2 of them while elder by CHA is alone. He might not be able to gain the upper hand. Du Guanzhao shook his head. It's fine. Elder by CHA alone is enough. Between the 2 of them, only his follower is stronger. The young man's strength is mediocre. Wei Shitong said with difficulty as she clutched her chest. All right, then we'll let him live for another day. Ji Yushong said angrily. The few of them returned to the restaurant in front of them. They were no longer in the mood to drink, nor did they dare to stay in the inn in the backyard. Instead, they found another inn nearby and asked Yu Mo to help them keep an eye on Li Changsheng. Master, that guy from the Silver Shark clan actually dared to send his subordinates to spy on us. Do you want me to get rid of them? The giant bone snake king asked Li Changsheng for instructions. There's no need for that. I believe that after beating up the younger ones, they will definitely look for the elders of the sect. It just so happens that I want to meet the people from Penglai Island. I will just have to wait patiently. The next morning, Li Changsheng and the giant bone snake king went to the place where the treasures were being auctioned. Today, the sea market was even more lively. People were coming and going, and there were many powerful auras. It seemed that the treasures being auctioned this time were indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so many experts. Under the guidance of the giant bone snake king, Li Changsheng came to a magnificent building. He saw a wooden plaque with the words Treasure Pavilion written in ancient oracle bone script. Looking at the plaque, he could feel a powerful aura coming from it, indicating that the person who inscribed the words was extraordinary. This treasure pavilion was the largest magical treasure trading place in the sea market. Every once in a while, an auction would be held. It was rumored that the owner of the treasure pavilion came from the Three Immortal Island. Of course, The giant bone snake king didn't know the details. At this moment, although it was still early in the morning, many people had already gathered at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. From time to time, there would be powerful auras descending and walking quickly into the treasure pavilion. There were also some rare exotic beasts pulling carriages. There was even an old daoist who appeared riding on a flood dragon, causing a heated discussion. That's the master of the Purple Cloud Monastery. I remember that the last time I saw him, his mount was only a tiger. Now, he actually caught a flood dragon. The Flood Dragon clan is a famous existence in the sea. Although the Purple Cloud Monastery is powerful, he dared to catch a flood dragon as a mount. Isn't he afraid that the elders will come and kill him? I heard that this flood dragon is a descendant of the White Flood Dragon clan. It was captured by the master of the Purple Cloud Monastery. The White Flood Dragon clan provoked a powerful existence some time ago and was annihilated. The descendants of the clan who were stranded outside lost their backing. Not only daoist Purple Cloud, but many cultivators also chose to capture the White Flood Dragon clan as their mounts. After all, riding a dragon is the dream of many people. How awesome is that? Hearing the discussions around him, he realized that the Flood Dragon clan members who were reduced to mounts were related to him. If he didn't annihilate the White Flood Dragon King's residence, causing the White Flood Dragons to lose their backing, they wouldn't have been reduced to mounts. However, Li Changsheng didn't feel guilty. The White Flood Dragon clan provoked him first. They only had themselves to blame for ending up like this. Sighing in his heart, Li Changsheng was about to step into the precious treasure pavilion when he was blocked by a burly guard. Today, the precious treasure pavilion will be holding an auction. Only those with an invitation can enter. Otherwise, please forgive me for not letting you in, the guard said expressionlessly. However, just as he finished speaking, the giant bone snake king had already taken a step forward. He raised his hand and grabbed the guard's neck. Under the endless black gas, the guard was lifted into the air. How dare you stop my master? Are you tired of living? Giant Bone, don't hurt him, Li Changsheng hurriedly said. The demon clan respected strength. An expert like the giant bone snake king had always been domineering and wouldn't tolerate any disobedience. The guard was thrown to the ground by the giant bone snake king. Ting, ting, ting. He took a few steps back and his face was filled with shock. When he was surrounded by the black gas, he had a feeling that he would die at any moment. Only then did he know that this black-robed man wasn't someone to be trifled with. Are you still going to stop me now? The giant bone snake king looked at the guard with cold eyes. The guard was taught a lesson by the giant bone snake king, but he didn't dare to show anger. Instead, he immediately became respectful. The rule of not being able to enter without an invitation was only restricted to martial artists below the Vajra realm. Martial artists above the Vajra realm were all formidable martial artists that roamed unhindered in the sea region. Even the boss of the precious treasure pavilion would have to be courteous, let alone him. The giant bone snake king's strength was definitely at the Vajra realm. How would the guard dare to stop him? The giant bone serpent king's display of strength had not only intimidated the guards at the gate, it had also intimidated the cultivators coming and going. Such a terrifying aura. Could he be a Vajra realm expert? I don't think so. Even an ordinary Vajra realm expert doesn't have such deterrence. I'm afraid he is at the late stage or even the peak stage of the Vajra realm. This person's aura is filled with evil. His hands are stained with blood. We can't afford to offend him. Amidst the discussions, a plump middle-aged man walked out and asked coldly, "What happened?" The guard immediately went up and explained the situation. After hearing it, the guard didn't get angry at all. Instead, he squeezed out a smile and respectfully cupped his hands towards the giant bone snake king. "It was my treasure pavilion's guard who was blind and offended you, sir. Please forgive us." The precious treasure pavilion might have a resounding reputation in the sea market, but servants like them were ultimately just servants. Perhaps only the precious treasure pavilion's behind-the-scenes boss had the qualifications to be arrogant in front of a Vajra realm expert. I am just helping my master to teach your subordinate a lesson. As for whether I offended you or not, it is not up to me. It is up to my master to make the decision. After the giant bone snake king finished speaking, he took a step back and revealed Li Changsheng, who was standing behind him. That middle-aged man was instantly shocked. If such a powerful person was only a subordinate, then what kind of status did his master have? Chapter 794. He sized up Li Changsheng a few times, but didn't see anything different. Especially the yellow ox following behind Li Changsheng. It was cowering and trembling all over, which made him even more puzzled. However, he didn't dare to ask this question out loud. He could only keep it in his heart and made an inviting gesture. It's the honor of my precious treasures pavilion for Sir to enter with such a noble status. Please. Li Changsheng nodded and walked inside. Seeing that the yellow ox was about to be led into the precious treasures pavilion by Li Changsheng, the guard was about to speak when he was glared at by the manager. Logically speaking, ordinary mounts and demonic beasts were not allowed to be brought into the precious treasures pavilion. However, there were exceptions to everything. In this boundless sea, strength reigned supreme. As long as one had strength, not to mention bringing a demonic beast, even the manager here would be willing to kneel down and be your mount. Sir, although you don't have an invitation, a distinguished guest like you should sit in the VIP seats. The manager respectfully brought Li Changsheng and Li Changsheng to a private room on the second floor. As the private room wasn't spacious, the yellow ox was a little too crowded after entering. Just as the other party was hesitating whether to remind Li Changsheng that there was a special place for demonic beasts in the backyard, he saw Li Changsheng wave his hand. The yellow ox had already disappeared into thin air and was kept in his sleeve. This scene made the manager's eyes shine. At first, he was still doubting Li Changsheng's cultivation, but with this move, he was truly shocked. Spatial magic wasn't something that just anyone could know. Other than those exotic beasts that had an innate grasp of spatial laws, those who could comprehend spatial laws were probably only at the finger-profound realm. Not to mention him, even the giant bone snake king was secretly shocked. When Li Changsheng used the heaven and earth sleeve, the surrounding space didn't fluctuate at all. This meant that his grasp of spatial laws had reached a fine level. Sir's cultivation is so profound. It's really an eye-opener for me. The fat manager's face had a hint of flattery. His name was Wang Tong. In the entire treasure pavilion, there were more than 10 stewards like him. They would only personally attend to the truly important guests. Now, Li Changsheng had already been listed as an important guest by him. After Li Changsheng sat down, Wang Tong immediately ordered the servants to serve the tea and fruits. Sir, do you have anything you wish to purchase from Zhenbao Pavilion? In addition to the mysterious treasures that will be auctioned this time, my treasure pavilion also collects all kinds of treasures in the world, such as the body-tempering pill that can purify the bloodline of demonic beasts. Do you have many body-tempering pills here? Li Changsheng's interest was indeed piqued. That day, when he told Yellow Ox that he wanted Yellow Ox to become a peerless demon like Lei Xiao, he wasn't just joking. Although the Yellow Ox was a bit timid, it was very loyal. Li Changsheng liked it very much. If he could buy some body-quenching pills to help it improve its bloodline, Li Changsheng was also willing to do so. Although body-quenching pills couldn't be considered very precious among the various types of pills, each one was not cheap either. Our treasure pavilion has dozens of body-tempering pills. I wonder how many body-tempering pills would Senior like to buy? If you want to feed Yellow Ox, you only need 1 or 2 body-tempering pills. Hearing Wang Tong's words, Li Changsheng pondered for a moment, then asked, "Can you give me more details? How many body-tempering pills are there in total?" "About 60 body-tempering pills." Wang Tong was puzzled. For ordinary demonic beasts, 1 body-tempering pill is enough. 2 body-tempering pills is already a luxury. Could it be that the other party bought all the body-tempering pills in the treasure pavilion? Could it be that he raised a group of mounts? How much would 60 body-tempering pills cost? If you want to barter, you need a low-grade magic tool. If you want to barter with spirit stones, 1 body-tempering pill would cost 100 low-grade spirit stones. Hearing Wang Tong's words, Li Changsheng frowned. He did have some treasures in his Chenkuan bag, but he couldn't take them out to barter. The Heart-Wishful Sword, the stone seal he obtained from the Zhenwu ruins, and the Ardent Dragon Spear he obtained from the White Flood Dragon clan. These things were too precious. He didn't have any low-grade spirit tools. As for spirit stones, he didn't have any. I'm really poor. Seeing Li Changsheng's frown, Wang Tong thought that his price was too high. He immediately smiled and said, "This is the price I quoted to the public. If senior needs it, naturally there will be preferential treatment." Everyone in the treasure pavilion was good at reading people's expressions. The giant bone snake king's strength was so strong, but from beginning to end, it was very respectful towards Li Changsheng. Wang Tong also saw that the giant bone snake king's respect towards Li Changsheng was not an act. He was even more respectful towards Li Changsheng. 100 low-grade spirit stones for one body tempering pill. Your business is quite fair. Li Changsheng nodded. He didn't say anything else. He was embarrassingly short of money, so he could only think of other ways to get body tempering pills and help Yellow Ox increase his strength. If my lord wants the body tempering pills, I can sell them to you for 90 low-grade spirit stones each. This price is already close to the lowest price of my treasure pavilion. If my lord has low-grade magic tools or the like, I can help my lord to reduce the price. What do you think? Wang Tong carefully said. Li Changsheng asked how much stock the treasure pavilion had. He was treated as a big customer. Not to mention selling 60 body tempering pills, even if he sold 10, he would be able to complete this month's sales. It could be considered a big deal. Okay, I got it. Let's talk later. Li Changsheng casually said. Wang Tong didn't dare to say anything more. He could only wait at the side. Li Changsheng stroked his chin, thinking about how to get some spirit stones. Otherwise, he was too short on money. He couldn't always let the giant bone snake king pay for it. He thought about the many battles in the past where he destroyed all the spirit tools that he didn't care about. Now that he thought about it, if he had held back a little at that time and seized those spirit tools, it would have been a considerable amount of wealth. He really didn't know how expensive the daily necessities were. If he didn't come to the sea market, he wouldn't know that those spirit tools were all shining silver. Wang Tong, I asked you to entertain the guests of the treasure pavilion, but you're nowhere to be seen. At this time, a slightly angry voice sounded. A man wearing a daoist robe walked over in large strides. When he saw Li Changsheng and the giant bone snake king sitting in the VIP box, he couldn't help but frown. He called Wang Tong outside and asked in a low voice, "Wang Tong, what's the matter with you? The number of VIP boxes in my treasure pavilion is limited. How can you casually arrange people here? There are many important people coming to the treasure auction this time. If there aren't enough VIP seats, can you bear this responsibility? Manager Yang, the two inside are very likely to be experts at the peak of the Vaja realm. I didn't arrange them in the VIP box wrong, right?" Manager Yang immediately glared at Wang Tong when he heard what he said. What? You still dare to talk back? So what if they're at the Vaja realm? Normally, Vaja realm experts are considered experts. But today, there are quite a few finger-profound realm experts. You arranged them in the VIP box. Even if you didn't do anything wrong, you shouldn't have stayed behind to serve them. The number of managers in my treasure pavilion is limited. In a while, the immortal from Penglai Island will be here. You should quickly leave and find a servant to wait outside. But the immortal inside wants to buy 60 body tempering pills. This is a big deal. Wang Tong still wasn't willing to give up 60 body tempering pills. Manager Yang immediately sneered. I'm afraid he's just teasing you, right? Who would buy 60 body tempering pills for no reason? Don't tell me he has 60 juniors who want to purify their bloodlines. It seems like he wants to give it to his mount. Haha. Mount? What kind of mount can eat 60 body tempering pills in one go? You too, you're usually quite clever. Why are you so silly today? After lecturing Wang Tong, Manager Yang stepped into the box and bowed to Li Changsheng. VIP, I'm really sorry. Today, my treasure pavilion is a little busy. I need Manager Wang's help. I'll immediately change someone to serve you. It's fine. Li Changsheng nodded slightly. Manager Yang then walked out of the door. Chapter 795. A white-robed middle-aged woman walked over. The moment she appeared, 5 to 6 managers of the Precious Treasure Pavilion went up to welcome her. Manager Yang was one of them. This white-robed woman was none other than Elder by Cha from Penglai Island. Behind her, Zhu Wan, Du Guanzhao, Jiu Shong, and Wei Shitong followed closely behind. The young master of the Silver Shark clan, Yu Mo, was here as well. Elder Bai, your presence truly brings light to my Precious Treasure Pavilion. Manager Yang had a fawning expression as he walked over. Wang Tong and the other managers behind him bowed to Bai Cha. No need to be so polite. Bai Cha calmly replied. He directly walked up to the second floor and came to a luxurious private room. The private rooms on the second floor were separated into different grades. For example, the private room that Wang Tong led Li Changsheng into belonged to the lowest grade. As for the private room that Bai Cha was in, it was the most luxurious private room. After sitting down, Manager Yang personally served Bai Cha. Wang Tong and the other managers were also at the door. Such treatment wasn't bad at all. Wei Shitong was injured by the giant bone snake king yesterday, but she had already recovered today. This was the strength of cultivators. As long as they didn't die, no matter how serious their injuries were, they would be able to recover. Young clan head Yu Mo, are you sure that the person who injured Shitong also entered the Precious Treasure Pavilion? I'm sure. Yu Mo nodded. According to my subordinate's report, the person who injured Shitong was brought in by a manager called Wang Tong. Hearing Yu Mo's words, Bai Cha immediately turned to Manager Yang. Manager Yang, I wonder if there's a manager called Wang Tong in your Precious Treasure Pavilion? Yes, he is waiting at the door. As he spoke, Manager Liu called Wang Tong, who was waiting outside. Lord Bai Cha has something to ask you. As the sound of his voice faded, Wang Tong quickly walked in. Greetings to Lord Bai Cha, greetings to Manager Yang. Wang Tong, I want to ask you. Not long ago, did you receive a guest? He had a subordinate who was covered in black robes and even had a bull with him. Yes. Wang Tong hurriedly nodded. That guest was in the second floor private room. Could it be that he is acquainted with Lord Bai Cha? Wang Tong's heart was filled with joy. If the other party knew the elder of Penglai Island, it meant that he had really met a big shot. I don't know him, but he has some conflict with my junior. All right, you can leave. Bai Cha waved his hand. Wharton walked to the door with a suspicious look. Not long after, Manager Yang walked out. Wang Tong hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Manager Yang, what's going on? Me. Manager Yang's face darkened. Wang Tong, oh Wang Tong, sometimes when I criticize you, you don't take it seriously. That young man in the second Earth room has a grudge against Elder Bai Cha, and you even brought him to the VIP room. This is considered as offending the people of Penglai Island. Let's see what you can do. What? Wang Tong's face instantly changed. He actually has a grudge against someone from Penglai Island. In an instant, his heart was filled with extreme regret. If he had known earlier, he would not have entertained Li Changsheng and the others even if he was beaten to death. Then what should I do? Wang Tong wiped off the cold sweat on his head. Leave it to the heavens. I only hope that Lord Bai Cha from Penglai Island can't be bothered to bicker with a small shrimp like you. Otherwise, you will definitely have to bear the consequences. At this moment, the auction of the Precious Treasure Pavilion had already started. Every VIP room had a formation activated. The wall in front gradually turned transparent, and one could clearly see the auction items on the first floor. On the highest platform in the center of the first floor, a beautiful maid walked up with an exquisitely decorated wooden box in her hands. When the wooden box was placed on the table and opened, there was a small cauldron carved from jade inside. It was sparkling and translucent, looking extremely beautiful. There was a formation engraved inside. It was a mid-grade magic treasure. This cauldron is called the Jewel Cauldron. It is carved from cold jade dug out from the depths of the earth. It can be used for both offense and defense, and its power is boundless. The starting bid is 100 peak-grade spirit stones. Hearing the host's bid, Li Changsheng couldn't help but be speechless. 100 peak-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, 110 peak-grade spirit stones. As soon as the host finished speaking, someone immediately bid 120 peak-grade spirit stones. 130 peak-grade spirit stones. The price continued to soar. 200 peak-grade spirit stones. At this moment, a woman's voice rang out. The auction hall instantly fell into silence. Although this jade cauldron was good, not everyone could take out 200 peak-grade spirit stones. Who is the bidder? Li Changsheng was also very curious about the woman's voice. He looked at the servant beside him who was in charge of serving him. The voice came from the top VIP room of our precious treasure pavilion. It should be Lord White Tea from Penglai Island. Someone from Penglai Island? Li Changsheng touched his chin and thought to himself, they are really rich. If it was someone from another faction, Li Changsheng, who was now poor, wouldn't mind robbing them. However, Penglai Island was different. He still had to ask Penglai Island about the secret of leaving this world. Therefore, he could only suppress this thought. The jewel cauldron brought the auction to the peak at the beginning. The next few treasures were much inferior. The second item to be auctioned was a tranquil bag with a storage space of 10 cubic meters. However, Li Changsheng wasn't interested in it. There was a limit to what could be stored in 10 cubic meters. Only demons who didn't know how to refine weapons would scramble for it. In addition to the tranquil bag, there was also a similar interspatial ring. The prices were not cheap. The remaining low-level magic artifacts couldn't catch Li Changsheng's attention at all. Very quickly, the final treasure appeared on the stage. Next, we will auction the heavyweight treasure, the Mountain River Ruler. As soon as the host finished speaking, 6 strong men carried a wooden box and walked down. Each of them was extremely strained. However, when the wooden box was opened, there was only a black iron ruler that was more than 20 centimeters long inside. When the ruler was placed on the table made of fine iron actually made a cracking sound. It was obvious how heavy this Mountain River Ruler was. As soon as this ruler appeared, it was obvious that everyone's eyes became heated. This Mountain River Ruler is a treasure that was dug out from the bottom of the sea not long ago. The grade of the magic treasure is unknown. After judgment, it is very likely to be a spirit artifact. As soon as the host finished speaking, there was an uproar. Magic treasures could be divided into 6 grades according to quality. From low to high, they were magic artifacts, spirit artifacts, treasured artifacts, Taoist artifacts, immortal artifacts, and supreme artifacts. At that time, the jewel cauldron was only a mid-level magic artifact and was already so valuable. If this Mountain River Ruler was a spirit artifact, its price would probably reach an astronomical figure. Sure enough, after the host introduced the origin of the Mountain River Ruler, he said, the starting price is 100,000 supreme-level spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, many people in the field gasped. 1 supreme-level spirit stone was equivalent to 1,000 low-level spirit stones. 100,000 supreme-level spirit stones were equivalent to 100 million low-level spirit stones. This Mountain River Ruler looked simple and unadorned. The image of mountains and rivers was engraved on it. According to the host's introduction, it could generate a gravity of thousands of tons by activating its magic power. It could directly crush the enemy and also be used for protection. With this magic treasure, one's combat power would immediately increase by several levels. Even Li Changsheng's eyes were burning. Because he found that this Mountain River Ruler might not be a spirit artifact. It might be a legendary treasure artifact. It was a treasure artifact of a higher level than Li Changsheng's Heart Wishful Sword and Scorching Dragon Spear. Chapter 796. With the appearance of the Mountain and River Ruler, countless people in the field were tempted. It was a spiritual weapon, which was enough to be the heirloom of many sects. It was extremely difficult to refine it with one's own strength. 110,000 supreme-level spirit stones. An old voice raised the price first. As soon as the voice came out, countless eyes focused on the old man. The old man was wearing linen clothes and holding a walking stick in his hand. He looked ordinary, but he could offer such a price. Everyone thought that only those in the VIP seats were qualified to compete for the mountain and river ruler. The old man opened his mouth to attract attention. Immediately, a second person raised the price. 120,000. As expected, it came from the VIP box. 130,000. The price was still rising. Even Li Changsheng began to be tempted and looked at the giant bone snake king next to him. The giant bone snake king instantly understood what Li Changsheng meant. He threw out a Qianquan bag and said to the subordinate in charge of serving him, "Go and exchange it for spirit stones." The giant bone snake king was a profound realm expert. In addition, he had been in the Demon League for a long time and had accumulated a lot of wealth. At this moment, in order to please Li Changsheng, he took out all of it. The attendant nodded and immediately went to inform the steward in charge of exchanging spirit stones. Soon, a man with a goatee walked over quickly. After entering the door, he didn't take it seriously at first. When he picked up the Qianquan bag and penetrated his divine sense into it, he was immediately shocked. "Do all the artifacts in here have to be exchanged for spirit stones?" he asked. "Yes." The giant bone snake king nodded. The steward took out the items in the Qianquan bag one by one. After recording them, he took a deep breath and said, "These artifacts and low-level spirit stones can be exchanged for a total of 300,000 supreme-level spirit stones." As soon as he finished speaking, even Li Changsheng was a little surprised. The giant bone snake king's wealth was beyond his imagination. 180,000 supreme-level spirit stones. The bidding outside reached a peak again. The price soared. 200,000. With the giant bone snake king's wealth, Li Changsheng was instantly emboldened. He also said, 210,000. Although a spiritual weapon was very valuable, 200,000 top-level spirit stones was already an astronomical figure. It could be said that the price would exceed its value. Li Changsheng knew that this was not a spiritual artifact, but most likely a precious artifact, so he increased the price. However, to Li Changsheng's surprise, when he raised the bid to 210,000, someone else spoke up after a few seconds of silence. 250,000. 300,000. As soon as this price was announced, it was earth-shattering. Even Li Changsheng couldn't help being surprised. 300,000 top-grade spirit stones, this was already the limit he could take out right now, unless he sold the Ru Shin Immortal Sword or the Ardent Dragon Spear. Of course, that was impossible. Not to mention the uniqueness of the Ardent Dragon Spear, even the Heart's Wishful Sword was nurtured by Li Changsheng as a life source flying sword. Its potential was limitless, and its future achievements might not be lower than the Mountain River Ruler. 350,000. Someone increased the price again. 300,000 top-level spirit stones was already an astronomical figure, but no one expected that someone would increase the price. The person who increased the price was the old man in sackcloth who spoke first. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place fell into silence, and no one competed with him. "Ha. This ruler is this old man's." The old man in sackcloth threw a Qianquan bag directly to the steward in charge, and then strode to the high platform, reaching out to take the Mountain River Ruler. However, before his hand could touch the Mountain River Ruler, a sharp sword light descended from the sky, and the old man hurriedly took 2 steps back. The sword light drew a straight line under his feet. "Bewitching old man, I didn't expect you to come too." A bell-like voice was heard, and a middle-aged woman in a red robe descended from the sky and landed on the high platform, blocking the path of the old man in sackcloth. "Householder Lianxin, what is the meaning of this?" Bewitching old man stared at the woman in front of him with a hint of fear in his eyes. "What? I have already bid for the Mountain River Ruler, and you still want to snatch it from me?" Hearing the old man's words, Householder Lianxin only chuckled. "Bewitching old man, since I am here, don't you know what I mean?" Bewitching old man sneered in disdain. "Householder Lianxin, you are referring to the mystic realm, but don't forget that I am referring to the mystic realm as well. You want to snatch my item? Aren't you scheming?" In an instant, a sharp aura spread out from the old man's body. "If I was alone, I wouldn't dare to do anything to you." Bewitching old man. As soon as Householder Lianxin finished speaking, several figures appeared from all directions, and each of them had a powerful aura. As these people appeared, Bewitching Old Man's face turned ugly. With Bewitching Old Man's eyesight, how could he not see that these people were referring to the mystic realm? He even recognized a few of them: Daoist Master Jin Ding, Sword Artist Jin Long, Tong Xinghuan, and Daoist Master Tai Xian. Bewitching Old Man's face turned even uglier. These people were the powerhouses among the rogue cultivators in the sea region, and there were actually 10 of them. What is the meaning of this? Bewitching Old Man looked at the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes standing on the second floor. It was Xiahou Fu, the Precious Treasure Pavilion's pavilion master. My Precious Treasure Pavilion does business in the sea region, but we don't earn much in a year. I originally planned to close down, but I didn't expect to come across this ancient treasure, the Mountain River Ruler. So, I decided to discuss a big deal with you. Of course, I wouldn't put such a powerful Mountain River Ruler up for auction. It's just a bait. As soon as Xiahou Fu finished speaking, he raised his hand and the Mountain River Ruler flew into his hand. Upon hearing his words, everyone's expression changed. He had used the Mountain and River Ruler to attract people to bid for it. Once he figured out who the fat sheep were, he would directly snatch them. Based on the intense bidding just now, the spirit stones he had collected would definitely be a shocking sum. Who would have thought that the reputable Precious Treasure Pavilion would do such a thing? Xiahou Fu, your Precious Treasure Pavilion is a reputable shop. How could you do such a thing? Aren't you afraid of causing public outrage? Haha. Xiahou Fu couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Bewitching Old Man, do you even believe your own words? With our top 10 experts gathered together, which force in the world would dare to go against us? The cultivation world has always been a place where the strong prey on the weak. As long as this shocking wealth is in my hands, I will soon break through to the peak of the mystic realm. At that time, even the island master of the 3 Immortal Island will have to treat me with respect. Bewitching Old Man, leave the 350,000 spirit stones that you want to buy the Mountain River Ruler. Since we are both mystic realm experts, we won't make things difficult for you. Chapter 797. Hearing Xiahou Fu's words, Bewitching Old Man was still unwilling. 350,000 top-grade spirit stones was his entire fortune. How could he bear to let it be robbed just like that? However, if he chose to fight against 10-finger profound realm experts, he might not even be able to keep his life. After hesitating for a while, he finally chose to submit and stood aside obediently. Everyone, take the initiative to hand over your Chenkuan bags and storage rings. I will search them in a while. If anyone dares to hide them, think about whether your life or money is more important. Xiahou Fu said coldly. They actually want to rob everyone. I thought this treasure pavilion had a good reputation. I didn't expect it to be a black shop. This Xiahou Fu is simply too despicable. He doesn't have any face at all. I came to the auction this time and brought all my wealth with me. Now, I'm going to go bankrupt. Many cultivators below were discussing animatedly, but no matter if it was the human clan or the demon clan, no one stood out to resist. After all, those were 10-finger profound realm cultivators. After these people handed over their Chenkuan bags, they all stood aside obediently. However, those who handed over their items were ordinary cultivators on the first floor. There was no movement from the VIP rooms on the second floor. Those who could enter the VIP rooms were either very strong themselves or came from some powerful forces. These people were all very confident and wouldn't be intimidated so easily. Seeing that there was no movement from the VIP rooms, Xiahou Fu and the others looked at each other. They first looked at the 2 most luxurious VIP rooms. For this plan, the people in the VIP rooms were their targets. After all, the ordinary guests had limited spirit stones and artifacts on them, but the people in the VIP rooms were all filthy rich. Feeling the gaze of Xiahou Fu and the others, after a moment of silence, one of the VIP rooms finally reacted. The door of the VIP room opened and a few figures in white walked out. They were by Cha and the others from Penglai Island. Pavilion Master Xiahou, you are also from 3 Immortal Island. Don't tell me you want to rob Penglai Island's things too? Although Bai Cha was at the finger profound realm and possessed extraordinary strength, under such circumstances, He did not dare to fall out with Xiahou Fu and the others. He could only bring out his identity as a member of Penglai Island, hoping that the other party would be fearful. Sure enough, as soon as she opened her mouth, Xiahou Fu laughed and said, "So it's Elder Baisha. Penglai Island is the leader of the 3 Immortal Islands, and I am a disciple of the 3 Immortal Islands. Of course, I won't make things difficult for the people of Penglai Island. Later, as long as Elder Baisha agrees not to get involved and stand by, I will guarantee the safety of the people of Penglai Island." Hearing that Xiahou Fu didn't intend to rob her, Bai Cha let out a long sigh of relief. She didn't have any treasures with her this time. The 3 Immortal Island was too famous at sea, so Xiahou Fu didn't want to offend them. One less person wouldn't affect them much. Of the 2 most luxurious VIP rooms, other than Bai Cha's room, there was also some movement. The door opened and a white-haired old man walked out. That old man's eyes were bulging. He was 2 meters tall, had a big nose, and had an overbearing aura. As soon as he appeared, many people recognized his identity. He was a great elder of the Demon Ox clan from Dali. So it's Elder Barbarian Nyo. After seeing the old man, Xiahou Fu cupped his hands. The old man was also a finger-profound realm expert, so Xiahou Fu's attitude towards him could be considered polite. Who would have thought that the old man didn't give him any face and coldly shouted, "Pavilion Master Xiahou, you've made a mistake by robbing me. Quickly open the door and let this old man leave. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for turning hostile." Hearing Demon Ox's words, the smile on Xiahou Fu's face suddenly disappeared and became gloomy. "Elder Nyo, hand over your Chenkuan bag. After this matter is over, we'll let you and bewitching old man leave unscathed." "Bullshit. Why should I give you my things?" Xiahou Fu's words were interrupted by Barbarian Nyo. "It seems like Elder Barbarian Nyo won't give me any face." As soon as his voice fell, Xiahou Fu gave a signal with his eyes and 4 figures flew out. The middle-aged woman, householder Lian Xin, the Purple Cloud Monastery Master, Daoist Tai Xian, who had a huge sword on his back, and Daoist Jin Ding, who had a small cauldron in his hand. At this moment, the 4 of them attacked and surrounded Barbarian Nyo in an instant. Barbarian Nyo's body technique was very powerful. He was able to force householder Lian Xin back with 1 punch. But after a few moves, he fell into a disadvantageous position. Soon, another finger-profound realm expert joined the battle. Under the siege of 5 finger-profound realm experts, Barbarian Nyo lasted for 10 minutes before he was hit by the horsetail whisk of the Purple Cloud Monastery Master. In the end, Daoist Tai Xian pierced his heart meridian with his sword. A dignified finger-profound realm expert actually fell just like that. When Barbarian Nyo died, the few VIP rooms that were still watching came out one after another and handed over their Chenkuan bags. A wise man submits to circumstances. If you don't want to end up like Elder Barbarian Nyo, then you should be tactful. Many of the Precious Treasure Pavilion's managers were at a loss. They didn't know that their boss was plotting such a shocking scheme. With Barbarian Nyo as an example, Xiahou Fu's threat was very effective. Soon, the guests from the VIP rooms came out one after another. In the end, only 1 room didn't respond. That room was the second Earth room. Bai Cha's face revealed a bit of surprise. Almost all the rooms have come out, but they didn't respond. Could it be that they are still stubbornly resisting? Interesting. At this moment, everyone's gaze was on Li Changsheng's room. This room seems to have bid 250,000 top-grade spirit stones. It's second only to bewitching old man householder Lian Xin said to Xiahou Fu. "It's a big fat sheep." Xiahou Fu looked towards the box where Li Changsheng and the others were and said in a clear voice, "Guests from the second Earth box, please come out. If you still don't come out, then I'll personally send someone to invite all of you." A few seconds later, the door of the room finally opened slowly. Li Changsheng and the giant bone snake king walked out together. "Why did you call me out if you don't know?" Li Changsheng stretched his body as if he had just woken up. When he glanced at the pile of Chenkuan bags at Xiahou Fu's feet, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a bit of passion. "This is a shocking amount of wealth. Friend, why do you have to play dumb? Hand over your spirit stones." Xiahou Fu said coldly. Even Demon Bull from the second heaven room was killed. He didn't think that a guest from the second earth room could cause any changes. Hand them over. That's impossible. Li Changsheng shrugged his shoulders. But you have prepared so many gifts for me. I feel a bit embarrassed. What gifts? Xiahou Fu and everyone else present couldn't react for a moment. Of course it's the pile of Chenkuan bags at your feet. It just so happens that I am embarrassed recently. I will kindly accept these things. Chapter 799. As soon as Li Changsheng finished speaking, everyone looked at him as if he was an idiot. Everyone coveted that pile of Chenkuan pouches, but not everyone could be the Oriole. Didn't this youth see that even bewitching old man had bowed his head and admitted defeat? Didn't Elder Nyo of the Demon Ox clan get killed because he didn't cooperate? Sure enough, Xiahou Fu was stunned for a moment before he sneered, "Brat, who gave you the courage? You actually dared to peep at the spirit stones under my feet. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Obediently hand over all your magic weapons and spirit stones. Otherwise, you'll end up like Elder Nyo." Everyone's eyes were focused on Li Changsheng. Some were surprised, some were sneering, some were regretful, and some were shaking their heads. The strength of 10 profound finger experts was terrifying. That Elder Nyo was a profound finger expert, but he still got his heart pierced by a sword. 10, 9, 8, Xiahou Fu had already started the countdown. However, Li Changsheng had a faint smile on his face from beginning to end, as if he didn't see anything. This time, even the other profound finger experts couldn't help but reveal killing intent on their faces. No one had thought that even the people in the 2 largest VIP boxes would be willing to watch the fire burn across the river, and the other would be killed by them. On the contrary, the person in the second earth box actually didn't put them in his eyes. Even bewitching old man couldn't help but shake his head. He felt that Li Changsheng was somewhat ignorant. 1. Finally, Xiahou Fu's countdown ended and he was about to make his move. The man next to him had already stood up. It was Daoist priest Tai Xian who had pierced Elder Nyo's heart with a sword. "It seems that you really think I'm a pushover." Li Changsheng looked at Daoist priest Tai Xian who had stood up with a sneer. "I gave you face, but you didn't want it. This old Daoist will send you on your way." Daoist priest Tai Xian sneered. He held the huge sword that was almost as tall as him in his hand, and a powerful aura spread out. Li Changsheng didn't speak anymore. He just raised his hand and suddenly slapped Daoist priest Tai Xian. No one had thought that he would dare to make the first move. Boom! A huge handprint formed in the sky and pressed down on Daoist Tai Xian. Break! Daoist Tieshuan's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Li Changsheng to be so strong. The huge black iron sword slashed out a sword light with a powerful sharpness. But soon, Daoist priest Tai Xian's eyes were filled with shock. When his black iron sword struck the palm, it was actually unable to break through the power of the palm. Instead, it was dispelled by the palm. Daoist priest Tai Xian was slapped to the ground, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. The palm fell bit by bit, and Daoist Tieshuan's face turned purple. Blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. "Do you still think I'm a pushover?" Li Changsheng looked down at Daoist Tai Xian, who was crawling on the ground. "You're courting death." Daoist priest Tai Xian's eyes were blood-red and filled with anger. A black aura continued to rise from his body. He gripped the huge sword in his hand tightly. There was a powerful force brewing on the huge sword. Unfortunately, under the pressure of the palm, the power could not be released. Catcher! The palm suddenly pressed down, and a crack appeared on the ground. Daoist priest Tai Xian's mouth was constantly vomiting blood. His eyes were bulging, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. They looked at Li Changsheng in disbelief. Daoist priest Tai Xian was a finger-profound realm expert. He had killed barbarian Nyo with a single sword strike. But now, Li Changsheng had easily subdued him. He didn't even have the strength to resist. Not far away, Zhu Wan recognized Li Changsheng from the Penglai Island camp. Her face was full of surprise. When she saved Li Changsheng at sea, She thought that Li Changsheng was just an ordinary disciple of the human race. She couldn't see how high Li Changsheng's realm was. She didn't expect him to be so strong that even Daoist priest Tai Xian, who was at the Finger Profound realm, was no match for him. Now that she thought about it, Li Changsheng had used her to save him. Although Lei Xiao was strong, he had just broken through. He was definitely not as strong as Daoist priest Tai Xian. If he could easily subdue Daoist priest Tai Xian, Li Changsheng naturally didn't need to fear Lei Xiao. Friend, it turns out that you've been hiding your strength. We underestimated your strength. Please let go of Daoist priest Tai Xian. We will not rob you of your spirit stones, just like Elder by Cha. Xiahou Fu was shocked when he saw Li Changsheng's strength. He didn't want to offend him, so he said this. He thought that he had taken a big step back. Yes. Friend, you've been hiding your strength. We have offended you. Please let go of Daoist priest Tai Xian. The Saint Sound Cultivator also said. Let go of Daoist priest Tai Xian. We can get along peacefully and mind our own business. The red-robed purple cloud temple lord also said. Beside him was a flood dragon. It was the disciple of the white flood dragon clan that he had subdued. Brat, you humiliated me like this. I will remember this grudge. Daoist priest Tai Xian, who was lying on the ground, didn't have the slightest awareness of being a prisoner. In his opinion, in front of so many Finger Profound realm experts, Li Changsheng definitely wouldn't dare to kill him. At most, he would just injure him a little. For a cultivator, as long as he didn't die, it didn't matter how serious the injury was. He had nothing to fear. Boom. Boom. In the next second, Li Changsheng's palm pressed down again. This time, the entire wooden floor collapsed. Half of Daoist priest Tai Xian's body directly fell down. Only his neck was stuck on the wooden floor. It was very comical. I'm going to kill you. Daoist priest Tai Xian finally had some space to move. The power of the giant sword in his hand suddenly erupted. It turned into a sword light and slashed towards Li Changsheng. However, no matter how powerful the sword light was, it was still useless when it slashed on the palm. It only made the palm shake slightly. Then, Li Changsheng's palm suddenly erupted with a terrifying power and slammed down. Stop! Seeing this scene, Xiahou Fu hurriedly shouted. No one expected things to develop to this extent. Daoist priest Tai Xian's mouth was unforgiving, and Li Changsheng actually wanted to kill him. Friend, if you kill him, you will fight to the death with us, the top 10 expert. Xiahou Fu shouted loudly. If you dare to hurt Daoist priest Tai Xian, I will definitely kill you. The Saint Sound Cultivator also said sternly. Rumble. The other 7 Finger Profound realm experts stepped forward at the same time. The worship spread like a mountain. Everyone in the room felt this powerful pressure. I don't believe you dare to kill me. At this moment, Daoist priest Tai Xian was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His hair was disheveled and he looked like a crazy demon. However, he was still laughing loudly. Li Changsheng didn't answer at all. His palm moved faster and faster and finally landed on Daoist priest Tai Xian's body. Rumble. There was a violent explosion. The entire second floor collapsed. Under the palm, Daoist priest Tai Xian's body exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Li Changsheng scooped up the dark steel greatsword and put it into his Chenkuan bag. In the past, every time there was a big battle, the Dharma treasures would be destroyed along with the people. Only then did the auction house realize that they were embarrassed. He couldn't damage the giant sword again. Chapter 800. Rumble. A powerful aura rose from sword artist Shocking Dragon and Daoist Golden Cauldron as they locked onto Li Changsheng's position. The air in the entire precious treasure pavilion seemed to have condensed. The two of them were accumulating their power. Once they made their move, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Kid, you killed Daoist Tai Xian. Kneel down and accept your punishment. Perhaps, I can spare your life. Daoist Golden Cauldron was enveloped in golden light. That small golden cauldron was constantly spinning and dropping down rays of light. The power of laws was surging. Although the small cauldron was only the size of a palm, its true weight was enough to destroy a mountain. Ha ha. Li Changsheng only smiled in disdain. Do you think you are so great after reaching the finger profound realm? In my eyes, you are just slightly bigger ants. Although he is strong, he is too arrogant. I'm afraid he won't be able to escape death today. Zhu Wan couldn't help but sigh. Previously, she had a short conversation with Li Changsheng on the sea and had a good impression of Li Changsheng. She didn't want to watch him die so miserably. However, she knew that she had no other choice. Even Bai Cha could only watch by the side. Who in the world would dare to offend so many finger-profound realm experts at the same time? Just as she was having complicated thoughts, Li Changsheng actually took the initiative to make his move. The heart-wishful sword turned into a sword light that pierced through the sky and directly pierced a hole in the roof of the precious treasure pavilion. It rushed into the clouds and then violently slashed down. The entire precious treasure pavilion was split into two under the sword light. Countless people on the scene dodged in all directions. Under the sword light, the entire island in the sea market was shocked. Under this terrifying sword light, the palm-sized golden cauldron above Daoist Golden Cauldron's head was instantly broken. This golden cauldron was known to be invulnerable. However, it didn't even last 3 seconds under the sword light. Crack. One could see that the small golden cauldron was instantly covered with cracks. Daoist Golden Cauldron's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, this didn't stop. The sword light continued to press down and the golden cauldron was completely turned into a pile of fragments. At the same time, Daoist Golden Cauldron was slashed into two from head to toe. SSS. Everyone who witnessed this scene sucked in a breath of cold air. Daoist Master Golden Cauldron was not someone who had just entered the finger-profound realm like Daoist Master Tai Xian. Instead, he was a veteran finger-profound realm expert. His mana was dense, but now, he was actually killed by Li Changsheng with a single strike. The dragon sword artist didn't even have time to help. It was too fast, too fierce, and too powerful. Everyone was stunned. Bai Cha, who had been standing there calmly and watching with folded arms, had a look of disbelief in his eyes. Even Wei Shitong, Ji Yushong, and the rest had lingering fear in their hearts. Thinking back to the day when Wei Shitong went to provoke Li Changsheng and was sent flying by the giant Bone Snake King, they were still very angry. Now that they thought about it, it was fortunate that Li Changsheng did not make a move at that time. Otherwise, a small ant like Wei Shitong would not be able to withstand a single slap from Li Changsheng. Watch my sword. It was then that the startling dragon swordsman finally reacted. The sword in his hand formed a line in the sky as it slashed towards Li Changsheng. The sword was condensed into a thread. This was an extremely high level of sword art. However, in the next second, Li Changsheng's sword light swept across. After slicing the startling dragon swordsman's sword light in half, Li Changsheng directly sliced him into two at the waist. Blood splattered across the sky. That was not all. After killing the startling dragon swordsman, the sword light moved again and aimed at the injured householder Lianxin. Householder Lianxin tried to call for help, but it was a pity that he was completely turned into ashes by the sword. Killing 3 finger-profound realm experts in 3 moves. At this moment, the entire place was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone felt a deep chill. It was too terrifying. Was he still human? Even the legendary Earth Immortal realm experts were only at this level. No one dared to underestimate Li Changsheng anymore. Killing 3 finger-profound realm experts in a single move. This combat strength was heaven-defying. Up until now, 4 out of the 10 rogue cultivators had died in the hands of Li Changsheng. It seems like I have underestimated you. The temple master of Purple Cloud stepped out. His aura vaguely locked onto Li Changsheng. Behind him, the white flood dragon let out a whimper. It was subdued by the temple master of Purple Cloud partly because it was afraid of the temple master of Purple Cloud's power and partly because it wanted to find a backer. The white-robed Saint Sound cultivator also stepped out. Although she was not young, she was still charming. In addition, Xu Chao, Mu Wenshan, and Tong Xinghuan, a total of 5 finger-profound realm experts, surrounded Li Changsheng. Other than the Precious Treasure Pavilion's pavilion master Xiahou Fu, everyone else attacked. In the distance, Steward Wang Tong was trembling with fear. Who would have thought that the guest he led into the second Earth box was such a demon? Sigh. Friend, your combat strength is indeed powerful, but you will die here today. Originally, you could have left safely. Tong Xinghuan sighed. Based on the combat strength that Li Changsheng displayed, even the island master of Three Deity Island could not compare to him. The surrounding people quickly retreated to a safe distance before stopping. The array in the precious treasure pavilion had been broken and they had regained their freedom. However, none of them left. It was not an exaggeration to say that such a shocking battle was once in 1,000 years. Cut the crap. Come up and accept your death, Li Changsheng said indifferently. He raised his hand and a crimson-red spear appeared in his hand. A violent aura spread out from his body. Scorching Dragon Spear. That's the Scorching Dragon Spear. I know his identity. The White Flood Dragon from the White Flood Dragon clan suddenly exclaimed and spoke in human language. As a member of the White Flood Dragon clan, how could he not know about their clan's heirloom, the Scorching Dragon Spear? However, as soon as he spoke, his words were drowned out by a loud explosion. Rumble. Li Changsheng directly raised the Scorching Dragon Spear and charged towards Tong Xinghuan, who was the strongest among the 5 people. To capture bandits, one must first capture the leader. As the Scorching Dragon Spear struck out, the void in its path began to shatter and turn into chaos. The earth trembled. Under the spear, it was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. Terrifying energy spread in all directions. Good timing. Tong Xinghuan was second only to Xiahou Fu among the 10-finger profound realm cultivators. His cultivation had already reached the late stage of the finger profound realm. He raised his fist and directly faced the Scorching Dragon Spear. He was going to block Li Changsheng's attack with his physical strength. So you're a physical cultivator. No wonder you're so confident. Li Changsheng's lips curled into a mocking smile. Under the Scorching Dragon Spear, Tong Xinghuan's fist had just touched it when his entire arm exploded into a bloody mist. He quickly retreated, his face full of shock. When did the physical cultivation technique that he was so proud of become so weak? The white-robed Saint Sound cultivator sat cross-legged in mid-air with a jade zither on her knees. As her fingers moved, invisible sound blades attacked Li Changsheng. Break. In response, Li Changsheng didn't even turn his head. He just shouted and the countless sound blades shattered in the air. The Saint Sound cultivator, who was playing the zither, spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the zither strings red. Take this. The Purple Cloud Monastery Master, Xu Chao, and Mu Wenshan, the 3-finger profound realm experts, attacked at the same time. The entire world rumbled. The 3 pillars of light, with completely different auras, actually merged into one in the sky and attacked Li Changsheng. It's actually a combination attack. The power of a few finger profound realm cultivators merged into one. It was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The terrifying energy caused even Xiahou Fu's expression to change. He muttered to himself, if such an attack can't hurt this person, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the #1 expert in the world. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Changsheng took out the Scorching Dragon Spear and faced the Purple Cloud Temple Master. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosions shook the heaven and earth. The tremors were too terrifying. Even the spectators could feel their blood surging. The combined power of 3-finger profound realm cultivators was actually broken by Li Changsheng. Everyone felt their minds shaking. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, they still didn't dare to be confident. Manager Yang's legs were trembling. He looked at Manager Wang Tong and said, "What kind of demon did you summon? You have caused a lot of trouble for the Temple Master." At this moment, Wang Tong was already scared out of his wits. Even Bai Cha's body was stiff. However, the next scene made everyone's eyelids twitch. After breaking through the combined attack of the 3, Li Changsheng swept out with the Scorching Dragon Spear in his hand. Xu Chao, Mu Wenshan, the Saint Sound cultivator, and the Purple Cloud Temple Master all exploded in the air. At this moment, the Purple Cloud Temple Master finally heard the voice of his mount. He is the Alliance head of the Demon Alliance. He is also the murderer of my White Flood Dragon race. It's actually him. This was the Purple Cloud Temple Master's last thought. In the next second, he saw his body exploding into a blood mist. Out of the 10-finger profound realm experts, only the precious treasure pavilion master, Xiahou Fu, was left. The smell of blood permeated the air. Li Changsheng stood on the spot and swept through everyone. He was like a god of war, invincible. Chapter 801. Li Changsheng's strength suppressed everyone present. He stood there like a god descending to earth. Other than the fierce wind brought about by the energy shockwaves, there was no other sound. Everyone looked at the figure standing in the center, their hearts and minds trembling. The top 10 loose cultivators, other than Xiahou Fu, had all died in the hands of Li Changsheng. Such a battle record was simply earth-shattering and unheard of. It made people feel a chill in their hearts. For a moment, everyone felt that their minds were blank. It was too terrifying. Manager Wang Tong, Manager Yang Ren, Penglai Islands by CHA, Ju Wan, and the others didn't know how to describe the shock in their hearts. Now, do you have any objections to the ownership of those Chenkuan bags? Li Changsheng's gaze fell on the only survivor, Xiahou Fu. He was the only one left among the top 10 profound finger realm experts. Now, he didn't have the calmness from before. What was left was only astonishment. Countless gazes fell on Xiahou Fu following Li Changsheng's words. They wanted to see how he would respond and what Li Changsheng would do next. I really didn't expect this. Bewitching old man sighed. Thinking about how he had no choice but to submit to the joint attack of the top 10 loose cultivators and compared to Li Changsheng, he blushed with shame. Xiahou Fu was the strongest among the top 10 loose cultivators. He was at the late stage profound finger realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the leader of so many profound finger realm experts. However, everyone didn't think that he had any chance of winning. He had killed 9 loose cultivators consecutively. Such combat strength was probably at the half-step Earth immortal realm. Friend, I bet the reputation of the precious treasure pavilion to set up this trap. I didn't expect that you would almost break it. Xiahou Fu took a deep breath. The astonishment on his face gradually disappeared. Many of the people present had strange expressions on their faces. Because Xiahou Fu said that he almost broke it, not that Li Changsheng had already broken it. Li Changsheng didn't say anything. He knew that Xiahou Fu hadn't finished speaking. In order to set up this trap, I sacrificed too much. I can't give you these Chenkuan bags, but I can give you half. Why? Li Changsheng asked indifferently. Because this is Zhenbao Pavilion's territory. After Xiahou Fu finished speaking, he suddenly stomped his foot. Immediately, the ground began to tremble. Pillars of light appeared out of nowhere and connected to the sky. I admit that your strength is earth-shattering. You killed 9-finger profound realm cultivators in a row. Even the island master of the 3 immortal island can't do that. I, Xiahou Fu, have always thought of myself as a genius. But compared to you, just as you said, I'm just a slightly bigger ant. Beams of light connected the heaven and earth and streams of aura rose continuously. Countless mists condensed in the sky to form various magical beasts. There were pagodas, golden cauldrons, incense burners, sabers, arrows, and spears. There were also various true dragons, immortal phoenixes, killins, and vermilion birds flying around. This was a peerless array formation. The moment the formation revolved, the entire island seemed to be cut off from the world outside. Xiahou Fu's presence fused with the formation, as if he had become the ruler of this world. What kind of formation is this? Everyone felt the change in the aura around them and their faces were filled with shock. Among these people, many came from sects that specialized in formations and had a deep understanding of formations. However, this kind of formation that isolated the world and formed a small world of its own, involving the power of space rules, could already be called a divine formation. In the entire world, even the most powerful formation master couldn't set up such a peerless battle. No wonder Xiahou Fu is still so confident at this moment. It turns out that he set up such a shocking formation above the sea market. Bai Cha muttered to herself. She was already at the finger profound realm, but when the formation rose, she still felt insignificant. As for the other cultivators below the finger profound realm, their minds swayed and they couldn't control themselves. Although Xiahou Fu managed the treasure pavilion and was very strong, in this sea region, compared to the three Immortal Island and many of the Demon Clan's magnates, he was still far from the top. However, once this formation was set up, as long as it was within the range of this island, he would be the invincible ruler. Bewitching old man sighed with emotion. That young man thought that his strength was amazing and actually wanted to take all the magic treasures and spirit stones for himself. He didn't expect to be so clever and make Xiahou Fu use such a peerless formation. I'm afraid he's regretting it now. Just as many people were discussing, Xiahou Fu looked at Li Changsheng with a sneer. Friend, how's that? Now do you know why? I'm afraid that even if I agreed to share the Chenkuan pouches with you, you wouldn't really agree, right? Li Changsheng suddenly sneered. You could have used this formation long ago, but you waited until the 9 loose cultivators all died at my hands before you did. You didn't have any good intentions from the start and didn't want to share the treasures with the 9 loose cultivators. It just so happens that I helped you get rid of the future trouble. However, with your strength, you can't set up this formation, right? It's just that it was set up by our ancestors and you've obtained control of it. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Xiahou Fu laughed loudly. Friend, you're indeed very smart. I never thought of sharing the spirit stones with the 9 of them. This formation wasn't set up by me, but so what? The formation is now under my control. You're a turtle in a jar. After Xiahou Fu finished speaking, many people began to feel sorry for the dead Tong Xinghuan and the others. It turned out that they had been asking a tiger for its skin all this time. At the same time, many people looked at Li Changsheng with pity. With such great battle prowess, if they weren't on this island, he would be completely invincible. But now, he might die here. Was this fate? Friend, with your battle prowess, you should be invincible. Unfortunately, you met me. When the formation was fully activated, Xiahou Fu's face was filled with confidence. Now, I can give you a chance. Open up your divine sense and let me plant a restriction. Then, give me your cultivation method and I'll spare your life. Xiahou Fu's voice rang out. His eyes flashed with passion. Li Changsheng had such great strength at such a young age. In Xiahou Fu's opinion, the cultivation method that he cultivated must be extraordinary. How could he not covet it? I'm afraid that if I give you my cultivation method, you'll kill me on the spot. Xiahou Fu, we're both smart people. Why do you have to play this game with me? Moreover, do you really think that you have victory in your hands after activating the formation? It seems that you won't give up until all is said and done. Then, I'll show you the power of my formation. Xiahou Fu raised his hand. A red-crowned crane in the air let out a soft cry. Then, 2 sharp claws that seemed to be cast in black gold swiped down at Li Changsheng. Wherever the sharp claws passed, the space was constantly shattered. What great power! Many people trembled with fear. The power of a casual attack from this formation was no less than the finger profound realm. It was truly terrifying. Chapter 802. As the crane's claw fell, the void shattered. The claw, which looked like it was cast in black gold, seemed to have the power to destroy the world. Seeing this scene, everyone was deeply shocked. Li Changsheng sneered and slashed out with the heart's compliant sword, shattering the flying crane into pieces. There are many different kinds of arrays in the world. In my eyes, this array can only be considered as not bad. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Xiahou Fu was unmoved. He used all his strength to push the array. One after another, divine beasts condensed and rushed towards Li Changsheng. There were also all kinds of weapons that occupied half the sky. This array is terrifying. Every divine beast condensed is no weaker than the profound finger realm. With so many divine beasts, there are probably more than 100 of them. It's equivalent to more than 100 profound finger realm experts attacking at the same time. Bewitching Old Man, by CHA, and the others understood the power of the array. They were sure that if they were the ones facing the array, they would probably die after this wave of attacks. Xiahou Fu was able to master such a powerful array. Fortunately, he wasn't the one who set it up. Otherwise, No one in the world would be able to stop him. Total annihilation. Li Changsheng swung the heart's-compliant sword in his hand. It turned into tens of thousands of sword lights that crisscrossed. Wherever the sword lights swept, the divine beasts and weapons would shatter, forming a sword domain. No attack could get close to him. So, you are a sword cultivator. Your swordsmanship is indeed powerful. It's a pity that you can't change your fate of death. Xiahou Fu was slightly surprised that Li Changsheng could block his attack, but at the same time, he sneered. Boom! Countless divine beasts were condensing in the sky, and in the middle of the divine beasts, a huge bone elephant was condensing. The moment the bone elephant was fully formed, waves of terrifying power came from the sky. It made one's mind waver and feel suffocated. Elder by Cha mumbled to himself, could this be the legendary underworld elephant from the netherworld? Legend has it that the underworld elephant suppresses the 9 underworlds and devours thousands of souls. Only the emperor of the 9 underworlds, the ruler of the 9 underworlds, can suppress it. Although it is only an illusion now, its power is earth-shattering. Meanwhile, the surrounding weaker cultivators were all trembling. The power of the dark elephant was too strong. Even if it didn't attack them, it still made them tremble in fear and unable to control themselves. The appearance of this nether elephant was comparable to all the divine beasts in the sky. Rumble. The nether elephant looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. Its huge trunk was like a whip in the hands of a divine being. A casual wave of its trunk could cause the heaven and earth to tremble. The dark elephant was 6 stories tall. It had huge eyes, long tusks, and one of its legs was like a heavenly pillar. Its eyes emitted a scarlet glow as it raised its 4 legs and charged towards Li Changsheng. Every step it took caused the world to tremble. The surrounding people's faces turned pale and they couldn't help but turn their heads to the side. Before such power, he couldn't think of how Li Changsheng would be able to block it. Even Elder by Cha had some pity in his eyes. A talent like Li Changsheng's was rare in the world. Yet, he was going to perish here. It was truly regrettable. As for the others, their minds were taken away by this nether elephant. They only felt that this was a power that shouldn't belong to the mortal world. Li Changsheng was going against such power. It was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. He was simply courting death. Li Changsheng put away the heart-wishful sword and held the pure gold fiery dragon spear tightly in his hand. He looked up at the nether elephant that was charging towards him and muttered to himself, Fiery dragon spear, fiery dragon spear. You can absorb the blood of divine beasts and evolve continuously. You are the nemesis of divine beasts. I wonder if the divine beasts formed by this array formation are also your food. As soon as he finished speaking, the long trunk of the nether elephant had already come down with a roar. Rumble. The fiery dragon spear in Li Changsheng's hand finally pierced forward. Break. He softly spat out a word from his mouth. At this moment, the raging fiery dragon spear shone like a blazing sun. The shadow of a golden dragon roared and charged towards the nether elephant. In front of Li Changsheng, terrifying energy spread out in all directions like rolling waves. The center of the energy kept producing sounds of collisions. It was as if heaven and earth were going to be reopened and turned into chaos. In the next second, everyone's eyes were filled with horror. The 6-story-tall nether elephant's body kept breaking apart. The shadow of a golden dragon rushed towards Xiahou Fu with terrifying power. Xiahou Fu stood in the air. Countless divine beasts and weapons formed layers of defenses in an attempt to stop the golden dragon. However, they were all destroyed. In the end, the golden dragon slammed into Xiahou Fu's body. Xiahou Fu spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell straight from the sky. Not only did this move break the attack of the nether elephant, but it also broke through the defense and severely injured Xiahou Fu. The golden dragon circled in the sky and flew back to the fiery dragon spear. Li Changsheng's attack was equivalent to killing a half-step Earth celestial stage powerhouse and hundreds of profound finger stage powerhouses. Everyone watching the battle was dumbfounded. Xiahou Fu was almost invincible with the power of the array. Even if the island master of the 3-deity island came, he would only die. But now, he was severely injured in such a way. It was simply unimaginable. Even Xiahou Fu himself found it unbelievable. He had refined the array for 10 years when he first discovered it. As his trump card, it was the first time he used it. In his opinion, with such an array in the sea market, no one in the world could hurt him. But just now, he was almost killed. He had provoked such a terrifying enemy. You must die today. Xiahou Fu got up from the ground with his face covered in dust. His hair was disheveled, and he looked like a crazy demon. He knew that today was the only chance to kill Li Changsheng. Otherwise, once Li Changsheng left the sea market, he would be like an ant when he met Li Changsheng in other places. Moreover, Li Changsheng was so young. His strength would definitely increase in the future. After that, he could only hide in a dark corner like a rat crossing the street. That was definitely not a life he could endure. You forced me to do this. Xiahou Fu's messy long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were filled with cruelty and madness. The array in the sky kept surging. Finally, it condensed into a stalwart figure. The moment the figure appeared, everyone in the field couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship it. Even the Tao of heaven and earth kept trembling. This is just a phantom, but it has such power. The phantom that condensed was the famous Nether Elephant of the 9 underworlds. Could this man be the Lord of Nether Prison, the legendary Nether Emperor? Even Li Changsheng's face couldn't remain calm. In ancient myths and legends, there were gods who ruled the world. Nether Emperor was the Lord of the 9 underworlds. Even in the era of gods and demons, he was still a supreme giant. How terrifying! Could this be the phantom of the ancient Nether Emperor? This array is actually related to the famous Nether Emperor of the 9 underworlds. Apart from Li Changsheng, there were also many people who recognized the origin of the phantom formed by the formation and let out cries of surprise. Today, there were too many surprises. Li Changsheng had created miracles, and Xiahou Fu's array was even more terrifying. Chapter 803. At this moment, as the phantom appeared, an aura that could suppress Chu Tian and all others descended. Li Changsheng was under the greatest pressure. The void around him kept shattering, and this was just the aura. Xiahou Fu's eyes were filled with madness. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth and eyes. It was obvious that he had paid a great price to summon this phantom. This was the greatest trump card of this formation. The phantom of Emperor Ming. Even Xiahou Fu didn't know how this formation was related to the ancient Emperor Ming. However, even if it was only a trace of the phantom of Emperor Ming, it could easily kill a profound finger realm expert. Unless an Earth Immortal came, in his opinion, Li Changsheng would definitely die. Kid, you forced me to do this. You're too strong. If you don't die, I'll live in fear forever. Xiahou Fu's face was getting paler. The Underworld Emperor's phantom was getting more and more solid. This formation was too terrifying. Even if he could fully control it, he still had to pay the price of exhausting his essence qi. After this battle, he probably wouldn't be able to recover for decades. Many people looked at Li Changsheng with pity in their eyes. Li Changsheng was so powerful that he had a chance to reach the Earth Celestial stage. They didn't expect that he would encounter such a spell. In their opinion, Li Changsheng had no way to survive. The higher the cultivation, the more they felt the Underworld Emperor's phantom. Just a phantom was enough to slow down the circulation of the true essence in their bodies and suppress the entire world. The giant Bone Snake King was finally worried. Even though he had seen Li Changsheng kill the gold-armored heavenly demon, he still felt despair in the face of such a powerful formation. Rumble. The phantom finally became clear, but the face was still unclear. It was as if it was shrouded in chaos. However, the cold eyes made people's hearts palpitate when they looked at them. What a terrifying eye. One could imagine that if the Underworld Emperor himself came, he would probably be able to shatter mountains and rivers, crack the earth, and turn the universe upside down. A red light flew out from the eyes and attacked Li Changsheng. In an instant, Li Changsheng felt a great sense of danger. The surrounding void seemed to be imprisoned. Break. The ardent dragon spear swung, directly breaking through the power enveloping his body and colliding with the red light. Bang 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 bang. Li Changsheng's body swayed a few times, and the red light was shattered by the ardent dragon spear. A look of disbelief appeared in Xiahou Fu's eyes. He hadn't expected that Li Changsheng would be able to block the attack of the Underworld Emperor's phantom. One had to know that the power of that red light was enough to instantly kill even a peak-finger profound realm expert. He can't be at the Earth Celestial stage, right? Xiahou Fu didn't believe that Li Changsheng was in the Earth Celestial stage, but the uneasiness in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. So what if you're an Underworld Emperor? At this moment, Li Changsheng suddenly raised his head. The clothes on his body fluttered even though there was no wind, and a strong fighting spirit soared into the sky. In his divine soul, the fiend god was roaring, and the sound of a surging river was coming from his body. In the next moment, he raised the ardent dragon spear and soared into the sky, thrusting his spear at the Underworld Emperor Phantom. Good heavens! He actually took the initiative to attack the Underworld Emperor Phantom. He doesn't want to live anymore. The Primeval Underworld Emperor's name shakes the 9 underworlds. Legend has it that he is an existence that can rival an immortal emperor. How dare he challenge the Underworld Emperor Phantom? Countless people exclaimed. The ardent dragon spear in Li Changsheng's hand had already reached the Underworld Emperor Phantom, thrusting out with earth-shattering force. You're courting death. A cruel smile appeared on Xiahou Fu's face. The Underworld Emperor Phantom wasn't just the array's strongest technique. It was also related to an ancient taboo. Li Changsheng had blocked the red light, and Xiahou Fu wouldn't be able to use the phantom again. However, if he took the initiative to attack now, it would only infuriate the existence in the underworld. Sure enough, the Underworld Emperor's phantom raised its palm and pointed a finger at Li Changsheng, pressing down on him. At this moment, everyone felt something in their hearts. It was as if a supreme power had descended. So what if you're the Underworld Emperor? In front of me, Li Changsheng, my martial path has never been a match. The ardent dragon spear in Li Changsheng's hand exploded with golden light. A golden sun lit up the entire sky and blasted the Underworld Emperor's finger away. The ardent dragon spear pierced into the phantom, and the Underworld Emperor Phantom was instantly reduced to a pile of mist. This move was the strongest attack Li Changsheng could unleash with the ardent dragon spear. Even if an Earth Immortal were to descend, Li Changsheng was confident that he could put up a fight. As far as he knew, this world didn't allow anyone above the Earth Immortal realm to appear. He had guessed correctly. Although the Underworld Emperor Phantom was strong, it was more of an emperor's aura that suppressed cultivators. Its true strength was limited to below the Earth Immortal realm. I'll remember you. As the voice fell, the phantom gradually dissipated. Heaven and earth fell into silence. The array that had just been activated also shattered the moment the Underworld Emperor Phantom disappeared. Xiahou Fu spat out mouthfuls of blood, his eyes filled with shock. You actually destroyed the Underworld Emperor Phantom. Xiahou Fu screamed in disbelief, not daring to believe it. By Cha, Bewitching Old Man, Ju-Wan, Yu Mo, and the others were all dumbfounded. That was the Underworld Emperor from ancient legends. Even if it was just a phantom, since it appeared, it represented the peak strength of this world. But now, it was actually destroyed by Li Changsheng. The most frightening thing was that Li Changsheng actually took the initiative to attack the Underworld Emperor Phantom without any fear. How terrifying was this kind of martial Dao conviction? Could that phantom be the will of the Underworld Emperor? If that's the case, I'm afraid he has already formed a grudge with the Underworld Emperor. The methods of the ancient giants are strange and unpredictable. Even if they are separated by endless space, they can still plot against him. If the Underworld Emperor has an inheritance in this world, it will most likely appear and hunt him down. Many people mumbled to themselves. In this vast sea where hundreds of races coexisted, there were many ancient secrets that were passed down. There were also many inheritances from the ancient times. Among them, there were many devil sects that worshipped the Underworld Emperor. The Underworld Emperor was already about to attack, but he actually took the initiative to attack. This kind of person is lawless, I don't even dare to imagine. By Cha commented. At this moment, Li Changsheng raised the ardent dragon spear in his hand and pointed it at Xiahou Fu. Xiahou Fu, what else do you have to say now? Without another word, Xiahou Fu turned and fled. His speed was inconceivably fast. The moment the underworld Emperor Phantom was destroyed, he was burning his life force and blood. At this moment, he pushed his speed to the limit, fleeing for his life. However, Li Changsheng only sneered. The ardent dragon spear in his hand casually swung forward. No strange sounds could be heard. In the next moment, a scream rang out in the distant sky. A figure exploded in the air, and a mist of blood bloomed like fireworks. Li Changsheng's spear pierced through the void, crossing the distance to kill Xiahou Fu. Chapter 804. Immediately after, Li Changsheng gently raised his hand, and countless Chenkuan bags appeared in his hand. Many people's eyes were burning. These Chenkuan bags were handed over by them just now. They were definitely a huge amount of wealth. However, Li Changsheng didn't look at those Chenkuan bags at all. He casually put them away, leaving only a ruler in his hand. The mountain and river ruler. The ruler was completely black, and there were illusory images of mountains and rivers carved on it. When Li Changsheng held it in his hand, he could feel the powerful energy contained in it. Although Xiahou Fu has obtained the mountain and river ruler, he has only refined dozens of layers of restrictions at most. He can't unleash the power of the mountain and river ruler at all. No wonder he didn't use it during the battle with me. Li Changsheng raised the mountain and river ruler, pointed at the sea in the distance, and struck out. At first, it was just an illusory image of a mountain that sank into the sea. However, the moment it completely smashed down, the sea within hundreds of miles boiled, and the small island shook continuously as if there was an earthquake. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. They didn't expect the mountain and river ruler to be so powerful. The same magic treasure in the hands of different people would have different powers. Moreover, the mountain and river ruler itself had definitely reached the level of a treasure. Li Changsheng put away the mountain and river ruler and then descended from the sky. "It's over," Zhu Wan muttered to herself. Zhu Wan muttered to herself. Even now, she still couldn't believe what she was seeing. What happened today was too shocking and unbelievable for everyone present. There were many twists and turns, but in the end, Li Changsheng crushed them with absolute advantage. From today onwards, everyone would forever remember this name in their hearts. It was unforgettable. If news of this battle were to spread, it would definitely shock the world. As for Elder by Cha, who had originally wanted to settle scores with Li Changsheng, he no longer had such thoughts at this moment. Not to mention him, even if the island lord of Penglai Island descended, he might not be a match for Li Changsheng. At this moment, Li Changsheng finally descended from the sky. Everyone looked at him with fear. Without his consent, no one dared to take half a step away. Li Changsheng's gaze finally landed on the people of Penglai Island. At this moment, everyone, including Elder by Cha, was on tenterhooks. Li Changsheng was too terrifying. Although they couldn't figure out how they had offended Li Changsheng, if Li Changsheng had a problem with Penglai Island, they would be finished. It was like an ordinary person standing in front of a ferocious tiger. Even if the ferocious tiger had no intention of harming people, it was still frightening. "Mr. By Cha stuttered and cupped his hands. "My name is Li Changsheng. You can call me Mr. Li." Mr. Li. By Cha hurriedly nodded. However, he saw that Li Changsheng's gaze finally shifted away from her and landed on Zhu Wan, who was beside her. "Miss Zhu, we meet again." "Mr. Zhu Wan didn't see any malice in Li Changsheng's eyes. In addition, she had saved Li Changsheng before. Therefore, she wasn't as scared as by Cha. She was just a little cautious. "Miss Zhu Wan, you helped me out at sea that day. You are a heroine." Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Zhu Wan couldn't help but blush. Previously, she also thought that she was a chivalrous person who would help others when she saw injustice. But now that she thought about it, there was no need for her to save Li Changsheng. "Why? Zhu Wan, you know Mr. Li?" By Cha's face was filled with surprise. "We met once at sea," Zhu Wan whispered. Zhu Wan said in a low voice. Only then did her heart slowly relax. However, in the next second, she became anxious again. Elder by Cha, I heard that the island master of Penglai Island is participating in the Myriad Treasure Meet. I have something to ask him. I wonder if you can bring me to see him. This, by Cha's face was filled with hesitation. Li Changsheng's strength was too terrifying. If he had any ill intentions after meeting the island master of Penglai Island, wouldn't she be inviting a wolf into her house? Just as she was hesitating, she raised her head and saw Li Changsheng's faint smile. Her heart skipped a beat. Only then did she understand her situation. Li Changsheng was giving her face by being so polite. If Li Changsheng directly ordered her, she wouldn't dare to refuse. Although she was at the mystic realm, in front of Li Changsheng, she was like a kitten facing a tiger. All right, no problem. Bai Cha lowered his head and asked, when will Mr. Li set off? The Myriad Treasure Meet will be held soon. Of course, the sooner the better. But before that, I still have some things to do. After Li Changsheng finished speaking, his body rose into the sky again. Then, he shot out beams of light in all directions. In an instant, strange-looking items flew up from all directions and gathered at Li Changsheng's location. Since there was a peerless formation above the sea market, there must be something to set up the formation. Although the formation was broken by Li Changsheng, the thing to set up the formation was still there. Many people looked at the item in Li Changsheng's hand with envy in their eyes. Every single item was extraordinary. There was a total of 8 items, each with different functions. Li Changsheng first kept them in his Qiankuan bag. Then, he pointed at the ground beneath his feet. A small banner slowly broke out of the ground. The moment this small banner appeared, a sinister aura instantly shrouded the small island. There was even a chilly wind blowing. It was actually a netherworld artifact. Li Changsheng's face was filled with surprise and joy. Obviously, this small banner was the core of the formation. Li Changsheng raised his hand and turned it into a giant palm print. In an instant, he picked up the small banner. At the same time, he activated the true essence in his body to refine it. In an instant, his body shook and the scene in front of him distorted. Then, he found himself in a sinister canyon. In the middle of the canyon, a black banner danced in the wind. Under the black banner was a middle-aged man in a black robe. He was looking at Li Changsheng with a sinister expression. Audacious mortal! How dare you try to refine my soul-transforming banner? Now, kneel down and offer your soul. Become my slave and I will spare your life. His voice echoed in the entire canyon. A powerful majesty rose in Li Changsheng's heart, making Li Changsheng kneel down. You're just a remnant soul left in the black banner. How dare you make me kneel down? Li Changsheng abruptly raised his head, his eyes revealing a sneer. Audacious! How dare you look down on this sect master? The black-robed man roared. His body instantly grew to a size of 300 meters. He raised his foot and stomped down on Li Changsheng. Break for me. Li Changsheng was not afraid. He punched out and smashed the foot. This punch did not shake the man at all. How is this possible? This time, even Li Changsheng's eyes were filled with shock. Ha ha. The man's complacent laughter echoed in the canyon. Puny mortal, you dare to offend the divine position. Die for me. Seeing that the foot was about to land, Li Changsheng felt a sense of crisis. Chapter 805. No, this is an illusion, a spiritual world. My cultivation technique can't unleash its power at all. In an instant, Li Changsheng had an epiphany, and a cold smile appeared on his face. The Zhenwu god-slaying chapter turned into a golden sword and slashed out. Boom! Boom! This time, not only the huge foot, but also the man's entire leg instantly exploded into a cloud of black mist. How is this possible? The man let out an incredulous scream. Li Changsheng, on the other hand, was indifferent. Once again, he pushed the golden sword, which turned into thousands of golden light beams and slashed the middle-aged man's body. No! With a shrill scream, the middle-aged man was instantly cut into 8 pieces. How dare you hurt me? I'll remember you. With the last word, Li Changsheng suddenly recovered. With a flash, the whistling wind and surging spiritual energy appeared beside him, and he returned to reality. That should be the consciousness of the person who set up this formation. Fortunately, I have the Zhenwu God-slaying chapter. Otherwise, I might have failed miserably. Even Li Changsheng had some lingering fear. At the same time, he felt as if his blood had merged with the black flag in his hand. After killing that after-image, he had completely refined the small flag. With a gentle wave of his hand, countless black mist surged under the small flag. I can't tell the level of this dark artifact, and I don't know its function yet. I'll study it slowly in the future. Li Changsheng put away the black flag, looked at by Cha and the rest, and said, "All right, we can set off now." As Li Changsheng and the people of Penglai Island left the sea city, the battle on the island gradually spread, becoming the biggest news in the sea cultivation world. The peace that had been maintained for hundreds of years in the sea cultivation world was completely broken. The island master of Penglai Island left Penglai Island this time to participate in the Myriad Treasure Meet. The Myriad Treasure Meet was actually equivalent to a large-scale market, but the items sold were related to immortal cultivators. The scale was unprecedentedly large. As an elder of the Penglai Island, Bai Cha was naturally in contact with the Penglai Island master. However, they had agreed to meet during the Myriad Treasure Meet. She did not know the exact whereabouts of the Penglai Island master at other times. Therefore, Li Changsheng and the others arrived at the venue of the Myriad Treasure Convention early in the morning. It was an island that spanned several thousand kilometers. After Li Changsheng arrived, he locked himself in his room and studied the treasures he had obtained every day to refine the mountain and river ruler. However, this mountain river ruler had an unknown number of restrictions. Li Changsheng had refined it for 7 days, but he still hadn't completely refined it with more than 2,000 restrictions. This made Li Changsheng more and more excited. The more restrictions there were, the higher the grade of the mountain and river ruler. On the 8th day, Elder Bai Cha knocked on the door to Li Changsheng's room. "Mr. Li, the Myriad Treasure Meet has begun today. Our island master should be arriving soon." "All right, I'll take a look around and see if there are any treasures." Li Changsheng put away the mountain and river ruler in his hand and went out with Bai Cha and the others. At this moment, the island was completely different from when they first arrived. All kinds of powerful auras were constantly rising, gathering in the sky to form all kinds of strange phenomena. Even the clouds were scattered. When they walked out of the inn, they were densely packed with cultivators from both the human and demon races. Many of them were powerful, and Varja realm experts could be seen everywhere. This Myriad Treasure Convention is a grand event held in the sea every few decades. Most of the cultivators in the sea will come to participate. Bai Cha explained to Li Changsheng. Through these days of interaction, she could see that Li Changsheng was the kind of person who was easy to talk to as long as one didn't provoke him. He was not as fearful of Li Changsheng as before. "Have you heard that a young expert appeared in the sea market of the East Sea and killed 10 profound finger realm experts in a row? He's known as the strongest expert in the world." "I've heard the news too, but it's really hard to believe. A person who fought against 10 profound finger realm experts alone. Could he be an Earth immortal? The news has been confirmed by many forces. It shouldn't be fake." Along the way, Li Changsheng heard a lot of discussions about himself. Bai Cha and the others looked at Li Changsheng with a complicated gaze. Who would have thought that this ordinary-looking young man was now a supreme expert whose name could shake the sea within tens of thousands of miles? If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. The giant bone snake king followed Li Changsheng without saying a word. The yellow ox was led by him and attracted a lot of attention along the way. The yellow ox had seen many big scenes with Li Changsheng. Now, it could still remain calm in the face of countless powerful cultivators on the island. "Buy whatever you like." Li Changsheng casually threw out 2 Chenkuan bags. There were no less than 400,000 spirit stones inside. This was a huge sum for any force. However, Li Changsheng didn't care at all. The Chenkuan bags he obtained from the sea market had a few million spirit stones. Li Changsheng was so rich now that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a super force. "Thank you, Master." The giant bone snake king kept the spirit stones respectfully. Bai Cha and the others were envious when they saw this scene. "Hey!" Elder Bai Cha, We finally found you. At this moment, a surprised voice was heard. A delicate and pretty girl walked over quickly. Behind her were 3 female disciples. Ju Wan, Wei Shatong, you guys are here too? The girl seemed to have a cheerful personality. Miss Qingyu, since you are here, the island master must be here as well, right? The girl's name was Jiyu Qingyu. She was the daughter of the Penglai Island's island master. After she appeared, even Bai Cha didn't dare to put on airs. My father met an old friend on the way and we were catching up. He will probably be a little late. I was bored staying with him, so I came to the sea market in advance. I didn't expect to see you guys as soon as I arrived. After saying that, Jiyu Qingyu looked at Li Changsheng, who was standing at the side with a puzzled expression. He is Mr. Li Changsheng. He has something to ask of the island master. Bai Cha hurriedly explained. After Jiyu Qingyu heard Bai Cha's words, she hurriedly pulled Bai Cha to the side. Elder Bai Cha, my father doesn't like to be disturbed by others. You should know that. If you let this person go and see my father, I'm afraid my father will be unhappy. I know. However, this person must meet the island master. As for the specific reason, I will tell you later. All right. Jiyu Qingyu nodded. She looked at Li Changsheng with even more curiosity. With the addition of Jiyu Qingyu and the 3 Penglai Island disciples, Li Changsheng's group instantly grew stronger. In addition, they were all beauties. No matter where they went, they would attract a lot of attention. Hey, it's so lively over there. Jiyu Qingyu suddenly pointed to the front and said. Li Changsheng and the others looked in the direction she was pointing at. Indeed, there were many people in front of them. Let's go and take a look. Jiyu Qingyu had already walked over quickly. When Li Changsheng and the others approached, they saw an old man setting up a stall to sell a refining furnace. The furnace was completely black, with 3 legs and 2 handles. There was a round lid on top of the furnace, and there was still a flame burning inside. The grade of the furnace wasn't too high, but the material it was made of was extraordinary. It was a strange type of meteorite. It can make fire by itself. If this furnace is refined by a brilliant method, I'm afraid its grade will be much higher than this. Li Changsheng instantly made a judgment and asked, how much is this furnace? 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. The old man said lightly. Obviously, he knew that his furnace was extraordinary. The price was not low. As soon as they heard the other party's price, many people who were originally interested in this furnace retreated. Although it was good, not every cultivator had such purchasing power. Can it be cheaper? I'll buy it for 80,000 top-grade spirit stones. Li Changsheng was very interested in the furnace. Even if the price was higher, he would buy it. However, bargaining was basic knowledge when buying things. Of course, it was good to spend less. Although the refining material of this furnace was good, there were very few people who could upgrade it. Otherwise, the old man would not sell it. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the old man hesitated and said, 90,000 top-grade spirit stones. This is the lowest price. Take it if you want. Li Changsheng was also a straightforward person. He immediately took out 90,000 spirit stones and handed it to the old man. After the old man confirmed that there was no mistake, he was just about to take the furnace when suddenly a voice sounded, "Wait a minute, this furnace is good. I want it." The speaker was a big man. When he stood up, Li Changsheng's face showed a bit of surprise. It turned out to be the powerhouse of the one-legged ox tribe, Lei Xiao. Chapter 806. Lei Xiao had also recognized Li Changsheng. After a brief moment of shock, he sneered, "So it's you. What a coincidence. How much is this furnace? I'll buy it." The old man's face showed some hesitation. This little brother has already paid. So what if he has paid? You haven't given him the crafting furnace yet, right? As he spoke, he looked at Li Changsheng arrogantly. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Get lost now. I've taken a liking to this furnace." Lei Xiao's words were arrogant, and many people in the crowd were dissatisfied. This guy is too arrogant. He has already paid and yet he interfered. Yeah, he's going too far. Hearing the words of the crowd, Lei Xiao's eyes widened. What are you talking about? Shut up if you don't want to die. As soon as he finished his words, lightning flashed all over his body. A terrifying aura was released from his body. Many people had a drastic change in expression. He's from the Kuei cow race. Could he be Lei Xiao, an itinerant cultivator? This guy is famous for his insolence. Shut up. This Lei Xiao is not to be trifled with. Looking at the fearful eyes of the crowd, Lei Xiao was pleased. He reached out his hand to grab the furnace, but Li Changsheng pulled it away. I've already bought it. You're too late. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Lei Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect Li Changsheng to defy him. Kid, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. I'm still holding a grudge against you for what happened at sea. Don't provoke me. After Li Changsheng's words, not only Lei Xiao, but everyone in the crowd was dumbfounded. Lei Xiao was crazy. He was even crazier than Lei Xiao. Elder by Cha, is there something wrong with this guy's head? Why did he provoke Lei Xiao? Jiyu Qingyu asked softly. By Cha didn't answer. He only looked at Lei Xiao with pity. Of all people to provoke, he had to provoke this malefic. Wasn't he courting death? You're courting death. Lei Xiao wasn't a kind person. At this moment, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Elder by Cha, aren't you going to help him? When Jiyu Qingyu heard that Bai Cha wanted to bring Li Changsheng to see her father, she thought that Li Changsheng was Bai Cha's friend. She couldn't help but ask. No need. Bai Cha shook his head. At this moment, Lei Xiao couldn't help but raise his finger towards Li Changsheng. The Kuei ox clan was an ancient mythical beast. They had the innate ability to control thunder and lightning. Their temperament was also relatively irritable. Moreover, in his eyes, Li Changsheng was just an ant that he could casually crush. He had always been coveting the spirit stones in Li Changsheng's hands. Now that he finally had an excuse, he could not wait any longer. However, Li Changsheng did not care about Lei Xiao's attack at all. In the next second, a black figure appeared in front of Li Changsheng and blocked Lei Xiao's attack. Even though Lei Xiao did not use even a tenth of his strength, he was still shocked that his attack was easily blocked by the other party. The one who made the move was naturally the giant bone snake king. How dare you show killing intent towards my master? Kneel down and apologize to my master immediately. Otherwise, I will kill you. The giant bone snake king said coldly. As a demon king, he was definitely not a kind person. Hee. What did you say? Lei Xiao was so angry that he laughed. What happened today? First, it was a reckless young man who dared to speak arrogantly to me. Then, his follower dared to ask me to kneel down. Lei Xiao had the bloodline of a mythical beast and had just broken through to the next realm. How could he endure such provocation? How dare he make me kneel down? Then I will kill you first. After that, I will slowly deal with your master. After Lei Xiao finished speaking, he attacked again. A ray of lightning condensed into a chain and went straight for the giant bone snake king's head. The surrounding people hurriedly retreated, afraid that they would be affected by the battle. At the same time, many people rushed over. It was human nature to watch a show. Especially when they heard that the Kuei ox clan's Lei Xiao had made a move, it made many people excited. Lei Xiao was a very famous existence among the rogue cultivators. Lei Xiao waved his hand, and the lightning turned into a chain and went straight for the giant bone snake king's chest. Lei Xiao had the bloodline of the Kuei ox clan and could control the lightning. Furthermore, the lightning was an existence of extreme yang and was extremely powerful. However, the giant bone snake king didn't move. When facing the flying chain, he simply lifted his palm and formed a black shield with a lump of black mist. Bang! The chain condensed from lightning hit the shield and made a dull sound. However, it wasn't able to break the shield's defense. His attack was completely blocked. Hey! Lei Xiao revealed a surprised expression. His chain condensed from lightning was extremely powerful. An ordinary Vajra realm martial expert wouldn't be able to block it. Even a finger mystic realm martial expert wouldn't be able to block it easily. However, the giant bone snake king actually blocked it effortlessly. His expression turned gloomy. He knew that the giant bone snake king's strength wasn't ordinary, but this didn't make him stop. Instead, his aura presence surged, and an even sharper killing intent spread out. Li Changsheng's follower is probably in danger, Jiyu Qingyu said worriedly. Li Changsheng and Bai Cha were walking together. She saw them as one of her own. The Kue Ox clan had a violent temper and didn't get along well with the Three Immortal Island. As the daughter of the Penglai Island's island lord, she had heard many stories about the Kue Ox clan. She might not have a good impression of Lei Xiao, but he was definitely powerful. Li Changsheng stood there with his hands behind his back. He was the clearest about the giant bone snake king's strength and wasn't worried at all. At this moment, Lei Xiao launched another attack. His hair fluttered while his hands formed a giant lightning ball. As he pushed with his hand, the lightning in the lightning ball looked like dancing silver snakes and struck down at the giant bone snake king. At the same time, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Lightning was wreaking havoc in the clouds. Under the guidance of the lightning ball, the bucket-sized lightning struck down at the giant bone snake king's head. Many people on the scene quickly distanced themselves. The lightning was too powerful, and they might be killed if they weren't careful. Bai Cha was also surprised. He didn't expect Lei Xiao's control of lightning to be able to trigger a celestial phenomenon. "Kid, let's see how you are going to block this." Lei Xiao laughed maniacally. He made use of the lightning ball in his hand to trigger a celestial phenomenon. This was the strongest attack he had comprehended after breaking through to the finger-profound realm. He used his heart to replace the heart of the heavens and borrowed the power of heaven and earth to fight against the enemy. The original attack power would be amplified many times. Rumble. Thunder rumbled. However, the complacent look on Lei Xiao's face soon froze. His strongest attack was easily blocked by a black fog after it landed on the giant bone snake king. It was even absorbed. How can this be? His eyes were filled with disbelief. Not to mention him, even Li Changsheng had a look of surprise in his eyes. The lightning was of the utmost yang attribute. The giant bone snake king could easily block it. This was very unusual. Chapter 807. What Li Changsheng didn't know was that the giant bone snake king was an ancient soaring serpent whose consciousness was reborn from its bones. It could only be reborn by borrowing the power of the thunder of heaven and earth. To him, although thunder was not a rule that he was good at controlling, it was as close to him as his second parent. Since it came from thunder, it naturally wouldn't be afraid of thunder, just like how fish wouldn't be afraid of water. After taking Lei Xiao's attack, the giant bone snake king finally made its move. The black mist in front of him surged and turned into a huge python. It opened its mouth and spewed out blood. A gust of wind blew, making people feel like they were in hell. The black snake roared. When Lei Xiao reacted, it was too late to dodge. He could only raise his hand and slap the round thunder ball into the python's belly. Bang 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 bang. The thunder ball was the embodiment of Lei Xiao's control of the power of laws. At that moment, it exploded, and the huge python formed by the fog was blown into clouds of black fog. However, the remaining part of the tail that was not blown apart escaped the net and hit Lei Xiao's body. In an instant, Lei Xiao's chest was filled with a large amount of black mist. It was as if there were countless little bugs trying to drill into his skin. Lei Xiao's face suddenly showed a painful expression. He quickly turned his hand into thunder and slapped his chest. Crackle! The black mist was blown away by the thunder. At the same time, a bloody mist was blown out from his chest. His body swayed and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This black-robed man is very strong. Lei Xiao actually didn't have the upper hand. Jiyu Qingyu muttered to herself. The surrounding spectators were also shocked. Lei Xiao was from the Kue Cow clan. He had the bloodline of a divine beast. He was born with the ability to control thunder and lightning. He was unrivaled in the sea region. Not long ago, he had broken through to the finger-profound realm. His battle prowess had skyrocketed, and he could be called a supergiant. Who would have thought that such an expert would be unable to hurt his opponent after a few moves? Instead, He had almost made himself vomit blood. "Take another move," the giant bone snake king said coldly. He turned into a black shadow and rushed into the sky. A black spear appeared in his hand and he stabbed at Lei Xiao. Black mist lingered above the long spear. The moment it was used, it was already earth-shattering, and its imposing aura made everyone unable to breathe. Lei Xiao, who was in the middle of the storm, had a drastic change in his expression. A huge sense of danger rose in his heart. This time, he did not dare to take it head-on. Instead, he chose to retreat. His body turned into an afterimage as he quickly retreated. Under the giant bone snake king's attack, the place where he was just now had turned into a deep pit. A crack spread out for dozens of meters before disappearing. Wherever it passed, several boulders and trees were turned into dust. Amazing. I'm afraid he has reached the late stage of the finger-profound realm. Jiyu Qingyu stuck out her tongue. She didn't expect that a follower of Li Changsheng would be so powerful. Lei Xiao's face was filled with lingering fear. If he had not dodged in time, he would have been severely injured, if not killed. Originally, he thought that bullying Li Changsheng was just like stepping on an ant. Who would have thought that this ant's subordinate was actually a giant that was stronger than him? Just as Lei Xiao was shocked, the giant bone snake king had already rushed up again. The long spear in its hand danced like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Any obstacles were turned into dust. Boom, 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 boom. Cracks appeared under the feet of the giant bone snake king, and countless tall trees were reduced to sawdust. Finally, a tornado was formed under the influence of the spear, and it whistled as it smashed down on Lei Xiao's head. "You've gone too far." Lei Xiao actually had the intention to retreat. However, seeing that the giant bone snake king had no intention of stopping, his face was filled with anger. Lightning lingered around his body and finally formed a silver armor. Lightning armor. Many people recognized the move that Lei Xiao used. This was considered the one-legged cow clan's innate ability. Every one-legged cow clan member could comprehend it. Moreover, it was very powerful and had extremely high defense. At the same time, lightning flashed in Lei Xiao's hand and condensed into a lightning blade. He held it horizontally in front of him and welcomed the descending black long spear. The one-legged cow clan was born with lightning. They were born to control lightning. At this moment, Lei Xiao was clearly risking his life and using all of his trump cards. "Open for me," Lei Xiao roared. Not only on his body, but in the sky, there were also bolts of lightning that came crashing down like waterfalls. They had the power of tens of thousands of kilograms. This kind of power was terrifying. Is Lei Xiao finally going to use his true strength? Many people stared at the field. This kind of lightning power was simply too terrifying. They were afraid that it could flatten a small mountain in an instant. The black long spear and Lei Xiao's lightning blade finally collided. Boom. At this moment, the treasured blade in Lei Xiao's hand was torn apart. The black spear smashed on the silver armor, and the silver armor turned into nothingness in a series of changes. The lightning waterfall that came crashing down from the sky smashed on the giant bone snake king's body, and finally, the giant bone snake king's body shook. Lei Xiao spat out a big mouthful of blood and became dispirited. Obviously, Lei Xiao had lost this confrontation. "Sir, don't go too far. Otherwise, if I go all out, you won't have it easy." Seeing that the giant bone snake king had the intention to attack again, Lei Xiao's voice was stern. However, the surrounding people could hear his guilty conscience. He was obviously afraid. Lei Xiao was known for his bad temper, but his words were clearly showing signs of giving in. The surrounding people were also surprised. Lei Xiao was famous, but they didn't expect that he would be defeated so easily by the giant bone snake king. "Sir." At this moment, the giant bone snake king looked at Li Changsheng with a questioning gaze. According to his temper, he would naturally be unreasonable and directly kill Lei Xiao. However, in front of Li Changsheng, he didn't dare to make a decision. Everyone followed Lei Xiao's gaze and finally fixed on Li Changsheng. Who is he? Why is the black-robed expert asking for his opinion? Everyone's mind was full of questions because Li Changsheng looked too ordinary. He didn't look like an expert at all. Kill him. Don't hold back. Li Changsheng said lightly. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone who heard him changed their expression. In the next second, the giant bone snake king attacked without hesitation. This time, the power of the black spear was even more terrifying. It was obvious that he didn't hold back in the previous attack. Now, he was going all out. Lei Xiao's expression changed drastically, and then he was furious. After the surrounding void shook, he revealed his original form, a one-legged divine bull. He opened his mouth and let out a thunderous roar. Bolts of lightning rushed from the sky, from his body, and from all directions toward the giant bone snake king. As expected of the descendant of an ancient divine beast, his strength was really terrifying. In the next second, the giant bone snake king suddenly turned into a bone snake that was thousands of feet long. No matter how the lightning struck his body, it couldn't stop him. In the end, he collided with the Kuei cow. Bang! With a loud bang, Lei Xiao's body was directly sent flying. The giant bone snake king returned to his human form and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that the collision just now had caused him serious injuries. Lei Xiao's injuries were even worse. He fell 100 meters away and smashed a deep hole in the ground. Chapter 808. At this moment, Li Changsheng patted Yellow Ox's head, who was standing behind him. Yellow Ox, go and eat the inner core. It's a great supplement for you. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Yellow Ox's eyes showed some hesitation. And the surrounding people were in an uproar. Everyone could see that this yellow bull had not even reached the level of a demonic beast. Even though Lei Xiao was severely injured and on the verge of death, the power contained in his body was terrifying. Perhaps a mouthful of Lei Xiao's blood would cause this yellow bull to explode. Giant Bone, help him. Yes. Giant Bone Snake King nodded, then led Yellow Ox towards Lei Xiao, who had landed in the distance. What are you doing? Lei Xiao struggled to get up from the ground, but his eyes were filled with fear. No matter how arrogant and domineering he was, when facing death, he was no different from an ordinary creature. My master said that he would make Yellow Ox a peerless demon beast. After swallowing your inner core, he would have the bloodline of the Kuei Ox. Even I am envious. Giant Bone Snake King said eerily. He was telling the truth. Lei Xiao's bloodline was too powerful. If he swallowed it, he would immediately break through to the peak of the Finger Profound realm. But Li Changsheng had decided to give it to Yellow Ox, so he naturally did not dare to disobey. Lei Xiao's inner core belongs to Yellow Ox. You can eat his flesh. At this moment, Li Changsheng's faint voice was heard. Giant Bone Snake King's face lit up with joy. Although the essence of a demonic beast's power was in the inner pellet, Lei Xiao's flesh was also a great supplement for him. Although it couldn't let him directly reach the peak of the Finger Profound realm, it could still let him comprehend the one-legged cow clan's divine ability, and let his cultivation advance a step further. Do you really think I'm a fish on a chopping board? Lei Xiao's face was filled with anger. There was a terrifying energy growing in his body. Although he had lost his ability to fight, there was still one last way, which was to reverse his bloodline and self-destruct. When Lei Xiao's aura spread out, everyone was shocked and quickly retreated. A Finger Profound realm demon beast's self-destruction was no less powerful than a nuclear explosion. Even Giant Bone Snake King's face was filled with shock. But in the next second, an invisible force descended. Lei Xiao was shocked to find that his body was out of his control. What happened? His gaze suddenly turned in the direction of Li Changsheng. Only he could sense the source of this formless power, which came from Li Changsheng. Who would have thought, before he could finish speaking, the giant Bone Snake King had already pierced through his head with its spear. At the same time, the giant Bone Snake King took out a palm-sized blue core. The giant Bone Snake King's eyes revealed a bit of heat. As long as he devoured the pure lightning energy inside, he would be able to reach the peak of the Finger Profound realm. However, he quickly took a deep breath and suppressed the impulse in his heart. Since Li Changsheng had said that he would give the inner core to Yellow Ox, how could he dare to disobey? Breaking through to the next realm was naturally a good thing, but the price was death. That was not worth it. The giant bone snake king suppressed the greed in its heart and handed it over to Yellow Ox. Although it was only an inner core, it still exuded a powerful aura. Yellow Ox's eyes were filled with fear, but in the end, it still opened its mouth and bit down. Rumble. At this moment, Yellow Ox's entire body emitted a loud noise. Every hair on its body stood up, with lightning lingering on it. At the same time, Yellow Ox revealed a painful expression and suddenly knelt on the ground. What nonsense! How powerful is the Kuei Ox's inner core? How can it be absorbed by an ordinary Yellow Ox? It seems that this kid doesn't know anything at all. He only wants to improve his mount's strength, but he doesn't even know the most basic common sense. Now, he has harmed Yellow Ox. I don't know if it is lucky or unlucky to follow such a master. At this moment, the giant bone snake king did not care about Yellow Ox. He transformed into his original form and swallowed Lei Xiao's body. Soon, his body was suffused with a blue light. After a while, Lei Xiao's body was completely digested. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and the aura on his body became even more terrifying. Yellow Ox was rolling on the ground in agony, as if it was going to die at any time. Its body had been stained with blood, and its eyes had turned blue. Just when everyone, including Yellow Ox itself, thought that it was going to die, Li Changsheng slowly walked to Yellow Ox. He touched its huge head and helped Yellow Ox to guide the power in its body. Don't worry. You can do it. No one saw that from Li Changsheng's palm, there was a stream of power that was integrated into Yellow Ox's body. Yellow Ox, who was on the verge of death, struggled to stand up. Crackle, crackle. Yellow Ox was completely shrouded in lightning. Its hair began to burn. It let out a shrill cry. From the cry, one could tell how much pain it was suffering. Li Changsheng just stood aside quietly, watching Yellow Ox catch fire. He watched the fire burn its hair and internal organs, turning it into a skeleton. In the end, only its head was left intact. I pity this Yellow Ox. Many people couldn't help but turn their heads to the side. The inner alchemy of a divine beast, Kuei Ox, was too much of a blessing. It was not something an ordinary demonic beast could bear. Just when everyone thought that Yellow Ox had died, people gradually began to notice that something was amiss. Even though Yellow Ox only had its head left and the rest of its body had turned into white bones, it was still standing there without collapsing. What's going on? Many people were puzzled. In the next second, a miracle happened. Flesh and blood began to grow on the bones. First, it was the flesh, then the blood vessels, internal organs, and hair. After half an hour, a brand new Yellow Ox appeared in front of everyone. However, this time, Yellow Ox's forelegs were agile. Lightning flashed in its hair, and its pair of horns were like two machetes. When it stepped on the ground, huge stones were trampled into powder. It actually refined the inner alchemy of Lei Xiao and became a real demonic beast. It has been reborn. Plop. Yellow Ox walked in front of Li Changsheng and knelt down, speaking in human language. Thank you, Master, for giving me a new lease of life. Yellow Ox, which was not even considered a demonic beast, was now extremely powerful. It had reached the peak of the Xiantian realm and was only a step away from the Vajra realm. Not bad. This is your good fortune. I've said that I will make you a peerless great demon. Li Changsheng led Yellow Ox to Bai Cha and the rest. Wherever they passed, everyone automatically made way for them. Their eyes were filled with awe. The strong were respected no matter where they were. Can you give me the furnace now? Li Changsheng stretched out his hand to the old man who sold the furnace. He had already paid the spirit stones. Only then did the old man react. Of course. He hurriedly passed the furnace to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng, Bai Cha, Wan, and the rest continued to stroll around. After they left, the news about the battle spread rapidly. Many people were warning their disciples and subordinates not to offend Li Changsheng and the rest. Later, no matter where Li Changsheng went, people would automatically make way for him and look at him with awe. Chapter 809. Mr. Li, the inner core of a Kuei Ox is very precious. Don't you feel bad for giving it to your mount? Jiyu Qingyu asked curiously. Although she was the young mistress of Penglai Island, She did not have the chance to refine the inner core of a finger-profound realm demon. Therefore, she was very envious of Yellow Ox. It's just an inner core, Li Changsheng said casually. Jiyu Qingyu couldn't help but stick out her tongue. She felt that Li Changsheng's tone was too arrogant. How could the inner core of a finger-profound realm demonic beast be described with the word insignificant? However, when she thought of the scene where Li Changsheng unhesitatingly gave the demonic core to Yellow Ox, her gaze towards Li Changsheng was already somewhat different. May I ask if you are Mr. Li? The real treasures of the myriad treasure meat are in the core area. This is the invitation. Only with this invitation can you enter. A bald old man walked up to Li Changsheng and respectfully handed the invitation to the myriad treasure meeting to Li Changsheng. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Even a notorious demon like Lei Xiao was killed by Li Changsheng's subordinates. Now, Li Changsheng's reputation was absolutely outstanding. This old man was the subordinate of the organizer of the myriad treasure meet. He was also of high status in other places. At this moment, facing Li Changsheng, he was as respectful as he could be. All right, thank you. Li Changsheng kept the invitation. This invitation was a symbol of status. According to the rules, only experts above the Vajra realm were qualified to receive it. Of course, Li Changsheng's qualifications had far exceeded this standard. Mr. Li, you're welcome. I'll take my leave then. The bald old man did not dare to say much, afraid that he would annoy Li Changsheng. He left after delivering the invitation. Since we have the invitation, why don't we go to the core area? Li Changsheng said. Other than the furnace that could be used to refine equipment, there were indeed no good treasures in the outer area. The reason why they had to wait for the people from Penglai Island to arrive was because Penglai Island's invitation card was in the hands of Penglai Island's island master. One invitation card could bring many people in. Therefore, only the sect master of each faction could get one. Li Changsheng had displayed his extraordinary strength on the island, which was why the other party had sent him an additional invitation. All right. Jiyu Qingyu couldn't wait any longer. After entering the core area, the number of people decreased significantly. Vajra realm martial artists were already considered the strongest group of martial experts in this world. Even if the entire sea region was added up, there wouldn't be many of them. When Li Changsheng and the others came in, they quickly discovered quite a few good things. With Li Changsheng's current wealth, he naturally didn't lack spirit stones. Basically, as long as he took a fancy to something, he would immediately buy it. He had the demeanor of someone who would throw away 1,000 gold coins. Although that stone is a little extraordinary, it is quite troublesome to refine. There are too many impurities in it. This guy actually bought it without even looking at it. What a country bumpkin. I'm afraid that no matter how much wealth his family has, it will all be squandered away. A mocking voice came from afar. There were 2 men and a woman standing there. The one who spoke was the woman. That woman was dressed in red and looked at Li Changsheng with disdain. Xiaolian, don't talk nonsense. If he is able to enter the core area, it means that his identity isn't simple. You will easily get yourself into trouble. A man at the side, who should be that woman's elder brother, reprimanded her. What's so great about him? Our Eternal Spring Palace has a finger-profound realm martial expert overseeing it. Do we have to be afraid of him? In the entire sea region, other than the 3 Immortal Island and a few other factions, how many people would dare to provoke our Eternal Spring Palace? The woman had a proud look. At this moment, the moment Li Changsheng raised his head, the other man at the side trembled and exclaimed, "It's actually him. What's wrong with senior brother Feng?" The woman and her elder brother looked at their companion at the same time. I saw him once when I was wandering outside alone. This person isn't simple. Xiaolian, you better go over and apologize to him for what you said just now. Hearing senior brother Feng's words, the woman called Xiaolian couldn't help but pout. Senior brother Feng, what's so great about him? Is he worthy of me going over to apologize? Are you kidding me? Senior brother Feng laughed bitterly. Junior sister Xiaolian, you don't know. I don't know much about that youth's strength, but that black-robed follower beside him is incredible. He's a finger-profound realm martial artist. So what? It's not like our Eternal Spring Palace doesn't have a finger-profound realm martial artist. There's no need to be afraid of him. Although the woman called Xiaolian said this stubbornly, in reality, her face was already somewhat moved. A finger-profound realm martial artist was a top expert in the world. Their Eternal Spring Palace only had 2 of them overseeing it. If she offended a finger-profound realm martial artist outside and returned to the sect and the elders found out, she would also be punished. It was only because of her face that she refused to admit it. If it's just a normal finger-profound realm martial artist, then it's nothing. Not long ago, he had a fight with the Kuei Cao clan's Lei Xiao. It was a fierce fight. So there was a fight between finger-profound realm martial artists. I was wondering why I felt such a strong energy fluctuation outside. But who won in the end? The woman called Xiaolian looked at senior brother Feng, waiting for his answer. The man beside her also pricked up his ears. In the end, Lei Xiao used his trump card but still couldn't defeat the other party. Instead, he was killed on the spot. His inner core was taken out and fed to the yellow cow beside him, and his body was swallowed by the black-robed man. That black-robed man should be a member of the demon clan. After senior brother Feng finished speaking, he still had a face of lingering fear when he thought of the scene at that time. The woman beside him and her brother were all dumbfounded. They had long heard of Lei Xiao's great name. He was an extremely powerful existence among the loose cultivators. Before breaking through to the finger-profound realm, he could move unhindered in the sea region for thousands of miles. It was said that he broke through to the finger-profound realm some time ago. Even the Eternal Spring Palace's headmaster repeatedly warned his disciples not to provoke Lei Xiao when they were outside. Now, he was actually killed. Casually feeding a beast core to a mount, isn't this a bit too extravagant? The man also sighed. That's why Xiaolian, you better go over and apologize to him. If he can even kill Lei Xiao, although our Eternal Spring Palace has 2 finger-profound realm cultivators, he might not even take us seriously. Moreover, our sect's elders invited us to the Myriad Treasure Convention to broaden our horizons, but we provoked such a strong enemy for our sect. What if the other party has some other background? We've brought disaster to our sect. At this point, Xiaolian's expression finally changed. She had no choice but to put down her pride and walk up to Li Changsheng. She bowed respectfully and said, "Mister, I don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I've offended you with my words just now. Please don't take offense." With Li Changsheng's hearing, he naturally heard the woman's sarcasm. However, he wouldn't care about such a small matter. Therefore, he nodded and said, "It's good that you know your mistake." After saying that, he walked to the side with Bai Cha and the rest. Xiaolian originally prepared a lot of excuses, but at this moment, she was stunned on the spot and couldn't say a word. Li Changsheng didn't give her a chance to speak at all. After Li Changsheng and the rest left, many people in the core area had strange looks on their faces. Naturally, they knew that Xiaolian was from the Eternal Spring Palace. However, they didn't expect that the other party would be so indifferent when the Eternal Spring Palace's disciples personally went over to apologize. Who is he? Why haven't I heard of him before? The black-robed man beside him looks very similar to a big shot I know before. Chapter 8:10. Excuse me, are you Mr. Li? My master invites you over to meet him. An emotionless voice rang out. A middle-aged man walked up to Li Changsheng. Although his words were respectful, his tone was very cold. He seems to be the follower of the Immortal Abode Island's island master. Someone recognized the middle-aged man, and there was a burst of discussion. When Bai Cha and the others saw the middle-aged man, a smile appeared on their faces. The 3 Immortal Islands on the sea were connected, and Penglai Island and Immortal Island had many friendships. Sure enough, when the middle-aged man saw Bai Cha and the others, he bowed again. "Greetings, Elder Bai Cha, Miss Gu. Li Changsheng came here to get in touch with the people of the 3 Immortal Islands and understand the secret of Daoist Sanfeng's breakthrough." When he heard that it was the island master of Immortal Island, he immediately nodded and agreed. "Okay, where is your island master? Take me to him." The few of them walked inside together. After making many turns, they saw a pavilion in front. Under the pavilion, 2 old men were playing Go, and there were many disciples standing guard around. After Li Changsheng appeared, he wanted to go forward. Unexpectedly, after taking 2 steps, the middle-aged man who led them here reached out and blocked his path. My master is playing Go with the island master of Fangjong Island. He doesn't like to be disturbed when playing Go, so Mr. Li, please wait for a moment. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Li Changsheng couldn't help but frown. The immortal Abode Island's island master was really arrogant. He sent someone to invite him over, but he was playing chess leisurely. Now that he had appeared, he didn't welcome him immediately. Instead, he wanted him to wait outside. You want me, Li Changsheng, to wait? I'm afraid your island master isn't qualified. Li Changsheng coldly snorted and pushed the middle-aged man's arm to the side. He quickly walked forward. Impudent. The middle-aged man was enraged, and he waved his hand to grab Li Changsheng's shoulder without hesitation. However, before his palm landed, a black shadow flashed, and the middle-aged man flew out like a kite with a broken string. It was the giant bone snake king. The middle-aged man flew for more than 10 meters before he struggled to get up. The commotion finally attracted the attention of the 2 old men who were playing chess. One of them raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "You're that Mr. Li. Did your subordinate kill Lei Xiao?" The other party was still sitting there and did not get up. His tone was a little overbearing and arrogant. "That's right, my subordinates killed him." "Why? What does Lei Xiao have to do with you? Is he your family or friend?" Li Changsheng's brows furrowed slightly. He was somewhat displeased with the other party's tone. "That's not true." The purple-robed old man put the chess piece back into the jar. He clapped his hands and slowly stood up. "That Lei Xiao has nothing to do with me, but you didn't give me any face when you sent my subordinate flying. Originally, I called you here because I wanted to see who could kill Lei Xiao, and maybe I could help you. But now, I've changed my mind. I heard that after Lei Xiao was killed, you fed his inner core to your mount, Yellow Bull. Then, leave your yellow bull to me as an apology." The old man put his hands behind his back, exuding an aloof aura. "Uncle Guo, Mr. Li and Elder by Cha know each other. Please don't be angry. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble." Jiyu Qingyu said. "So, it's you, Qingyu. Why? Is this Li related to Penglai Island?" "Not really." Jiyu Qingyu shook her head. "Since you're not related, Qingyu, you don't have to get involved." As he spoke, he looked at Li Changsheng again. "What do you think? What do you think of my suggestion?" The island master of Yingju Island, Guo Shen, had a strong aura. Hearing that he wanted to take the yellow bull away, the yellow bull looked like it was begging. Li Changsheng patted the yellow bull's head to comfort it. Then, he looked at Guo Shen with a cold smile. "I'm afraid you don't want my yellow bull, but Lei Xiao's inner core in the yellow bull? Haha. It seems that you know a lot." "That's right. This yellow bull has eaten Lei Xiao's inner core, and the Thunder Dao law has been refined by its body. I only need to put it into the cauldron as an ingredient for refining for 49 days. Then, the energy of the inner core will be completely refined into a cauldron of 8 treasure pills." Hearing Guo Shen's words, the yellow bull's body trembled slightly. The method that Guo Shen mentioned made the yellow bull shudder. "You're quite calculative. I'm afraid that even if I don't beat up your subordinates, you'll find another excuse to snatch my yellow bull. Friend, you're gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. I, Guo Shen, am the island master of Yingju Island. Why would I covet your treasures? You're really sanctimonious. However, no one has ever been able to snatch something from me, Li Changsheng. So, you're not going to hand over the yellow bull?" The smile on Guo Shen's face suddenly turned cold. He said in a chilling voice, "You've injured my subordinates. If you don't hand over the yellow bull, you'll become the enemy of Yingju Island. And the end of being the enemy of Yingju Island will be very miserable." As soon as he finished speaking, Guo Shen's murderous aura rose. Under this powerful aura, even the air seemed to be frozen. The old man who was playing chess with Guo Shen didn't raise his head to look at them from the beginning to the end. It seemed that he was still studying the chess game. "So, there's no other choice. Li Changsheng raised his eyebrows. Friend, I, Guoshen, am a very reasonable person. You've injured my subordinates. If it were someone else, I would have cut him into pieces. But you only need to hand over a mount. Moreover, you'll win my friendship because of this. In this sea, who doesn't know the prestige of Yingju Island? Why are you so stubborn? Guoshen said with a smile, but that smile was full of hypocrisy. Jiyu Qingyu, who was next to him, pulled Li Changsheng's sleeve and whispered, Island Master Guoshen is very powerful. You'd better not have a head-on conflict with him. However, Li Changsheng didn't seem to hear Jiyu Qingyu's reminder. He sneered, my yellow ball is right here. Come and get it if you can. Also, is Yingju Island that great? If you piss me off, I'll flatten your entire island. You're courting death. Guoshen's eyes surged with murderous intent when he heard that. Jiyu Qingyu shook her head. Once she said that, there was no room for negotiation. Kid, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me. As soon as Guoshen finished speaking, he directly raised his hand to grab Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng didn't move. The giant Bone Snake King had already taken a step forward and faced Guoshen. The giant Bone Snake King was originally an existence that was second only to the leader of the Demon Alliance. It had just refined Lei Xiao's body and its strength was more profound. At this moment, it immediately displayed a terrifying power. Chapter 8:11. The black spear let out a sharp whistling sound, which was soul-stirring. Late stage of the finger-profound realm, close to the peak. Even Guoshen was surprised, but it quickly turned into a sneer. I am the island lord of Ying State Island. I broke through to the peak of the finger-profound realm 3 years ago. Your strength is not enough. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of Guoshen's palm surged and slammed down on the giant Bone Snake King's black spear. The palm landed on the giant Bone Snake King's spear, and the giant Bone Snake King took a few steps back. After forcing the giant Bone Snake King back with one move, Guoshen's confidence increased greatly. He raised his hand and charged forward again. He was determined to kill the giant Bone Snake King first before dealing with Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng couldn't help but frown as Guoshen's cultivation level was higher than the giant Bone Snake King's. If this continued, the giant Bone Snake King might not be able to escape defeat. Giant Bone Snake King, step back. Li Changsheng suddenly spoke and stopped the giant Bone Snake King who was about to continue attacking. He then raised his hand and formed a giant palm print, grabbing at Guoshen. Guoshen was the island lord of Ying State Island. He was the person Li Changsheng wanted to visit this time. However, Guoshen's behavior was unreasonable. He wanted to steal Li Changsheng's mount, which offended Li Changsheng's forbidden lamella. Li Changsheng attacked without hesitation. Although Li Changsheng's strength was also in the finger-profound realm, even the legendary Earth Immortal Realm martial artist might not be a match for Li Changsheng, let alone a finger-profound realm martial artist. Therefore, when his palm landed, it carried a powerful force, which made everyone's expression change. People like Bai Cha, Ju Wan, and the others were better. After all, they had seen Li Changsheng's means before, so they weren't too shocked. Jiyu Qingyu, Ying State Island, and Fangzhong Island's disciples saw Li Changsheng attack for the first time, so they were shocked. Even the old man, who had been paying attention to the chessboard, finally turned his gaze over. Facing Li Changsheng's attack, Guoshen sneered. Even a grain of rice can emit light. Guoshen's strength had already reached the peak of the finger-profound realm. He was someone who could truly move unhindered under the heavens. So, no matter how strong Li Changsheng's displayed strength was, it was still nothing in his eyes. A chess piece appeared between Guoshen's fingers. With a flick of his wrist, the chess piece shot towards Li Changsheng's palm like a bullet, producing a whistling sound. Bang! The chess piece that was infused with Guoshen's quintessential essence instantly shattered into a pile of powder the moment it came into contact with the giant palm print. In the next second, Li Changsheng's palm mercilessly slapped Guoshen's body. Guoshen's body sank into the ground, creating a 5-meter-deep crater. It seems that I have underestimated you. In the next second, a disheveled Guoshen rushed out of the pit. His body rose into the air, his clothes fluttering in the wind. His eyes were filled with fury. As the island master of the immortal island of the three immortal island, he was a supreme existence in the hundreds of thousands of miles of sea. He was the ruler of the world. When had he ever been slapped into a crack in the ground? I underestimated you just now. Now, you have successfully angered me. Die. Guo Shun raised his fist and swooped down from the sky, rushing towards Li Changsheng. Many people around revealed a strange look in their eyes. It was obvious that Guo Shun was serious. He can still attack me after being slapped by my palm print. It seems that the island master of the three immortal island is indeed stronger than ordinary warriors. Although Li Changsheng was a little surprised, that was all. It was like seeing an ant on the side of the road and stepping on it. The ant was actually not trampled to death. While Li Changsheng's thoughts were running wild, Guo Shun had already arrived in front of him. However, just as Guo Shun's fist was about to touch Li Changsheng suddenly slapped out. Bang! Then, Guo Shun was sent flying again like a ball hit by a baseball. He fell head first into the rockery dozens of meters away, smashing the rockery into pieces. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw this scene. Guo Shun is the island master of the immortal island, but he was sent flying so easily. Isn't this young man too powerful? The old man who was playing chess with Guo Shun also stood up at this moment with a serious look in his eyes. Guo Shun was already the top expert in this world, and Li Changsheng had the upper hand twice in a row. This was already very clear. Even if Guo Shun was suspected of underestimating his opponent, it was impossible for him to send Guo Shun flying without the strength to match Guo Shun's. I want you to die. An angry roar came from not far away. Guo Shun flew into the sky again, but his face became ferocious. This was a great humiliation to him. It seems that I have to get serious. Originally, on account of you being the island master of the immortal island, I had something to ask you and wanted to spare your life. It seems that I have to kill you. As soon as Li Changsheng finished speaking, the originally calm aura on his body suddenly became violent. A powerful aura spread out from his body in all directions like raging waves. At this moment, Guo Shun, who had been in a frenzy, calmed down instantly. The senses between experts were the most sensitive. Li Changsheng's powerful aura immediately made him sense danger. Just based on the power that Li Changsheng had erupted, he could be sure that Li Changsheng's strength was definitely not inferior to his. If it was someone weaker than him, he would naturally be able to attack without restraint. However, if the other party's strength was not inferior to his, then he would need to think twice. Brother Guo, don't worry, I'll help you. The old man finally couldn't help but walk out. The island master of the Fangjong Island, Shu Yao. It was said that he was a descendant of Shu Fu. Shu Fu went overseas to look for immortal herbs for Qin Shi Huang. In fact, he had settled down on the Fangjong Island. His descendants had several cultivation experts. This was no longer a secret in the overseas cultivation world. Shu Yao stood out. Dressed in white, he gave people a feeling that he was one with the world. It was as if he had merged with the world. His martial arts realm was even stronger than Guo Shun's. The Three Immortal Island was the leader of the overseas human race. The three island masters were also supreme figures. Now, two island masters had chosen to join forces. Even Bai Cha and the others, who had seen Li Changsheng's strength, couldn't help but gasp. They no longer believed that Li Changsheng could win. Shu Yao entered the arena and formed a triangle with Guo Shun. Both of their auras locked onto Li Changsheng. At this moment, even the surrounding spectators felt a terrifying pressure. I heard that the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion, Xia Hofu, joined forces with 9 rogue cultivators to set up a killing trap. In the end, a young man came out of nowhere and killed 10-finger profound realm experts. That young man should be you, right? With such strength at such a young age, you should be invincible in the world in the future. Unfortunately, you're unlucky today to meet me and Brother Guo. As long as you don't enter the Earth Immortal Realm, no one can stop the two of us. Shu Yao said leisurely. The power that 2 peak-finger profound realm experts could unleash was absolutely terrifying. In his opinion, no matter how strong Li Changsheng was, he couldn't turn the tables. Chapter 8:12. Young man, your strength is shocking. I presume the cultivation technique you practice is also very powerful. As long as you are willing to obediently hand over the cultivation technique you practice and allow the two of us to plant restrictions in your body, we can spare your life today. Otherwise, once the two of us attack, you will die without a doubt. Shu Yarrow looked calm, but in fact, he had been secretly accumulating power. When his voice fell, his chi had reached its peak state, and his eyes were filled with confidence. Do you really think that the two of you can deal with me by joining hands? Li Changsheng's lips curled into a mocking smile. Young man, don't bluff. If you can escape from our hands, then the two of us are not worthy of being the island masters of the three immortal island. The aura of the two rose to the peak, sealing the space around Li Changsheng. Human. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Since you are not willing to hand over your cultivation technique, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Shu Yarrow and Guo Shen looked at each other, and then they attacked Li Changsheng at the same time. In their eyes, Li Changsheng was already a turtle in a jar. No matter how strong he was, there was no one in the world who could stop the two of them. Their confidence had been verified, and they were not blindly arrogant. Sigh. By CHA side. For an expert like Li Changsheng, she actually had the intention to rope him in. Originally, she planned to wait until she met the Penglai Island master to develop Li Changsheng into a loyal ally of the Penglai Island. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen when they just arrived at the island? She felt that it was a pity. The two island masters of Ying State and Fang Zhong stood opposite of Li Changsheng. Whether it was their relationship with the Penglai Island or the two islands, or their judgment of the two forces, it was impossible for them to stand on Li Changsheng's side. However, it was good that Li Changsheng died. Once he died, the three immortal island would still be the ruler of this world. The others on the scene revealed an expression of watching a good show. Since they could remember, this was the first time they saw the two island masters joining hands to fight against an enemy. They were all very excited. Hopefully, he won't be killed and can escape with his life. Ju Wan lowered her head. She was worried for Li Changsheng. The immortal island Lord Guo Shen's white robe fluttered in the wind as he waved his hand. A ball of white clouds condensed into a giant hand that grabbed towards Li Changsheng. Shu Yarrow's yin and yang split in front of him. He wanted to slice the heavens and earth apart and descend onto Li Changsheng's body. Both of them were cultivators with profound Taoist skills. Although they looked casual when they raised their hands, they were filled with murderous intent. In the face of such an attack, Li Changsheng wielded the heart's wishful sword. Sword light flashed and the area within a radius of 5 zhong transformed into a sword domain. No matter what kind of attack it was, upon making contact with the sword domain, it was instantly pulverized. Guo Shen and Shu Yarrow, the two island masters, were astonished. They didn't expect that their joint attack wouldn't even have a chance to get close to Li Changsheng. If such a battle record were to spread out, it would definitely cause a sensation. The two of them looked at each other and attacked at the same time as if they had a tacit understanding. Both of them shot out a ray of light from their hands. The light merged into one in the air and turned into a spinning water ball that shot towards Li Changsheng. The originally soft water ball was now filled with supreme power. Wherever it passed, even the void began to shatter. The power was absolutely terrifying. Li Changsheng's sword domain was shattered after blocking the water ball for a few seconds. He hurriedly dodged to the side. The water ball brushed past his body and hit the ground behind him. It instantly pierced through the ground behind him and created a 10-meter-wide crater. Li Changsheng, now that you know how powerful the two of us are you willing to hand over your cultivation technique? Shu Yarrow said coldly. Until now, he was still spying on Li Changsheng's cultivation technique. The two of them had just launched a joint attack and easily broke Li Changsheng's sword domain. This gave them a boost of confidence and they felt that there was no suspense in the following battle. Mr. Li, why don't you hand over your cultivation technique? It's better than losing your life. Ju Wan couldn't help but advise. Even the giant bone snake king's face was filled with worry. Li Changsheng's opponents were two peak-finger profound realm experts. They were the true experts of the 10,000 miles sea region. You dare to provoke our island lord? You're courting death. The disciples of Ying State and Fangjong Island sneered. "It's too early for you to be happy," Li Changsheng said with a sneer. He calmly sized up Guoshun and Shu Yarrow as if he was looking at two clowns. Stubborn. Guoshun and Shu Yarrow attacked again. Their attacks formed a yin and yang pattern in the sky and slashed towards Li Changsheng. "Break for me." Li Changsheng also attacked at the same time. A ray of sword light soared into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds as it slashed down. Sword-shattering universe. Following Li Changsheng's shout, the whole world seemed to be split apart. With this sword strike, the clouds in the sky started to roll back. Hula. That yin and yang pattern was instantly broken into two halves. Immediately after, Guoshun and Shu Yarrow were sent flying by the sword light. The pavilion and rockery in the distance instantly collapsed and were razed to the ground. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt their minds sway. In the next moment, the sword light slashed again, directly slashing towards Guoshun. Guoshun's face was as white as a sheet of paper. A cloud appeared above his head, wanting to block it. However, the cloud was instantly broken before the sword light. Then, the sword slashed down, splitting Guoshun into two halves. He fell from the sky, and the smell of blood permeated the air. The whole place became so quiet that even a needle could be heard. No one would have thought that two peak-finger profound realm experts working together would not only fail to kill Li Changsheng, but one of them was killed by Li Changsheng instead. Shu Yarrow, who ran to the side and stopped, looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. At the same time, a strong lingering fear rose in his heart. If Li Changsheng didn't choose to deal with Guoshun after breaking the two's joint attack, but chose to deal with him instead, the person who would be dead now would be him. It was equivalent to him escaping death. As for Bai Cha, Ju Wan, and the others, their faces were filled with astonishment. Penglai Island and Ying State Abbot Island had been friends for many generations. Naturally, they knew the strength of these two island lords very well. But now, one of them was easily killed by Li Changsheng. This was too terrifying. Even if my father comes, he might not be a match for him. Jiyu Qingyu muttered to herself. She had blind worship for her father and thought that there was nothing she couldn't do. In fact, the Penglai Island Lord was the leader of the Three Immortal Island. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him the #1 expert in the sea. But now that she had seen Li Changsheng's means, she knew that her father's title as the #1 expert in the sea would probably change hands. Hula. The sword light flowed and cut through the void, directly slashing towards Shu Yarrow, who had luckily escaped with his life. Since the other party wanted to kill him, Li Changsheng naturally wouldn't show mercy. The sword light was resplendent and had a powerful sharpness. It was like the Grim Reaper. Before it landed, it had already sealed Shu Yarrow's escape route. Chapter 8:13. Open for me. Shu Yarrow was also determined to kill. In such a situation, there was no other choice. He immediately went all out. As he waved his hand, the yin and yang 8 trigrams pattern rotated under his feet. Another white sword was spat out from his mouth and clashed with Li Changsheng's sword light. This was Shu Yarrow's life sword and also the island's divine artifact passed down from his ancestors. Ever since he became the island lord, this was the first time he used it. The white sword clashed with Li Changsheng's heart-wishful sword and was sent flying out of his hand. Seeing that the sword light was about to land, Shu Yarrow's eyes were already filled with despair. He had already used all his trump cards and was at the end of the road. Friend, where it is possible to let people off, let them off. Why must you be so ruthless? Just at this moment, a loud and clear voice rang out. The void in front trembled and then an old figure stepped out. He raised his hand and formed a white net, blocking Li Changsheng's sword light. Bang! 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 The sword light slashed on the big net and the big net kept breaking. When the sword light completely tore the big net, the power was also weakened by countless times. Then, the old man gently waved his hand and patted on the sword light, completely negating the sword light. Greetings, Island Lord. The moment the old man appeared, Bai Cha and the others from Penglai Island cupped their hands and bowed. Shu Yarrow, who had escaped from death, heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Brother Jiyu, for saving us. The identity of the old man was self-evident. He was the island lord of Penglai Island, Gu Bairen. After the old man appeared, a few more figures quickly flew over. They were all experts of their own. They stood behind Gu Bairen in an orderly manner. Their aura was similar to Gu Bairen's. They were obviously Gu Bairen's subordinates. When the disciples of Fangjong Island saw that their island lord was forced into a desperate situation by Li Changsheng, they were already in despair. When they saw Gu Bairen, they were all overjoyed. The Three Immortal Island was dominated by Penglai Island. Among the three island lords, Gu Bairen was the strongest. It was said that Gu Bairen had already broken through to the peak of the Finger Profound Realm 10 years ago and had been in seclusion ever since. This was the first time he had come out of seclusion in 10 years. Just from the way he blocked Li Changsheng's sword light, it was clear that he was much more skilled than Xu Yao. Gu Bairen stood in the air, his white robe fluttering in the wind. He had the demeanor of an immortal. He looked at Li Changsheng calmly. "Little friend, you're young and powerful. This is very rare, but you don't know how to respect the old and love the young. This is very bad." Although it seemed that Gu Bairen was indeed Li Changsheng's elder based on his age, the way he addressed Li Changsheng as a child had a sense of superiority. "You and I both belong to the Finger Profound Realm, so you should address me as fellow Daoist. Since you call me little friend, should I call you old Zhao?" As expected, Li Changsheng said with some displeasure. "Little children have to listen to adults. You did something wrong and still don't listen to a lesson. You deserve to be beaten." Gu Bairen raised his palm and slapped towards Li Changsheng's face from a distance of more than 10 meters. The palm was casual, but the space around Li Changsheng was confined. Bang! Li Changsheng casually raised his hand to block the other party's attack. The two palms collided in the air, causing the surrounding space to tremble. "Your strength is indeed very strong. You're the strongest person I've seen so far, second only to me," Gu Bairen said indifferently, "but you should have a more humble attitude towards your elders, because there will always be people stronger than you in this world." Gu Bairen spoke slowly. His voice was leisurely, neither fast nor slow. It was like a small bridge over flowing water, without the slightest hint of the intensity of a battle. But as he waved his palm, droplets of water condensed in the air. Those crystal-clear water droplets suddenly exploded when they flew towards Li Changsheng. The sharp killing intent could shake the sun and moon. A pebble could destroy a star. This was a terrifying control over the power of heaven and earth. As soon as Gu Bairen made his move, everyone around felt their minds swaying. Is island owner Gu going to take that step? Even Xu Yao was shocked. The oneness of heaven and men, replacing the heaven's heart with one's own heart, was a state that could only be achieved by comprehending the great way of Earth Immortals. However, the existence of Earth Immortals was not allowed in this world. Of course, Gu Bairen could not be an Earth Immortal. Could it be that he already has the power of an Earth Immortal, but he hasn't really become an Earth Immortal, or can he be called a human immortal? Xu Yao murmured to himself with envy in his eyes. He had also broken through the peak of the Profound Finger Realm for many years, but he had never been able to reach the Earth Immortal Realm. But he also heaved a sigh of relief. Originally, when Gu Bairen appeared, his heart was still hanging in the air. It was really because Li Changsheng was too terrifying. But now, he finally felt relieved. If he wanted to defeat Gu Bairen, he had to have the combat strength of an Earth Immortal. He was sure that Li Changsheng had not broken through to the Earth Immortal Realm. As long as he didn't enter the Earth Immortal Realm, how could he have the combat strength of an Earth Immortal? Whoosh! The water droplets contained the power of heaven and earth, and all of them were shot toward Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng's aura was surging. Under the dense sword chi, there seemed to be thousands of swords flying in front of him, forming an impenetrable defense. Although the water droplets were powerful, they were cut into countless pieces when they collided with the sword chi. In the end, they dissipated in the air. Li Changsheng showed an exquisite swordsmanship. Others condensed the sword into a thread to concentrate the power, but he did the opposite and turned it into thousands of swords. Wonderful! Gu Bairen was not surprised that Li Changsheng had broken his move. Instead, he applauded softly. Originally, he had used this move to test his opponent. Gu Bairen, if you have any tricks, just use them. Anyway, you are the island owner of Penglai Island. What's the point of testing me like this? Li Changsheng said in a cold voice. Ha, ha. If I really use them, I'm afraid you can't withstand one of my moves. Gu Bairen was very confident. The void behind him shook. He stood there as if he was between the void and the real, ethereal and unpredictable. Boom. He raised his palm again. As his fingers moved, tornadoes formed in the void and attacked Li Changsheng, controlling the power of heaven and earth to fight against the enemy. What a terrifying move. Everyone was shocked by Gu Bairen's strength. Although Li Changsheng is strong, he will die when facing the island owner of Penglai Island. Many people mumbled to themselves. My father is the most powerful. That Li Changsheng should open his mouth and admit defeat instead of being arrogant and offending my father. Jiyu Qingyu was full of admiration for her father. The island owner of Penglai Island is famous in the sea. His strength is unfathomable. I wonder if Mr. can withstand him. The giant bone snake king was worried. The tornadoes stirred up the wind and the clouds, shattering the void around Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng was in the middle of the tornadoes. He kept punching out to shatter the attacks, as if he was tired of dealing with them. Kid, do you realize your mistake now? Gu Bairen was calm from the beginning to the end, as if everything was under his control. Chapter 8:14. Those who originally thought that Li Changsheng was invincible couldn't help but sigh. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Mr. Li, hurry up and beg for mercy. Island Lord, please show mercy. Zhu Wan was kinder and couldn't help but remind Li Changsheng. She couldn't bear to see Li Changsheng die in the hands of Gu Bairen. Yellow Ox, who had received Li Changsheng's kindness, had bloodshot eyes. It let out a roar and wanted to rush forward to save Li Changsheng. However, the giant bone snake king grabbed onto its horns tightly. Don't be impulsive. You will only be killed instantly if you go up. You won't be able to help master at all. Bai Cha sighed softly. Between Li Changsheng and Gu Bairen, she would naturally side with Gu Bairen. The island lord of Penglai Island is still the most powerful. Wei Shatong said gloatingly. Li Changsheng's attack was too powerful. Therefore, she could only suppress the humiliation she suffered from Li Changsheng in her heart. But now, she felt carefree. In everyone's eyes, no matter how powerful Li Changsheng was, he was just the monkey son who wreaked havoc in the sky. On the other hand, the island lord of Penglai Island, Gu Bairen, was the Buddha. Monkey Son couldn't escape from the five-finger mountain of Buddha. This is the strength of the number one expert in the sea. The island lord of Penglai Island, Gu Bairen, is indeed worthy of being the master of a major force that has been passed down for thousands of years. No matter how powerful Li Changsheng is, he will still die in his hands. Many people lowered their heads and sighed. Gu Bairen, do you really think you can win for sure? Li Changsheng's eyes finally flashed with a trace of coldness. Towards Gu Bairen, he had always been merciful, because the purpose of coming to the sea this time was to go to Penglai Island and ask about the matter of Zhong Sanfeng. However, since the other party had treated him like a soft persimmon, then Li Changsheng was not a bodhisattva who would not be angry. Isn't that the case? Gu Bairen sneered relentlessly. At the next moment, Li Changsheng raised the ardent dragon spear and thrust it forward. At first, the spear did not seem to have much power. However, the moment it was fully unleashed, the entire world began to tremble. Countless amounts of energy surged madly, stirring up tornadoes. Even the ground was trembling. The attack launched by Gu Bairen was completely crushed after coming into contact with the tornado. The golden spear transformed into a roaring dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it rushed towards Gu Bairen. What? Gu Bairen's eyes were filled with shock. He kept waving his hands, and wind blades were shot out by him, forming layers of protection. However, under the golden dragon, any attack was destroyed as if it was made of rotten wood. Layer after layer of protection was broken. Gu Bairen, who had always had the upper hand, finally chose to retreat. However, the golden dragon was even faster. Boom! To everyone's astonishment, the golden dragon crashed into Gu Byron's chest. In the next second, Gu Byron flew out like a kite with a broken string, landing dozens of meters away. Everyone at the scene widened their eyes and was filled with disbelief. The shock in their hearts made their minds go blank. Jiu Qingyu opened her cherry mouth, and her eyes were filled with astonishment. Her father had always been an undefeated legend in her heart. He was invincible. But now, he was actually sent flying by someone. Elder by Cha looked as if she had seen a ghost. This had completely subverted her imagination. The giant bone snake king couldn't help but laugh out loud. I knew it. I knew that master would not lose. Yeah. Yellow Ox also spoke in human language. On the small island, the battle here attracted countless people to watch from afar. However, the result made everyone inexplicably shocked and unable to believe it. Dozens of meters away, Gu Byren crawled out from the pit. His face was covered in dust and his face was filled with anger. Li Changsheng slowly raised the ardent dragon spear in his hand and locked onto Gu Byron's position. In my eyes, you are nothing. The scene was silent. Only the sound of the biting wind and the shocked gazes could be heard. The master of Penglai Island, Gu Byren, had actually been defeated. It should be known that he had broken through to the half-step Earth Celestial stage and was known as the Human Celestial. As long as he passed the heavenly tribulation, he would immediately become an Earth Celestial. Looking back 2,000 years, no one could be compared with him. But now, he had really been defeated. No matter how unwilling people were to believe it, the truth was right in front of them. I was wondering why the name Li Changsheng sounded so familiar. I remember now. He is the #1 expert in the continent's cultivation world. I heard that countless finger-profound realm cultivators have died in his hands. So, it's him. The #1 genius of the Kunlun sect was also killed by him. So was my Guanjing's master, Xiao Yuncheng. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. Li Changsheng's identity and many of his achievements were also dug out. Only then did people realize how terrifying this seemingly young man was. Many self-proclaimed geniuses in the scene smiled bitterly. They thought that their talents were amazing, but compared with Li Changsheng, they were just dung. I will kill you. Gu Byren gnashed his teeth and looked at Li Changsheng. He was the dignified island owner of Penglai Island, whose power shook the entire sea area. He was supreme. Now, he was beaten to the ground. If this embarrassing situation was spread out in the future, the reputation of Penglai Island would be ruined by him. It seems that you still don't understand the situation. Face is not important at all. You should be more worried about your life. Li Changsheng said lightly. I just underestimated you. Gu Byren had just opened his mouth. Li Changsheng waved the ardent dragon spear and smashed it down. The golden spear shadow split the air into two and became hundreds of feet long. It directly smashed down on Gu Byron's head. Bang! Gu Byren didn't expect Li Changsheng to attack as soon as he said he would. He raised his arms to form a cross to receive Li Changsheng's attack, but in the next second, there was a catcher sound. The cross between his arms was smashed apart, and one of his arms was strangely bent. Even though Gu Byren used all his strength, he was still smashed a few meters away. How can he be so powerful? There was no longer any calmness on his face. His arms were trembling slightly. His bones had just been broken and he was constantly using his true essence to repair them. Although he wasn't a body refiner, as a human immortal, his physical strength had reached the peak of the human world. Ordinary spirit weapons couldn't break his physical defense. But now, his bones were broken. How could he not be shocked? He's so powerful at such a young age. Could he be the reincarnation of an ancient great divine ability? Otherwise, there's no way to explain it. Gu Byron's heart was like a stormy sea. Just as he was thinking, Li Changsheng had already smashed the spear down again. Total annihilation. Splitting Mount Hua. Splitting heaven and earth. Inverted sun and moon. Li Changsheng used one killing saint art after another. The whole sky was full of afterimages and chaotic chi. Block for me. Jiyu Bairen was so shocked at this moment. He didn't dare to block Li Changsheng's scorching dragon spear with his physical body. He waved his hands and summoned a defensive artifact. Penglai Island had been passed down for thousands of years and had countless treasures. This artifact was called the Primeval Chaos Silver Dipper. Its defensive power was extremely strong. Countless afterimages fell on the Silver Dipper, making clanking sounds. None of them could break the Primeval Chaos Silver Dipper. Penglai Island has thousands of years of heritage. Although he's not as strong as Li Changsheng, Island Master Jiyu should have many tricks that he hasn't used. No one knows the result until the end. Countless people were shaken. This was definitely the most powerful battle in this world. It's a pity that a spirit artifact was destroyed just like that. Li Changsheng sighed and rose into the sky. The long spear in his hand suddenly became 100 feet long. A golden sun was shining at the tip of the spear. The young patriarch of the White Flood Dragon clan had used this move before, but it couldn't compare with Li Changsheng's majesty at this moment. Sun-splitting golden spear. With Li Changsheng's shout, the whole sky rumbled as if there was a deity beating a drum. Crack! The golden sun fell from the sky with the long spear. The Primeval Chaos Silver Dipper cracked and turned into a pile of dust. How is this possible? Jiyu Bairen hurriedly stepped back, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He originally thought that he was invincible after breaking through to the human celestial stage, unless an earthly immortal realm master came. However, Li Changsheng's appearance made him realize that he was a frog at the bottom of the well. Chapter 8:15. After retreating for dozens of meters, Jiyu Bairen spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked much more dispirited. Part of it was because of Li Changsheng's strength, and the other part was that the spear had broken the Primeval Dipper and damaged his body. Li Changsheng's strength shocked everyone once again. Jiyu Bairen was a half-step earth immortal. He should have been invincible in the world, but now he was so embarrassed by Li Changsheng. Continue. Li Changsheng raised the ardent dragon spear in his hand and smashed down. The earth immortal was the top combat power in this world. There were few people in the world who could make him fight freely. Boom. As the spear fell, it gave people a feeling that the world was collapsing, as if it was the end of the world. It's too scary. Jiyu Bairen was no longer confident. The power of this spear was different from his oneness of heaven and man, which borrowed the power of heaven and earth. It was completely his own strength. The attack was stronger than the power of heaven and earth. Jiyu Bairen felt helpless. He knew that he could not withstand this attack. Boom. 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 Bursts of energy exploded. Jiyu Bairen retreated hundreds of meters. The whole ground began to appear in the direction where the ardent dragon spear fell. If one looked from afar, they could see the waves in the surrounding sea. It was like the punishment of heaven. Everyone was shocked. This was not the power of heaven and earth. Is he a reincarnated earth immortal? Thump. 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 Li Changsheng was running in the sky, leaving a series of afterimages behind him. The golden spear in his hand pierced the void. After catching up with Jiyu Bairen, Li Changsheng used his pure physical strength and the overbearing power of the ardent dragon spear. He was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Jiyu Bairen was also going all out. He threw out one Dharma treasure after another as if they were free. There was the Jiao Dragon Halberd, the Treasure Flower Sword, the Demon Vanquishing Pestle, and the Azura Fan. There were more than 20 of them. What a pity. Li Changsheng sighed with emotion. These were all very high-quality magic treasures. If they were converted into spirit stones, it would definitely be an astronomical figure. Although he said it was a pity, he didn't show any mercy. Bang 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 bang. The ardent dragon spear swept across the area, and a total of 5 magic tools exploded into pieces. The golden light swept towards Jiyu Bairen, forcing him to retreat more than 10 steps. Continue. The spear was like a dragon, shining with resplendent golden light. There were still more than 10 magical treasures left, and they emitted clanking sounds. Every time the spear descended, a magical treasure would be destroyed. Not to mention Jiyu Bairen, even the spectators felt their hearts ache. Every magic treasure was enough to cause a sensation if they were to be auctioned, but now they were like rags, smashed one by one. G.U. Byron's heart was bleeding. This was a treasure that had been passed down for thousands of years in Penglai Island. The accumulated wealth was not some scrap metal. However, he couldn't care less about these treasures. More importantly, he was worried about his own safety. If his magic treasures couldn't withstand Li Changsheng's attack, once all his magic treasures were destroyed, he would be the next one to be crushed. He was still not a match for a human immortal. There was actually such a monster in the world. If Li Changsheng's cultivation didn't show that he was at the profound finger realm, he would have thought that this world allowed the existence of an earth immortal realm powerhouse. Li Changsheng was simply a human-shaped beast. From the beginning to the end, he relied on his own strength and didn't borrow the power of heaven and earth. G.U. Byren could imagine how terrifying Li Changsheng's strength would be if he used the power of heaven and earth like him. An earth immortal realm powerhouse was just SOSO. Facing an opponent like Li Changsheng, G.U. Byren was filled with a sense of powerlessness. One magic treasure after another flew out. G.U. Byren couldn't care less. Even if Penglai Island's wealth was exhausted, he wouldn't hesitate. After all, his life was more important than anything else. Bang 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 bang. Under the shadow of the spear, any magic treasure was smashed into pieces. This also surprised Li Changsheng. The ardent dragon spear was indeed extraordinary. Just based on its toughness, few magic treasures could withstand it. What a sin. There are so many magic treasures. Many people's hearts were bleeding when they saw the magic treasures exploding one after another. Looks like Island Master is going to lose today. Bai Cha said in a deep voice. Although this was an outcome that every disciple of Penglai Island was unwilling to accept, it was the truth. At the beginning, Li Changsheng deliberately let G.U. Byren win and he gained the upper hand. However, ever since Li Changsheng showed his prowess, he was completely suppressed. Looks like my dad isn't invincible. G.U. Qingyu's face was filled with worry. Every time Li Changsheng's spear smashed down, her heart would jump to her throat. She was afraid that Li Changsheng's spear would hit G.U. Byron's head instead of a magic treasure. Are we just going to watch as he crushes the Island Master? Wei Shatong said in a low voice. Shu Yarrow, who was saved by G.U. Byren, stood there and didn't dare to move. He didn't join the battle at all. Although G.U. Byren saved him, he knew that it was useless for him to join the battle. Moreover, it was very likely that he would anger Li Changsheng. If Li Changsheng wanted to kill him regardless of everything, G.U. Byren wouldn't be able to stop him. The human heart had always been selfish. If only the Grand Elder was here. If he joined forces with Island Master G.U., they might be able to contend against Li Changsheng. Bai Cha sighed. How could she not be worried about G.U. Byren? However, what could she do? Although she was also in the Finger Profound realm, the aftermath of the battle made her heart palpitate. If she really joined the battle, it would only take Li Changsheng a little effort. Take another move from me. When Li Changsheng's spear landed again, the dozens of magical treasures that G.U. Byren took out were all shattered. At the same time, a golden spear with an afterimage traversed the void and smashed towards G.U. Byren. This spear didn't seem as powerful as the previous one, but G.U. Byron's expression was extremely ugly. Returning to the origin, turning the simple into the complicated, this was the real killing move. When the golden spear landed, the void around G.U. Byren was completely sealed. There was no way to dodge. Then, the spear swept across G.U. Byron's chest. G.U. Byron's body flew out like a cannonball, and a black hole was dug out in the ground. Boom! Li Changsheng smashed the spear into the hole again. The golden light wreaked havoc, and a huge deep hole was created in the ground. G.U. Byron's body was smashed out of the hole again. There was nowhere to escape. G.U. Byren was coughing up blood. His clothes were messy, and there was a hole in his chest. Again, another spear swept across, and G.U. Byron's lower abdomen was smashed. His entire body bent like a shrimp, like a baseball that was hit. He drew a perfect parabola in the sky and fell to the ground. G.U. Byren, do you dare to take another move from me? Li Changsheng slowly raised the ardent dragon spear, and an aura that made people's hearts palpitate was emitted from his body. At this moment, the entire world changed with his actions. Previously, he had been relying on the strength of his physical body. At this moment, he was finally going to use the advantage of his realm and borrow the power of heaven and earth. Boom, 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 boom. Violent sounds came from nowhere, and they were rumbling in all directions. Above the firmament, the wind and clouds changed, and the void trembled. The sea beasts in the sea even let out a whimper. Everyone looked at Li Changsheng in the sky as if they were looking at a god. In the sky and on the ground, he was the only one who reigned supreme. Chapter 8:16. Jiyu Byron's eyes were filled with despair. If one didn't reach his level, one wouldn't know that the terrifying thing about the finger-profound realm was that one could use the power of heaven and earth. Under the support of the power of heaven and earth, one's combat strength would increase by dozens of times. Previously, Li Changsheng had been using the power of his physical body. He was afraid of how terrifying Li Changsheng would be once he used the power of heaven and earth. Now, his worry had finally come. He couldn't even block Li Changsheng's physical body. Once Li Changsheng used the power of heaven and earth, he would die without a doubt. At this moment, seeing that Li Changsheng was about to attack, he finally lowered his arrogant head. "I beg you to show mercy and spare my life." He begged for mercy. Jiyu Bairen, the island master of Penglai Island, the master of a large force with thousands of years of history, the number one person in the sea, chose to surrender. He was afraid of death after all. Everyone around was shocked. If such news were to spread, who knew how many people would be shocked? The rise of a strong person, stepping on the body of his predecessor. Li Changsheng stepped on Jiyu Bairen to reach the supreme position. "Is it just that you're convinced?" Li Changsheng's voice was as cold as ice. "I don't know what else you want." Jiyu Bairen's heart was bitter. In the past, he was the high and mighty island master of Penglai Island. Everyone who saw him had to be respectful. However, he didn't expect that there would be a day when he would lower his head and beg. "Other than the magic treasures that I destroyed just now, you should have some magic treasures on you. Also, hand over all your spirit stones. This is the first point," Li Changsheng said. Jiyu Bairen nodded. He did have a lot of spirit stones on him. However, compared to his life, these were just worldly possessions. He took out a few Chenkuan bags. Li Changsheng waved his hand and kept the Chenkuan bags. "I don't know what else you want." Jiyu Bairen only wanted to live. "Back then, I said that I would flatten Yingju Island. I'll leave this matter to you. After flattening it, you have to hand over everything on Yingju Island. Oh right, and Fangjong Island." This, Jiyu Bairen looked troubled. Penglai Island and Yingju Fangjong Island had been allies since ancient times. Now that Li Changsheng asked him to do this, wasn't this asking him to be a treacherous villain? "If you don't want to, you can die now." Killing intent surged in Li Changsheng's eyes. "Don't go too far." Shu Yarrow finally couldn't help but shout. Li Changsheng didn't even raise his head. He just waved the ardent dragon spear, and under a golden light, Shu Yarrow's body exploded. Jiyu Bairen's heart suddenly jumped. Finally, he gritted his teeth and nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Finally, and also the most important point, back then, Wudang sect's Daoist Sanfeng broke through the void and left. In the end, it was said that he came to Three Immortal Island. "I want to know how he left this world." Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Jiyu Bairen suddenly raised his head with a look of surprise in his eyes. "How did you know?" "Naturally, I learned it from the Wudang sect. You just have to tell me how Daoist Sanfeng left this world. This is actually not a big secret. Many people in Three Immortal Island know about it." Jiyu Bairen took a deep breath. Back then, Daoist Sanfeng was able to leave this world because there was an ancient starry sky road. As long as it was opened, he could leave and no longer be suppressed by the power of the rules of this world. It's just that the ancient starry sky road has a power that transcends this world. Otherwise, do you think I would stay in the human celestial stage and not choose to pursue a higher stage? A power that transcends this world. What does it mean? Is it the Earth celestial stage or higher? Li Changsheng furrowed his brows. Jiyu Bairen was already at the peak of the profound finger stage, half a step into the Earth celestial stage. If he hadn't met him, he would have been invincible in this world. But now, he said that he didn't dare to go to the ancient starry sky road. His power was definitely above the Earth celestial stage. It should be the Earth celestial stage. Above the Earth celestial stage, not to mention this world, even among the thousands of races in the starry sky, they are considered super powerhouses. That's good. Li Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. With his current strength, he might be able to fight against an Earth celestial stage powerhouse. However, Jiyu Bairen was extremely surprised when he saw Li Changsheng's expression. When he heard that there were earthly immortal realm experts holding down the fort, he was in extreme despair at that time. But why did Li Changsheng seem to have heaved a sigh of relief? Where is the ancient starry sky road? Li Changsheng's voice was faintly excited. After living for countless years, he could finally see a higher scenery in this life. In the depths of the sea, in the land of the fallen immortals. Jiyu Bairen slowly spat out a few words. 300,000 miles to the west, there is a forbidden area called the land of the fallen immortals. It is guarded by a power that transcends this world. Back then, Daoist Sanfeng stepped on the ancient starry sky road and left this world. But don't blame me for not reminding you that Daoist Sanfeng didn't defeat that existence. Instead, he made some kind of deal with that existence, and that existence let him go. Before that, many powerhouses tried to leave this world, but in the end, they were all killed mercilessly. You will understand the terror of that existence when you see it for yourself. Okay, I understand. Li Changsheng's aura gradually dissipated. Before stepping on the ancient starry sky road, I will stay on this small island for a month. Within a month, you will help me destroy the 2 islands of Ying State and Fangzhong, and send the treasures you get to me. You should thank me. From now on, there will be no more 3 immortal islands in the boundless sea. Only Penglai Island will reign supreme. Li Changsheng finished speaking. Jiyu Bairen lowered his head and fell into silence. Indeed, the 3 immortal islands were allies, but in fact, they also kept each other in check. The masters of the 2 islands had died at the hands of Li Changsheng. In the future, whether Li Changsheng defeated that existence and left on the ancient starry sky road or died there, Jiyu Bairen had the final say in this world. Okay, the myriad treasure meet will continue. After Li Changsheng finished speaking, he landed from the sky and turned to walk into a palace not far away. This palace was the residence of the organizer of the myriad treasure meet. It was used to entertain Guoshun and Shu Yao. Now that the 2 were killed and Li Changsheng occupied it, naturally, no one dared to raise any objections. Li Changsheng entered the palace and began to cultivate in seclusion. Yellow Ox and the giant Bone Snake King waited outside while Jiyu Bairen left with the people of Penglai Island. Although Li Changsheng allowed them to continue the myriad treasure meet, after today's battle, no one was in the mood to do business. With the battle between Li Changsheng and Jiyu Bairen, Li Changsheng's status as the most powerful person in the world had been completely established. From now on, whether it was on land or sea, Li Changsheng's name would resound like thunder. Later, as Li Changsheng's various battle achievements spread, Li Changsheng was also given many titles, such as the most powerful person in the world, the invincible god of war, and the patriarch of the Green Gate. In the end, among the various titles, there was one that was respected the most, and that was the Legend of the Age. Chapter 8:17. It had been half a month since the end of the myriad treasure meet. During this time, Li Changsheng had been in seclusion and did not show up. In front of the palace, the giant Bone Snake King stood there expressionlessly. In front of him was a group of people with extraordinary auras. These people were the representatives of various forces at sea. They had come to visit Li Changsheng. Now that Li Changsheng was famous, many people wanted to curry favor with him. Lord Snake King, may I know when Mr. Li will come out of seclusion? So that we can meet Tian Yang. I don't know about that either. The giant Bone Snake King said coldly. These were all big shots who dominated the sea, but the giant Bone Snake King did not give them any face at all. However, no one was angry. The Grand Chancellor was a 7th grade official, not to mention a godlike figure like Li Changsheng. My master likes spirit stones and Dharma treasures the most. You can leave the spirit stones here. When my master comes out of seclusion, I will report to him. Also, leave behind your visiting cards and write your names so that I don't get confused. After the giant bone snake king finished speaking, many people looked at the pile of invitations in front of the main hall. There were 3 sacks of invitations. Someone had secretly calculated that during the period when Li Changsheng was in seclusion, the number of gifts and spirit stones that people sent to him was more than 1 million. All right. After hearing the giant bone snake king's words, the visitors could only leave the spirit stones behind and leave reluctantly. Rumor had it that Li Changsheng was extremely cruel. Even the Ying State Abbot Island and the Abbot Island were destroyed under his orders. These people were afraid that Li Changsheng would destroy their sects in order to amass wealth. This was equivalent to paying protection fees. Giant Bone Snake King, is Mr. Li still not out of seclusion? Another voice sounded. It was the only person who dared to not address the Giant Bone Snake King respectfully. Gu Bairen, who was dressed in white, walked over. A few days ago, he had merged the Ying State Abbot Island and the Abbot Island. Now, the 3 Immortal Island belonged to him alone. In accordance with Li Changsheng's wishes before he went into seclusion, he had sent the spirit stones and treasures that he had plundered from the 2 islands. However, he had not had the chance to see Li Changsheng. Not yet. Island Master Jiyu, why don't you wait a little longer? No matter how cold and arrogant the giant Bone Snake King was, it immediately became much more courteous in front of a human immortal like Gu Bairen. All right. Just as Gu Bairen was about to turn around and leave, the door to the house suddenly opened and Li Changsheng walked out. Island Master Gu, please come in and take a seat. All right. Gu Bairen hurriedly walked into the main hall. Giant Bone Snake King, Yellow Ox, you 2 come in as well. The rest of you can disperse. I won't be seeing any guests for the time being. Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, the leaders of the various forces who originally wanted to get closer to Li Changsheng had no choice but to turn and leave. Inside the main hall, Li Changsheng sat on the main seat, while Gu Bairen and the giant Bone Snake King stood on either side of him, not daring to take a seat. Island Master Gu, I heard that there is a formation outside the land of the fallen immortals. It's hard to find them. Why don't you come with me? Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Gu Bairen did not dare to disobey. He hurriedly nodded and said, since Mr. Li has spoken, I will not refuse. All right. After saying that, Li Changsheng nodded and looked at the giant Bone Snake King and said, Yellow Ox, Giant Bone, take Yellow Ox back to the Green Sect. Help me take care of the Green Sect's affairs. I will be back soon. All right. The giant Bone Snake King nodded. However, Gu Bairen could not help but shake his head slightly. Come back. How could it be that easy? No matter if Li Changsheng came back alive or not, it would be impossible for him to come back to this world. Of course, he would not say anything that would spoil the mood at this moment. Outside the main hall, the mountain of spiritual stones and the visiting cards from various forces disappeared into thin air. Then, Li Changsheng and Gu Bairen walked out of the door. The giant Bone Snake King and Yellow Ox said goodbye to Li Changsheng and returned to the Green Sect. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng brought Gu Bairen to the legendary land of the fallen immortals. The owner of the house, who had been serving Li Changsheng like a lord, finally let out a long sigh of relief. Li Changsheng was a star of misfortune. Even if such a person was usually kind and amiable, he was like a wild beast. Who knew when he would get angry? Who knew if he would tear you into pieces? 2 days later, on a big ship, Li Changsheng was lying on a rocking chair on the deck and basking in the sun. Gu Bairen stood at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. He looked at the sparkling sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. This spiritual toolship was close to 100 meters long and dozens of meters wide. It was definitely a huge object. It was the largest spiritual toolship that the Penglai Island had ever built. It had already reached the level of a high-grade spiritual tool. Not to mention other things, just the defensive power of this ship was extremely terrifying. It could smash any demonic beast below the Vajra realm into pieces. This kind of ship could accommodate a few thousand people at a time. It was equipped with all kinds of facilities. Compared to this ship, Li Changsheng's spiritual toolship couldn't be more shabby. Sir, this sea region is called the Lying Flood Dragon Island. It is the territory of the Black Flood Dragon race. It is an extremely dangerous place in the sea region. Even those famous rogue cultivators have to be careful when they pass by this place. The Black Flood Dragon race is brutal by nature. It is very easy for them to rob you in their territory. Furthermore, they don't care about professional ethics. They even kill people after robbing them. Is that so? Li Changsheng squinted his eyes and said, then we have been in this territory for a few hours. I haven't seen the Black Flood Dragon race blocking our way to rob us. Hearing Li Changsheng's question, Jiyu Bairen couldn't help but reveal a complacent expression. My Penglai Island's spiritual toolship is traveling. Which force in the sea is so blind that they dare to rob us? Speaking of this, his expression suddenly became gloomy. So what if he was powerful? He was still driving the ship for others like a henchman. Jiyu Bairen suddenly fell into silence. The spiritual toolship was still traveling at high speed on the sea. Soon, they left the territory of the Black Flood Dragon race. The land of the fallen immortals was deep in the sea. According to Jiyu Bairen, there were countless arrays that concealed its aura. If someone didn't know the location, even if they were right in front of it, they definitely wouldn't be able to find its exact location. This was also the reason why Li Changsheng asked Jiyu Bairen to come with him. It was extremely difficult to find a place in the sea. Moreover, the land of the fallen immortals was hidden deep in the sea. Without a guide, even Li Changsheng would have a hard time finding it. The sea was too big. Even with the spiritual toolship, they still hadn't arrived after 3 days of traveling. In the land of the fallen immortals, other than the power that you said is beyond this world, what else is there? Along the way, Li Changsheng asked Jiyu Bairen about the land of the fallen immortals in detail. I have never been to the land of the fallen immortals. However, according to the records left by the ancestors of Penglai Island, there are many heavenly slaves other than the chosen ones who guard the ancient Star Road. What are heavenly slaves? Li Changsheng was immediately interested. It is said that heavenly slaves are challengers who tried to leave this world in the past. However, they were not strong enough and lost to the chosen ones. In the end, they were refined into puppets for the chosen ones to use. While the two were talking, waves suddenly surged in front of them. A group of people rode on the waves. The leader was a general in black armor. He held a long sword in his hand and blocked the way. Chapter 8:18. Who are you guys? Jiyu Bairen looked ahead and asked with a gloomy face. He had just said that no one would dare to rob Penglai Island's spiritual artifact ship. But now, they were stopped not long after. This was a slap to his face. After being defeated by Li Changsheng, he had lost face in front of Li Changsheng. The other party's appearance made him furious. I am the leader of the dragon whale race, Long Kuan. Are you guys going to the temple to try your luck? The black-faced man asked in a muffled voice. Jiyu Bairen was confused when he heard the other party's name. He knew about the dragon whale race. It was an ancient beast bloodline. Although it was not as powerful as the Kuei cow or the white flood dragon, it was still an overlord in the sea. Especially the dragon whale, its body was very big, and every one of its clansmen had divine power, but what was this guy trying to do by stopping him? If the other party wanted to rob him, then Jiyu Bairen would naturally not hesitate to slap these guys to death, but it was obvious that the other party did not seem to be robbing him. Why are you stopping our ship? Jiyu Bairen asked impatiently. He felt that this man was stupid. According to the ancient legends of my clan, there is a deity living in the land of the divine temple. However, I recently encountered a problem in my cultivation, so I wanted to pay a visit to the deity and ask for his guidance. However, I have found this place, but no matter how hard I try, I can't find the palace where the deity lives. Seeing your spiritual chi ship coming from this direction, I would like to ask, are you also looking for the divine temple? What if we are? What if we aren't? Jiyu Bairen asked again. If we are, I want to ask you to take me to see the god. If we aren't, then pretend I didn't ask. The man stood on the sea. All the turbulent waves became quiet under his feet. He was quite strong. He had reached the Vajra realm. Where is the temple? Li Changsheng looked at Jiyu Bairen. The temple is the land of the fallen immortals. The monster race calls it the temple. It's just that the name is different. This man has the same goal as me. Seeing that Jiyu Bairen was about to drive the man away, Li Changsheng suddenly waved his hand. Let them come up. Since we have the same goal, let's go together. All right. Jiyu Bairen didn't dare to disobey Li Changsheng's orders and let him board the ship. Are you really going to meet the gods? According to the records of my ancestors, gods live in palaces in the deep sea and possess remarkable abilities. The strong man mentioned the records of his ancestors several times, which made Li Changsheng interested. What else did your ancestors record? Li Changsheng wanted to know more about the land of the fallen immortals. My ancestor recorded the specific location of the divine palace. My ancestor had once met a deity. In the end, he received guidance from the deity, and only then did our dragon whale clan flourish. The brawny man said mysteriously. Really? This time, not only Li Changsheng, but even Jiyu Bairen's face showed some interest. Penglai Island's records about the land of the fallen immortals came from the third island master, so they didn't know much about the land of the fallen immortals. However, this brawny man's ancestor had received guidance from a being in the land of the fallen immortals. This was not simple. My ancestor left behind a map. According to the map, we can go directly to the depths of the divine palace. However, I have walked around for a long time, and I still can't find the entrance of the divine palace marked on the map. The brawny man took out a sheepskin scroll mysteriously. There were many complicated formations drawn on it. Li Changsheng looked at Jiyu Bairen, who was next to him. All his knowledge about the divine palace came from Jiyu Bairen's words. He didn't know if the map on the sheepskin scroll was the location of the divine palace. Jiyu Bairen nodded slightly and said to Li Changsheng with his divine consciousness, the map on the sheepskin scroll should be the location of the divine palace. The reason why he couldn't find the entrance of the divine palace is because of the formation outside. If we break the formation outside and follow the map, we can really go directly to the depths of the divine palace. So that's how it is. Hearing Jiyu Bairen's words, Li Changsheng smiled and said to Long Kuan, if you can't find the entrance, we can help you find it. As he said that, he nodded slightly to Jiyu Bairen. Jiyu Bairen immediately understood Li Changsheng's meaning and steered the spirit artifact ship forward. In front of them, there was a mountain that was exposed to the sea. Jiyu Bairen's spirit artifact ship directly crashed into the mountain. Long Kuan was shocked and said, friend, are you crazy? Even if your ship is very sturdy, the mountain is rooted in the sea. Who knows how big it is? You can easily destroy the ship and kill all of us. With regards to the brawny man's scream, Jiyu Bairen was indifferent and watched as the spirit artifact ship crashed into the mountain. However, just as the brawny man covered his eyes and screamed in fear, he didn't feel the impact of the collision. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was above the sea with clouds and mist. This seems to be similar to the entrance drawn on the sheepskin scroll, the brawny man said in surprise. However, Jiyu Bairen only smiled and steered the spirit artifact ship forward. Although he already knew about the legend of the fallen immortal land, it was his first time here. Originally, he thought that it would take a lot of effort to find the entrance. However, with the sheepskin scroll, it was equivalent to having navigation. Everything was easy. The spirit artifact ship went straight in. Along the way, according to the instructions on the sheepskin scroll, they avoided almost all of the intercepting arrays. Long Kuan, it seems like your ancestor is really powerful. He can remember the arrays so clearly. Could it be that your ancestor is a master of arrays? Jiyu Bairen said in surprise. He thought that Long Kuan was a simple-minded person, but he didn't expect his ancestor to be so powerful. I'm not too sure about this either. Long Kuan scratched his head. After passing through countless arrays, the spirit artifact ship finally arrived at the edge of an island. According to the records of my Penglai Island's ancestors, the fallen immortal land is located in the depths of the sea. Why would there be an island here? It seems that there are only islands at the edge of the fallen immortal land. Could it be that we're in the wrong place? While Gu Bairen was confused, the void in front of them suddenly moved. Then, numerous figures appeared on the island. They stepped on the air and surrounded the spirit artifact ship. Who are you? Gu Bairen finally realized that something was wrong. He asked in a deep voice. We are the Chosen One's servants. Long Kuan, who had been acting simple-minded along the way, suddenly changed into a different person. He had a cold smile on his face. The Chosen One's servants. Are you heavenly slaves? Gu Bairen's expression changed suddenly. We heavenly slaves are ordered by the Chosen One to guard the God Palace. You two are the only people who have come to find the God Palace in 100 years. The Chosen One said that anyone who knows the location of the God Palace will be killed without mercy. Long Kuan said with an indifferent expression. You are not the leader of the Dragon Whale clan. You are the ancestor of the Dragon Whale clan who came to the fallen immortal land a few hundred years ago. Am I right? Gu Bairen thought of something and stared at Long Kuan. You guessed right. Long Kuan stepped on the spirit artifact ship and flew forward quickly. In the end, he stood in a row with the other figures. Chapter 8:19. We came to the land of the fallen immortals because we want to figure out something. We don't mean to offend you. Gu Bairen said politely. These heavenly slaves had reached the peak of the profound finger realm and had the potential to become Earth immortals. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to the land of the fallen immortals and become the servants of the Chosen One. No matter why you came, according to the Chosen One's order, you know the exact location of the land of the fallen immortals. Therefore, you must die. Long Kuan sneered. It was said that those who failed would be turned into puppets by the Chosen One and become his servants. However, it seemed that Long Kuan was still sane and not a puppet. So, you have to kill us. Gu Bairen's face turned gloomy. Although he had lost to Li Changsheng, he was once the supreme master of the sea. As a human immortal, he was powerful and not just anyone could provoke him. That's right. Long Kuan nodded. Aren't you looking down on the two of us too much? Do you think you can keep the two of us here? Gu Bairen was secretly accumulating energy and was ready to fight. We don't underestimate anyone who comes to the land of the fallen immortals. However, they all became the servants of the Chosen One in the end. However, the Chosen One said that he already has enough servants. Therefore, he can just kill them and throw them into the sea. After Long Kuan finished his words, the surface of the sea rolled and several figures appeared. There were more than 30 of them. More than 30 peak profound finger realm cultivators. This was a terrifying lineup. This time, even Gu Bairen's face turned ugly. He didn't expect there to be so many people who had the potential to become Earth immortals. Do you still think we can't stop you? Long Kuan's eyes were filled with sarcasm. Leader Long, I've been bored in the land of the fallen immortals for hundreds of years. Why don't you let me do some exercise? A burly old man with disheveled hair stood out. The aura on his body gave off a violent feeling. Streaks of lightning could be seen spreading across his body. It's the patriarch of the Kuei Kao clan. Gu Bairen was surprised. Even Li Changsheng was surprised. He hadn't expected to meet an ancestor of the Kuei Kao clan after he had just killed one of them. However, this old man was much stronger than Lei Xiao. The Kuei Kao clan was born with the ability to control lightning. This patriarch of the Kuei Kao clan was even more terrifying. Just the aura he was exuding was enough to make Gu Bairen feel uncertain. Although Gu Bairen was only a half-step Earth immortal, the old man's cultivation was not weak either. After all, those who were able to find the fallen immortal land had a high chance of entering the Earth immortal stage. It could be said that any one of the people here was not weaker than Gu Bairen. This, just as Gu Bairen was hesitating, Li Changsheng stretched, then stood up and said to Gu Bairen, "You can go back, let me deal with him." Li Changsheng stood out, and the gazes of the heavenly slaves immediately gathered on him. Come, let me see if the peak of the finger profound realm that once appeared on Earth can withstand a slap from me. Li Changsheng said indifferently. However, all the heavenly slaves were instantly enraged. You're courting death. The hair of the patriarch of the Kuei Cow clan danced in the wind. A lightning chain formed in his hand and rushed towards Li Changsheng. It was the same move that Lei Xiao had used, but its power was countless times stronger. The power of lightning, that's all there is to it. Li Changsheng slapped out. The chain was smashed into pieces, and the lightning fire attack was broken by him. The faces of the heavenly slaves changed. The Kuei Cow clan was already powerful. The patriarch of the Kuei Cow clan had reached the peak of the Earth Immortal stage. Even among the heavenly slaves, he was one of the strongest. Li Changsheng easily broke the patriarch's attack, which surprised everyone. Dragon Ancestor, help him. Long Kuan was obviously the leader of this group. As soon as he finished speaking, another old man in a white robe stood out. Behind him, a white Jiao dragon let out a furious roar. The white Jiao dragon actually had 8 claws. As long as it could reach 9 claws, it would be able to sublimate and transform into another life form. However, Li Changsheng was not surprised by the level of the dragon behind him, but by the other party's identity. He was the patriarch of the White Dragon clan. This was what it meant to be enemies on a narrow road. This was what it meant to be ill-fated. The White Dragon clan was almost completely annihilated by Li Changsheng. It was fate that they met here. The Dragon Ancestor obviously did not know that his disciples and grand-disciples were almost wiped out by Li Changsheng. However, as soon as he stood out, he attacked together with Lei Hua. A blue light and a white light attacked Li Changsheng respectively. The blue light was a lightning bolt that came out of a water bucket. It carried a destructive aura, while the white light was a waterfall that was filled with sharpness. The two of them attacked with all their might, and they both had the bloodline of divine beasts. In an instant, the space around Li Changsheng was sealed, and he was in a desperate situation. Jiyu Bairen, who was at the side, could not remain calm. Whether it was Lei Huof or the Dragon Ancestor, both of them were stronger than him. When the two of them attacked together, it could be said that it was the strongest attack in the world. Even though he admired Li Changsheng's strength, he could not help but feel nervous. Facing the attacks of the two, Li Changsheng stood there without moving. It was as if he had already accepted his fate. Long Kuan's face revealed a cold smile. Who asked you to be unlucky? The Heaven's Chosen One no longer accepts slaves. Otherwise, you would have become one of the heavenly slaves like us. This is fate. In his opinion, under such an attack, Li Changsheng would not be able to survive. However, in the next second, his face revealed a look of shock. When the two attacks neared Li Changsheng's body, Li Changsheng made a circle with his hands and formed a yin-yang symbol. Then, the two attacks instantly moved according to his hand gesture and returned to where they came from. Lei Hua and the Dragon Ancestor did not even have time to react before they were hit by their own attacks. They were sent flying in 2 different directions. On the other hand, Li Changsheng was dressed in green. He stood with his hands behind his back. There was not a single injury on his body. All the heavenly slaves present had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Lei Hua and the Flood Dragon Ancestor had joined forces, but they were actually sent flying by Li Changsheng just like that. One had to know that the two of them were experts who were even more powerful than Jiyu Bairen, the pinnacle of the world's martial way. Could it be that he has already stepped into the Earth Immortal realm? The expressions of the heavenly slaves kept changing. Earth Immortal. Everyone was hesitant when they thought of this possibility. Which cultivator did not wish to attain an immortal body and live for 10,000 years? Although they were made into puppets and became heavenly slaves, the Earth Immortal realm was once the realm that they desired. This world did not allow the existence of Earth Immortal realm experts. If he could break through to the Earth Immortal realm in this world, he wouldn't need to come to the ancient path of the stars in the God Palace. Long Kuan analyzed. At this moment, Li Changsheng had already stepped into the air. He held the fiery dragon spear in his hand and locked onto everyone's position. That's the inherited treasure of my White Water Dragon clan. When the Dragon Ancestor saw the fiery dragon spear, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The White Water Dragon clan's divine weapon appeared in someone else's hands. He knew that it must have been Li Changsheng who had snatched it. In the process, who knew how many disciples of the White Water Dragon clan he had killed. Chapter 820. This person is terrifying. Lei Hua and Ancestor Flood Dragon are no match for him. After Long Kuan spoke, 2 more heavenly slaves joined in. From their point of view, Li Changsheng couldn't be an earth immortal. No matter how strong he was, there should be a limit. The 4 martial artists rushed forward together. Ancestor Flood Dragon was even crazier, and his killing intent surged. "Get back!" Li Changsheng shouted. The ardent dragon spear in his hand turned into a shadow and scattered a golden light. Wherever it passed, Ancestor Flood Dragon and the other 2 heavenly slaves were swept away. Especially the 2 heavenly slaves who joined later. They were slightly weaker than Lei Hua and Ancestor Flood Dragon. Their heads exploded under the spear. Lei Hua and Ancestor Flood Dragon weren't any better. Their chests caved in, and they kept vomiting blood. "I don't know how the Chosen One allowed you to live until now with your consciousness after being refined into puppets. But after meeting me, your lives have come to an end." Li Changsheng held the ardent dragon spear and stood in the air, looking majestic. He originally thought that after being refined into puppets, they would lose their consciousness. But now, other than obeying the orders of the Chosen One, they were no different from ordinary people. Their lifespan had obviously increased by many times. On the path of cultivation, one could seek immortality. This might be a way to immortality. Kill him. This time, even Long Kuan couldn't stay calm. Li Changsheng's power was beyond his imagination, and there was anger in his eyes. As the leader of the heavenly slaves, the Chosen One allowed him to lead these people. Every one of them was nurtured by the Chosen One with great effort. Now that 2 of them were dead and the other 2 were crippled, how was he going to answer to the Chosen One? He would definitely be severely punished. "Let me do it." "Me too." This time, 10 silhouettes stood out in a row. Moreover, they formed a joint attack formation and charged towards Li Changsheng. Encirclement formation. As the few of them rushed forward, a golden net was formed in the sky. Every strand of the net contained a powerful sharpness that cut through space and enveloped Li Changsheng in one fell swoop. To force us heavenly slaves to use the encirclement formation, you can be called the first person in 2,000 years. A cold smile appeared on Long Kuan's face. 10 peak finger profound realm experts. In addition to the joint attack, their combined strength was actually already close to the earth immortal realm. In the next second, Li Changsheng raised his ardent dragon spear and thrust it into the sky. Rumble. Boundless heaven and earth yuan qi surged. The golden spear shadow and the net collided, creating a huge roar. Under the attack of the golden spear, the strings of the net began to break. Finally, a hole was blasted open, and the entire net was torn apart. How is this possible? Long Kuan and the other heavenly slaves were all dumbfounded. 10 finger profound realm experts at the peak of the finger profound realm used a combined attack formation to unleash the strongest attack, but it was actually broken by Li Changsheng just like that. One had to know that this was an attack close to the earth immortal realm. As long as one wasn't at the earth immortal realm, one shouldn't be able to break it. Could he really be an earth celestial stage powerhouse? Long Kuan's voice trembled. Die. Li Changsheng's gaze was cold. The spear in his hand swept out again. The golden spear shadow scattered, like a bright sun. First, one of the heavenly slaves was hit and was split into 2. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. Everyone was shocked. Li Changsheng was too terrifying. Under his attack, these people who were once the strongest in the world couldn't resist at all. After Li Changsheng killed one of them, the remaining 9 heavenly slaves started to hesitate. Although they had already become puppets, they still didn't want to die. "Let's attack together," Long Kuan ordered. He knew that he couldn't continue like this. If this continued, he would only exhaust his strength and be defeated by Li Changsheng one by one. Rumble. The remaining 20 over finger profound realm experts attacked at the same time. All kinds of spells filled the entire sky. There were lightning, raging flames, wind blades, and water waves. These people were once the strongest on Earth. They were invincible in the world. With over 30 of them working together, Li Changsheng's head had already turned into a sea of spells. Break. Li Changsheng didn't have much of a reaction. He raised his spear and struck down. The golden light cut a hole in the void. Everywhere it passed, all the attacks were destroyed. At this moment, Li Changsheng tore a hole in the sea of spells and rushed out. Ever since he obtained the scorching dragon spear, he had been refining it continuously. After a few big battles, it was as though he had completely merged with the scorching dragon spear. At this moment, he was like an ancient god of war. He was invincible. Bang, 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 bang. Countless sounds of vital energy exploding could be heard. This caused the sky to tremble. Li Changsheng's body was filled with sharpness. He was able to destroy everything. Terrifying. Even Long Kuan, who was the strongest, felt a chill in his heart. Li Changsheng was too terrifying. Under the joint attack of more than 30 finger-profound realm cultivators, he was still able to break out of the matrix and display his invincible potential. This made him think of the figure in the divine palace. The two of them were equally invincible. Boom, boom, boom. Li Changsheng, who rushed out, didn't stop. The spear in his hand swept out continuously, creating holes in the void. The golden light was invincible. Everywhere it passed, everything was turned into dust. Puff, 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 puff. Over 10 heavenly slaves exploded under the scorching dragon spear. Blood splattered across the sky. In the next second, Li Changsheng had already rushed to the top of Long Kuan's head and smashed down with his spear. I'll fight it out with you. Long Kuan had also gone completely crazy. After losing so many heavenly slaves, the existence in the celestial palace would probably kill him. His hair fluttered in the wind as he turned into a huge dragon whale that was over 1,000 meters long. He created huge waves and rushed towards Li Changsheng. That terrifying power was like a moving mountain. Seeing Long Kuan rushing over, Gu Byron's face changed drastically. The dragon whale was an ancient mutated beast. It had a huge body. Long Kuan, who had cultivated to the peak of the finger-profound realm, was even more terrifying. Just the strength of his physical body was already earth-shattering. Break. Facing the dragon whale that was charging towards him like a mountain, Li Changsheng thrust out the scorching dragon spear in his hand. Rumble. Essence chi exploded continuously. Under the powerful impact of the huge dragon whale, the air was pushed out. Huge waves were created on the surface of the sea. All the heavenly slaves were on high alert. For the dragon whale to be able to become their leader, it meant that he was the strongest among them. Hoop. Under the immense pressure, the golden scorching dragon spear smashed onto the dragon whale's body. The huge dragon whale was instantly sent flying and landed on the surface of the sea. Huge waves were created and the sea water was surging violently. It was too terrifying. The dragon whale turned back into his human form. His face was filled with shock. When he turned back into his original form, he had already used all his strength. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to defeat Li Changsheng. Pong, pong, spear shadows danced. Another few heavenly slaves were killed by him. Their blood dyed the sea water red. At the same time, the golden scorching dragon spear turned into a long dragon and pierced towards Long Kuan. He wanted to end his life. Long Kuan's face changed drastically. A token turned into a light wall and tried to block Li Changsheng. This was a defensive treasure given to him by the Heaven's Chosen One. Among all the heavenly slaves, only he, the leader, was qualified to be rewarded. This light wall was powerful and had a strong defense. However, under the attack of the golden scorching dragon spear, the defense of the light wall was slowly worn down. Bang! Finally, the golden light wall was broken. The token cracked from the middle and fell to the ground. Under the attack of the scorching dragon spear, the dragon whale was in despair. He had used all his trump cards. Facing this spear, he could only wait for death. Chapter 821. You killed a dozen of my heavenly slaves. You're very strong. At this moment, an ethereal voice came from all directions. Heaven's Chosen One, I thought you would only come out after I killed all your heavenly slaves. Li Changsheng sneered. Suddenly, a transparent figure appeared on the surface of the sea. His face could not be seen clearly, but there was a strong sense of majesty that was descending. The Heaven's Chosen One also called himself the Guardian of the Ancient Road. He guarded the ancient road of stars and didn't allow anyone from Earth to leave. Greetings, Master, Heaven's Chosen One. The remaining heavenly slaves knelt down. These people used to be the strongest on Earth, but now they were willing to be slaves to someone else. Li Changsheng felt sad for them. Young man, you're the strongest finger mystic realm cultivator I've seen since I started guarding the ancient road of stars. Even in the ancient times, you'd be a top prodigy. The Heaven's Chosen One's voice was faint. It was as if he was talking beside Lin Fan's ear, but it also seemed to be from an endless distance. I'm not a young man. Li Changsheng sneered and kept the scorching dragon spear. Long Kuan managed to keep his life. Hey! The Heaven's Chosen One was surprised. That's strange. You have more wheel of life than me. How is that possible? There was a tremor in his voice. You're not the only one who survived from the ancient times. Heaven's Chosen One, since you've shown yourself, why don't you show your true form? It's shameful to be so secretive. Li Changsheng said calmly. He raised the scorching dragon spear in his hand and pointed it at the Heaven's Chosen One. The surrounding heavenly slaves were stunned. They didn't expect Li Changsheng to be so daring as to point his weapon at the Heaven's Chosen One. In their hearts, the Heaven's Chosen One was a supreme and invincible existence. You're pointing your spear at me. Are you trying to challenge me? Although you're very strong and even I can't see through you, the 30 heavenly slaves are a good example. If you choose to leave, I'll let you go. You should know that for thousands of years, anyone who chose to break through would either become a heavenly slave or step onto the ancient road of stars. No one has ever left here unscathed. You're the first. The Chosen One's voice was emotionless, more like a robot. However, Li Changsheng and Jiyu Bairen knew that he was afraid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have compromised. Since I'm here, do you think I'll turn around and leave? Heaven's Chosen One, either you reveal your true form and fight me fair and square, or you open the ancient path of stars and let me leave this world. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the void trembled. The Chosen One was clearly angry. Young man, don't push your luck. I've given you a chance. If you don't cherish it, you'll regret it. I've guarded the ancient star road for thousands of years, and I've seen countless experts. Even Daoist Master Sanfeng from 500 years ago didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect to me. Do you think you're more powerful than Zhong Sanfeng? As soon as he finished speaking, the space around him began to warp. After that, the transparent figure gradually solidified. It was an old man with a head full of white hair. His eyes were very big, and he gave off a very dignified feeling. Since you don't want to give me face, I'll let you know the strength of this guardian. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his finger. Instantly, ripples appeared in the air like the surface of a lake that was blown by the wind. A transparent light beam blasted towards Li Changsheng's position. It was silent, but everyone could feel the terrifying power of this attack. The Chosen One has made his move. The heavenly slaves were all excited. Many of them had become heavenly slaves thousands of years ago. They had seen the Chosen One make his move a few times. Every time, he easily crushed the enemy. In the hearts of these heavenly slaves, the Chosen One was invincible. This kid killed more than 10 heavenly slaves. He deserves to die. The Chosen One will definitely teach him a lesson that he'll never forget. Long Kuan gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. Chosen One, you should already know my strength. What's the point of testing me like this? Li Changsheng shook his head. Although the Chosen One's attack was terrifying in the eyes of others, in his eyes, the Chosen One didn't even make a move. It was child's play. It's not worth me using my full strength to deal with you. That figure was no longer ethereal, but his face was still filled with arrogance. Although Li Changsheng was strong, the Chosen One had seen all kinds of experts. Hence, he didn't take him seriously. Chosen One, I think you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Li Changsheng raised his hand and struck out with his spear. That transparent light beam shattered instantly. Boom! A thunderous sound came from the sky. Chosen One, how is it? Do you still think it's not worth me using my full strength? Young man, it seems like you do have some skills. However, this still doesn't change anything. The Chosen One sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge palace gradually appeared behind him. I'm the guardian of the ancient road. This palace is the door to the ancient road. Since you want to break through, let's see if you can break through the palace's attack. The moment the palace appeared, an ancient aura spread out, causing Li Changsheng's eyes to turn serious. The level of this palace was frighteningly high. A treasure of the treasure level. No wonder the Chosen One has guarded the ancient road for thousands of years and only a few people can break through. It turns out that you have such a treasure to help you. Li Changsheng looked at the golden palace that emerged and clenched the ardent dragon spear in his hand. This golden palace was a space-type magic treasure. Space-type magic treasures had many wonderful uses. It could be said that they were both offensive and defensive. At the same level, space-type magic treasures were more difficult to refine than other types of magic treasures. You underestimate the heavens' Chosen One. I guard the ancient road of the stars. Even without this treasure, you won't be able to break through. However, since I can easily suppress you with this treasure, why would I need to use my other abilities? The Chosen One's voice came faintly. His words were filled with strong confidence. Using the treasure was just to save trouble. Even if Li Changsheng showed very high combat power, he still didn't take Li Changsheng seriously. Chosen One, you overestimate yourself and underestimate me, Li Changsheng. So what if it's a treasure-level treasure? Do you really think you can deal with me? Li Changsheng, I admit that you are very strong. However, you said that my sacred palace can't suppress you. What a joke. When I completely subdue you and refine you into a puppet, you will know how strong I am. Jiyu Bairen said with fear, Mr. Li, you have harmed me. I didn't intend to break through. Now, I'm afraid the Chosen One will see me as your accomplice. When you are refined into a puppet, I won't be able to escape this fate. Although being refined into a puppet might increase one's lifespan, being a slave was not as good as being free and unfettered. Jiyu Bairen was originally the sovereign of the sea. Now that he saw the strength of the Chosen One, he felt helpless. You should thank him for killing a few of my heavenly slaves. There is a vacancy in the heavenly slaves serving me. Otherwise, with your cultivation, you would have died. At least you have a chance to live. The Chosen One said faintly, You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,